Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright because the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Let it out. We are supremacy. We are supremacy.
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. The heart, my world needs to end.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise this run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. stars rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood, fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no
Teams have arrived for the side of RSG Singapore as well as Falcon from Myanmar. Both teams will be playing an intense match today where unfortunately one of them will be eliminated. However, looking at how both teams have performed, I feel like we will go all the way. So make sure you guys get ready. The tournament will be intense and the draft will be amazing. And the games could be very, very long.
It's a beautiful day here in Malaysia. Hello to everybody watching online and hello to our live audience. Welcome to the second day of the playoffs for MSC 2022. My name is Mara Aquino, and here with me is the dashing, the local superstar, Lafel.
Hello, Smonica, Mytech Kuala Lumpur! I'm sorry, I was a little bit jealous. I had to rile them up. Come on.
Okay, okay. I want to know how they are. I want to know how they're doing.
Okay, so, for everyone here, please, jangan malukan I. When Mara asks you, apa kabar, which means how are you, you guys will answer, okay? Make sure it's loud. Make sure it's loud. You ready?
I know this. Okay, sure.
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
Ready?
All right. I want to hear you. Abakabar. Wow. Okay,
I don't think that's enough.
Okay, well,
Tak cukup kuat.
he wants it a lot higher.
I want it louder. One more time. You ready? Ready? You guys ready? You guys ready?
Ready? Abakabar. Wow.
Much better.
Wow.
Much better. That's what we want to hear.
The energy here is electric. Oh my goodness. Now, okay, we're gonna take a look at the updated brackets because everybody here is excited for today's game. So here we go. We had an intense matchup yesterday. Now this is the updated bracket. For the upper bracket, it's RSG Philippines going up against Orange Esports. And Todak will go up against RRQ. They're gonna have 2 lives.
Yeah, that's very intense. But I want to talk about the lower bracket match because whoever is out is out. FCON RSG-SG Omega against EVOS.
Now everybody here at the live audience came for 2 intense series. Let's take a look at today's games. FCON Esports will go up against RSG-SG.
And afterwards, it's going to be a match between RRQ Hoshi as well as Todak.
You know, Lafel, I'm actually really curious who the live audience is here for. So let me hear you. Who's here for FCON Esports and RSG-SG? Okay, okay. How about you guys online? Make sure to put in which team you're rooting for.
That is the first match of the day. Now, I want to ask the audience, who is here excited for the match between RRQ Hoshi and Todak?
Oh my gosh, wow, that's the popular series.
That's the Malaysian spirit. Nila semangat.
And for sure, you know, yesterday we had about 1.6 million people watching online. That is amazing. So for all of you watching, we want to know, who's your favorite team? Who's your favorite player? Type it down in the comment section below and use the hashtag Supremacy. Are you guys ready? Ready?
One more.
Okay, one more time.
Are you guys ready? Let's recap with our recap video of yesterday.
With the group stage done and dusted, we began the playoff stage of MSC 2022 with some spectacular gameplay and performances. We saw the clash between the high-flying FCON Esports of Myanmar pulling off the Johnson-Kadita combo against the Filipino champions RSG-PH. The Raiders stood strong and claimed the series with dominance. In the second series, Orange Esports showed up strong after losing game number 1 and made the host country proud. It is another big win for the host country where Todak sent the defending champions to the lower brackets.
It is going to be Todak dethroning the defending champions of the sea.
Last but not least, RRQ Hoshi cemented their position as one of the hot favorites with a convincing victory over EVOS SG.
And they're gonna do it, RRQ, taking game number 3.
And with that, we are going straight into the first match of the day. RSG-SG takes on FCON. Will the home ground buff help Todak to overcome Indonesian powerhouse RRQ Hoshi? we dive into the depths of the lower brackets here for MSC Day 2 of the playoffs. You guys are going to be accompanied here by me, Mirko, Eterna on my right, and IC Baby 1-2 on my left. Now, man, MSC playoffs, it started off with a bang. Falcon almost taking down the tournament favorites in RSG-PH, and here they are again, facing up against another RSG. How are you feeling?
I'm super excited. I'm super stoked to see what's going to happen because RSG, man, they have really stepped up, right, from that lower league in their own particular league, because this is the first time in 2 seasons that they've actually taken that championship title from EVO Singapore.
Yep, I definitely agree, and I'm looking forward to see more games coming from them. It's just a little bit unfortunate that Falcon Esports had a very, very strong showing coming from group stages. But before that, let's talk about our sponsors as well. MSC 2022 is powered by Moonton and supported by our lovely sponsors, Esports, TikTok Live, official content partner, Secret Lab, official gaming chair. As well as Esports Chart, Esports Analytical Partner, and our official media partners, EGG Network, as well as me, Watch. My name is, of course, IC Baby 1-2. I'm proud to be watching some of these amazing games along with this amazing desk for you guys. And representing from, of course, Falcon Esports as well as RSG-SG, this is going to be a very, very important match for either team, because this full best of 5 series that is going to be happening as of yet, whoever loses this series is pretty much out of MSC 2022.
They're fighting for tournament lives right now, you know. Falcon Esports, the last hope of Myanmar, going up against the champions of SG. RSG, again, coming into MSC, they had a different, bringing up a different roster this time around, right? With 505 and Mikumi, but based on all of our opinions, we have formulated a new one here. Oh, what? It is dominated by Falcon. I did not expect this. I really did not expect this, but all right, Lafel's not here, so I guess, Eterna, why did you go for Falcon Esports?
I think that from what we've seen from Falcon in the group stage, it seems like they are easy to adapt to certain situations. They're good at reading enemy patterns, and I think with the default loss that they witnessed yesterday, I think they can adapt to that and come back on top here for this upcoming game against EVOs.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it all, the first contenders they had to play from the get-go was RSG-PH, one of the strongest contenders in, and also arguably the ones to win it all potentially here in MSC 2022. But I have to stick to my stats as well. We had rumors during scrims that not a lot of Malaysian teams has had a pretty good footing against Falcon Esports. So everyone was in a gray area that they kind of anticipated that Falcon Esports is going to be the top contenders coming in behind the scenes, right? Yeah. And they just proved themselves during the group stages. They 2-0'd Onyx Esports, which was a very, very difficult task to do. However, here in Malaysia, we have this thing called the caster's curse. If one caster votes the other, it tentatively flips. So I don't know whether Lafel is kind of jinxing us or not. So,
Well, if we're going by stats, you know, so far it has been the majority that got it right from day number 1. Hopefully it doesn't continue though, because I would like to see some upsets going on. So let's just take a look at the coming match here as we take a look at both the last hope of Myanmar, Falcon Esports, taking on, again, Singapore, RSG-SG. Now, while we're on the screen, let's talk about the guy on screen, Beret. This kid, he's literally a kid, 16 years old, already an MPL champion. This is phenomenal.
100%, but it can either go both ways, right? We can see that maybe perhaps that they are going to be stronger for it because of that sense of passion, that early passion, or it can actually affect them mentally, but we're gonna see what happens.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to see how it comes because the players are ready as they walk up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, your first team up on screen, it is going to be Falcon Esports representing from Myanmar.
From Myanmar, Falcon Esports.
Now, this team, we already have the Burmese Ghouls vibes. We got this yesterday. We got this in the first day of groups. They have upset all of the odds. Yes, they didn't get the victory against RSG-PH, but they nearly secured it. 2-1 against the tournament favorites. Beating them in one game with a comeback in that fashion is insane. But the two core members, I feel like, in this team has to be Justin, the guy you see on screen right now, and Silent. These two members, they just play such a big role in this team.
I gotta agree with you. I think the Justin-Naomi combo is also a huge factor to their win. But of course, Silent is also number 5 on most kills. But on stage here, other than Falcon, we are going to see RSG Singapore.
Yep, RSG-SG, after losing 1-2 to Orange Esports in an intense series, they're looking to fight back.
RSG Singapore.
RSG Singapore. Again, We saw their performance in the group stage where it was a little bit shaky. Going up against Falcon here, who I can kind of say is the heavy favorites in terms of the casters' predictions. How are they going to perform? We saw them frustrated yesterday. Getting that first game against Orange was so important, but they weren't able to finish it off. What do you think they're going to be bringing here against Falcon?
Well, it's time to go big or go home for the Singaporean representatives, especially when both of them are currently in the lower brackets. I'm looking forward to see whether or not can the MPL-SG Season 3 champions overcome their opponents, or will things go south for them as of yet?
We're going to see a clash of playstyles as well here from the side of RSG as well as Falcon. And I want to see how they are going to be able to maneuver around each other as on stage. We can also see both coaches, Coach Zaya here from Falcon, as well as the Indonesian coach Saint DeLucas from RSG Singapore.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what kind of draft is going to be happening as well. We did see a little bit of a Johnson Kadida special coming from Falcon Esports, definitely true Orange Esports off guard. I feel like a lot of teams weren't expecting this, but at the same time, teams have to adapt. There's just so much variation, and I'm looking forward what kind of intervention they are going to be bringing to the table, especially now when their tournament lives are at stake.
Absolutely, but we're going to take a look at the team lineup first for Falcon Esports with Silent, Naomi, Justin, Ken, and Yellow Flash.
I'm looking forward to see more surprise picks coming in from Falcon because I really do feel like that was what gave them a really huge edge. But on the flip side, it is going to be RSG-SG's official team lineup as well with Baby Cakes, 505, Miku, Bray, as well as Diablo.
Yeah, Diablo really stands out a lot for me coming from RSG-SG. He was playing a pretty dominant side lane, and his matchup is not going to be an easy opponent to bully it. And so far, this is going to be some stats for you guys to compare who does have a little bit standing. And like I said as well earlier today, Statman, I'm pretty much a stat guy. Falcon Esports does have a little bit of going into this game, but I'm looking for the element of surprise that Diablo brings to the table when it comes to dictating early aggression tempo against Falcon Esports, which they are known for when it comes to punishing early aggression.
Falcon Esports, again, this is a team who usually goes for one-dimensional drafts, right? They usually just lean onto Silent. When they play the strong side and get Silent that victory in lane, they usually just get so much success. But on the other side too, RSG-SG, this is a team with a lot of different win conditions, right? We saw it many times before in MPL-SG and even here in MSC 2022. But you're right, statistics-wise, Falcon, they are kind of dominating here with 4 categories over just 1 from the side of RSG. But we're going to take a look at the keys to victory first for both of these teams, starting with Falcon Esports.
Yes, let's take a look at the keys to victory, as the first point here is going to match the early aggression that may or may not come from the side of RSG Singapore, depending of course on the composition that they will bring here in game number 1. Babysit Baby Cakes and win his lane, keep the car out of the meta, because that's something that of course can and could be a surprise pick.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I feel like there's just so many things they can talk about, but this is a best of 5 series, right? It's all about adapting. It's no longer about surprise picks. We did see a lot of it, especially coming from yesterday's games, especially when we started with best of 3s. It's different from best of 5 because now everybody has some sort of guidelines, especially when they played from group stages, from day number 1. So I'm looking forward to see, are they going to stick to their conventional playstyle, or are they going to bring something new to the table? Johnson Kadida is going to be roaming towards the mines as well. We did see RSG, a lot of teams starting to realize that, hey, they're not the only teams that can play it. Maybe they could actually pick it up themselves. So I'm looking for whether or not RG, are they going to respect ban it or pick it up for themselves from the get-go to try it. One-up them in the first game.
I think every team that participates in MSC 2022, after watching that first day of playoffs, they have witnessed what Falcon Esports can bring with that Johnson Kadida. And we've also seen from RSGPH, ban it straight away. They respected it in game number 1, although it came in to the second phase of the picks for them to actually ban it Johnson. But after the game number 2, we saw a completely different RSG. They played it a little bit more safe. They banned that Johnson straight away. Don't want to give that signature away to the side of Falcon. Let's see if RSG-SG can do the same thing, or perhaps they might just try to counter it here as we enter the drafting phase for game number 1 of this best of 5 series.
Yes, we can see on screen already RSG Singapore with the Julian as well as that Johnson ban coming through. So the respect ban does come through, like we were actually discussing about. So now Falcon with the response is going to be banning about the Wanwan, and man, this Wanwan has a 100% pick and ban rate, and for the most part, she has a really positive win rate as well, 81%.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it, Esmeralda has kind of shined as well coming from both these teams. I feel like Diablo plays a pretty mean Esmeralda, but he does bring up a little bit of element of surprise. We did see different regions have different priorities, and so far, the Singapore region, especially coming from EVOS as well as RSG, they tend to kind of lean on a potential tanky composition to try and play towards the later stage of the game, which is something that RSG, they have to experience. And most of the games at Falcon Esports, the games that they win are mostly them snowballing right from the get-go, and the games that they lost are people who just adapted to this early aggression and then scale to the later stage and make a comeback.
Yeah, and this is what's scary for Falcon, in my opinion, right? When we're taking a look at Falcon, there's not that much data when it comes to the qualifiers to get to MSC here. It's really tough to find VODs of their matches, and this time against RSG-SG, again, they have their own league, they won it. It's so easy to just try to read their drafts. Obviously, they have something different planned for MSC, but Falcon, in the draft, they're just very unpredictable. So far, we have seen mostly just Akai and Julian first picks with the Esmeralda to follow it through for the side of Falcon. RSG, they are a little bit more flexible in that matter, right? They can go for the Akai, they can go for the 1-1 first pick as well. Both of those have been banned here, but guess what? They can still go for a Beatrix, perhaps, that we've seen pretty much as a favorite hero to pick here as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it all, I feel like Karina is also a pretty undervalued hero. I think we had this discussion during group stages. It's kind of fallen off towards the current meta. But both these teams did play a lot of Karina, especially from yesterday's games, especially in group stages. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go for it. But as Mirko called it, they are going to go for the Beatrix from the get-go from RSG-SG and keep their jungle options open to actually mirror it later on.
I think if the 1-1 is banned up, it definitely is a go-to towards this Beatrix. The reason behind this is the flexibility of that Beatrix in lane or even in team fights. She can deal single target damage, she can deal AoE damage depending on the team fight and depending on what is required. But for the side of Falcon now, how are they going to respond to this? There are still a lot of heroes on the board. They could potentially pick up the Xavier in case they wanted to go for that, or maybe prioritize someone else at the stage. But the answer is going to be the Xavier as well as the Tamus. So understanding that the Esmeralda has been banned, they're definitely looking for a very strong side lane in that EXP. The only option other than the Tamus would be the Uranus, and I'm wondering if RSG-SG might want to pick that up for themselves.
Yeah, I agree. You know, Uranus is very strong, especially now that they already have that Beatrix. This is what Beatrix gives to you in a composition, right? Flexibility. You can just draft anything around this Beatrix. We saw this from Falcon. That's why they preferred the Beatrix over literally any other pick. They first picked it twice, and now we're going to take a look at the two last picks of the first phase. And it's as predicted, the Karina, as you mentioned, Icy Baby, and the Uranus, as you mentioned, Eterna, coming in. So right now, it does really look like they're going to try to do a front-to-back composition up against Falcon, who has a lot of range. So if Falcon can just get a tankier sideline, or perhaps they can go for a dive composition here, they can actually just take down that Beatrix.
Yeah, I was about to bring out the Franco as well. It kind of hit the stages, and especially MSC, where a lot of teams can kind of diverse. Whether is Franco kind of relevant? It didn't exactly change too much towards a patch, but it is still a force to be reckoned with. If you isolate the target, you kill him off, you immediately take it into a 5v4 situation. So this is a great start coming from Falcon, considering that they did show the Selena in yesterday's games. But my curiosity comes towards whether or not, why is no one picking up the Link? We did see so much popularity when it comes to Link picks, nearly picked or banned during, I would say, the group stages, as well as day number 1.
Well,
you know, they could be saving it up because we know Ken is a really huge assassin player and he can play the Link. So this might be one of the, pocket strats that maybe Falcon is trying to draft with, going against RSG just to, put them off. But like we mentioned, how Ken is a really good assassin player, the Lancelot ban is going to come through for the side of RSG-SG, understanding that Falcon has yet to pick up that jungle position.
I really like this ban coming from Falcon Esports, especially when they ban Natala. This is a very signature hero coming from the region of Singapore, and on top of it all, it completely disrupts the momentum that Falcon Esports love to bring to the table, which is early aggression, early snowball, winning those early first objectives. And Natalia completely destroys those kind of compositions. And on top of it all, they double down on the Selena, two amazing heroes that do so much damage in the early phase of the game. And I feel like they just want to dictate the tempo in the early game and win it out and potentially scale into a mid to late game and then close out the game.
Yeah, on this topic, right, we can talk about how RSG-SG have drafted here. They picked up a Karina, so usually when you do have this Karina, you want to look for that early game dominance, secure these objectives fast, like the first turtle. But okay, it's going to be the Ling Band coming in here in the second phase. But back to the point, early aggression is what matters for RSG-SG when they want to revolve around the Karina in that early stage. So very, very intelligent by Falcon, reading that out. Now though, they go for the first pick. The junglers has been limited, and they will go for a Paquito. Now, here's the question: where will this Paquito go?
I-
Will it be
I like
Damage
this.
jungle or will it be Paquito jungle?
I really like this. Like, I feel like Falcon Esports, they have adapted really well after watching a lot of games. And I feel like when it comes to Singapore, they're really, really smart when it comes to playing triple tank compositions. They love punishing first pick, opening picks of marksmen. Like, hey, oh, they're not going to pick a carry. Oh, they pick a Patrix. You know what? Let's just out-tank the initial burst into the later stage game, and then they kind of scale into it. So it's something that EVOS SG, RSG-SG, they're really, really comfortable in playing this. But I feel like Falcon, they're forcing the issue. And I like that they are keeping things the options open for either the Paquito jungle or maybe even the Thalmos jungle, which is very, very smart because it just makes it a little bit difficult.
Yeah, while you were talking, I was like, okay, RSG Singapore, they have not secured a hero for that mid lane. And I just instantly was thinking about the real-world manipulation that could potentially synergize very well to the composition that they brought, and now it can actually be wombo comboed as well with the Numnon Blast, really aiding Karina to be able to get those kills or even those just initial damage spots that she definitely can potentially occur onto the game.
Oh.
But as a response now, this is getting a little bit spicy, right? Because the Irritel now has finally surfaced in the gold lane.
Yeah, now this is a full front-to-back composition for the side of RSG. Falcon, I feel like they can... Actually, it's very interesting here because usually when we talk about RSG-SG and Falcon, I usually say that Falcon is a more one-dimensional team when it comes to these winning conditions. But here, they can go for team fights, they can split the map open, and they can read out on the situations that RSG forced on them with that Dawning Light to open up the map. So currently, I'll have to say that I personally like Falcon Esports' draft better compared to RSG.
Well, anything can happen because it all comes down towards the draft as well as execution. This game 1 in this best of 5 series is going to dictate the tempo here in playoffs day number 2. The draft has been set as we head in towards the land of the dawn. Both teams looking to get their tournament lives alive here in their journey for MSC. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 1 between Falcon Esports versus RSG-SG.
Land of Dawn, here we go. But we've actually done some experiments backstage, right, where we tested the Xavier and the Lolita.
Yeah.
Now, this is a great time to talk about our
You
accomplishments
should.
backstage, right? So yeah, Lolita's shield actually just nullifies all the damage, even behind him, right? So this is going to be really good. It all comes down to positioning and execution, though. If Falcon can get a cheesy hook onto 505, bring him out of the picture, it's going to be really good. But if 505 is able to actually stand in front of everybody lining up, it's going to be really, really bad for the side of Falcon. But look here, in the early stage of the game, that's going to be the first pick, I believe. 505 has to burn his flicker. Then that's going to be the Lethal Wanderer also gotten by Falcon up top. 2 flickers already in the early stage.
Yeah, that's huge, right? Coming in from Falcon, being able to take these really, really early momentum and especially burning out these really valuable resources. Understanding that these early game rotations are going to be very important, but what is happening there in that mid lane?
Ooh, that's first blood for Falcon Esports here. And again, this is what we mentioned, that early aggression.
Yeah, this is exactly what Falcon wants to do as well. They understand that the Yve can be a detrimental force against the Xavier matchup. If you think about it, in an early stage game, Xavier don't exactly do too much. In terms of CC, it's good, and look at this, they are going to go for the setup.
Yeah, knockout strike there to CC him, as that's going to be Justin picking up the first kill of the game for himself, but the second for Falcon Esports. This is not looking good for RSG so far in the early stage.
This was one of the winning conditions coming in from RSG-SG, right? To be aware of those early game aggressive pickoff styles that Falcon is really accustomed to doing, especially understanding that the Naomi and the Justin duo is so evident. So I want to see how RSG actually likes to tackle onto this.
Oh, the CCs coming in from Justin is just so very annoying, and things are getting a little bit feisty as well because RSG looks like they are going to force the issue up towards the first turtle objectives.
Yeah, RSG, even after those first 2 picks over to Falcon Esports, they still want to contest onto this turtle. Justin going in for the Mystic Field. Ken jumping in and actually baits out the real world manipulation. Ken goes over the knockout strike, trying to cancel it out, but he gets punished in the midst of it all. The real world manipulation is still there, zoning Naomi and Justin away. Turtle taking a half HP. Yellow Flash trying to look for an opening, but Falcon Esports, they decide to disengage, and RSG get a free turtle.
Now that's the thing, right? I mean, face value, under level 4, it does seem like Falcon has the early pickoff, but the problem is, if they want to contest these early game objectives in that turtle, they're gonna get clumped up, and of course, it is going to be very difficult if that real-world manipulation starts to try and, you know, just punish the way that Falcon likes to play in those clumped up aggressive situations.
Yeah, that's the thing about a composition coming from Falcon Esports. They cannot force a 5v5 fight. They know that the Xavier doesn't scale well against the Eve. You saw how the real manipulation positioned himself. There was patience coming from Justin to wait it out, because if he's caught out inside the real manipulation, it's nearly impossible for the Xavier to actually come out of it.
I agree. You know, it's going to be really tough for RSG currently up until maybe the neutral objectives, right? When they fight like around the lanes, it's going to be really tough for Mikumi and also 505 to just get an opening, just because Justin and Naomi, they just present such a threat with that Mystic Field comboed in with the Iron Hook.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it all, they are putting Ken on the jungle Paquito to try and match a Karina. Not a big fan of it, but he needs a couple of item power spikes before he actually comes up online. And based on now, he is slowly making his way towards potentially a War Axe or maybe even a Bloodless Axe for a little bit more sustains. But once he gets that item power spike, this is where you start to see these Paquito one-hit combos on towards maybe the Eve. He is going to be looking to punish Mikumi because he is going to be one of the biggest tempo setters coming from RSG-SG. But before that, let's take a look at the emblems real quick. Oh, it's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone. It's just gone right here. But
it's gone. Too much aggression from Falcon here in the early game, so it's just gone. But now we're going to see here Diablo caught in a weird situation.
Oh, that's the Bloody Hunt going to be popped there. As that's going to be Ken jumping in with a knockout strike, bringing Diablo back, but he's still just being such a nuisance. The Dawning Light connects onto him. He's still just trying to jiggle out of here, but it is just going to be a trade. RSG, they get the favorable one, man. They take down the gold laner down below, and they pick up so much turret gold. Perhaps this might be the first turret of the game.
Yeah, off camera, it actually does seem like something was happening there in that bottom side where Silent was taken down really early here in that game. They are trying to punish them, understanding what an Irithyll can do if she's able to snowball from that early game.
This is such a difficult game for Falcon, considering that they need to rely on Yellow Flash, on Naomi a little bit more to set up for this amazing Iron Hooks. But it's so difficult. But here comes the hook. Mikumiki is going to be a little bit trouble. He's going to be A-okay, but the turtle seems like Falcon is going to be a good opportunity to set things up for this fight. And Falcon, they really want to force the issue.
Oh, I don't know about this, man. RSG, they've hit their power spikes as well, but Bray is going to get suppressed there under everything. Silent goes in for the follow-up. That's a kill onto Bray. And the hook connects onto Baby Cakes. He's going to get taken down here. Naomi survives. Yellow Flash picks up a double kill as Diablo is forced to run for the hills. Falcon, they have been able to take the turtle position, and now that's a free turtle for Falcon.
4 versus 0 trade here from the side of RSG, as Falcon is going to be standing up on top. And the thing is, the way that they were able to maneuver around that was in a sense that they weren't clumped up under that real-world manipulation, and instantly the hooks came in and the pickoff came to play. And that is how Falcon should be maneuvering around whenever they have to go for these neutral objectives on the board.
You know, it comes back to the question that I actually brought up as well, because if you think about it, they need to really heavily depend on Naomi setting up for all these fights. But at the same time, when it comes to split push, it's going to be a little bit different. But in the fight, Falcon, they're getting a little angsty. Naomi looking for the hook.
Yeah, Naomi again. He's just so on point. They'll give it over to Justin as well. He has 4 kills. Man, if Justin just goes even in lane, it's already a very scary Xavier. Now that he has 4 kills, this is what Falcon likes to do. They use this, they start snowballing, and with that aggression, they just take full map control into the enemy side, invading, and that's what they're trying to do here. He gets another one! Miku gets hooked! He does not have his flicker, it's up in 30 seconds. He gets punished for it. He's forced to play, he's forced to recall here, perhaps, but no, he just goes for regeneration. And again, Falcon with the aggression.
Falcon with the aggression and Falcon with the early lead. Already 3,000 here in the 6th minute. And my question is, how should RSG-SG actually maneuver through this?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit different, considering that they depended on Miku to actually kind of punish Justin, right? But now Justin in a situation where he's got the mystery shop, he's got 4-0 and 3, he's going to be able to skyrocket in towards his items a little bit quicker compared to Miku. So as of yet, they have to find a way to actually slow down this aggression coming from Falcon and figure out how to deal with Naomi, which is the biggest threat coming from Falcon Esports.
We mentioned Justin, we mentioned Silent, but again, they always... What was that? Naomi picks up another hook. It's going to be the Numenor Blast to just respond to that play, but again, it just feels like Falcon with Naomi on this Franco, they just get all of the picks they really want. They just execute on the game plan right now as Yellow Flash opens up the map for that turtle side. Naomi looking for the play. That's going to be 505, putting the shield up, but he is going to get immobilized by the Mystic Field. Yellow Flash picks up the triple. Baby Cakes up there, just does no damage at the stage of the game. And Falcon, they're pushing on.
In this first game, it does feel like Falcon, they're moving as a unit. the Justin as well as the Naomi duo has been just so notorious across the board, and you can see it happening on screen. I mean, the way that he goes in for the iron hook actually connects, and the way that Justin is able to respond to that is just so timely in the sense that, once again, Falcon with a 4,000 gold lead, their synergy is on point, and RSG Singapore, they are falling behind.
Yeah, RSG, they weren't expecting all this maneuvering coming from Falcon Esports. We kind of expect that, hey, maybe, you know, if there's a Franco, they are going to be trying to set up some sort of plays down to his gold lane XP, but it didn't exactly happen. Falcon just focused on mid control all the way through, and because they're taking the tier 1 down middle, it just opens up the map for Falcon, and they're able to just innovate constantly, and this is a very difficult to be in coming from RSG-SG.
That's the damage from one combo from Justin. Again, this is what we mentioned. 405 up top, 505 going to be able to bait Yellow Flash in, but the Numnam Blast connects onto it. Baby Cake's looking for the damage, but the Wesker just cannot burst them down at the stage of the game with the Infernum, and it's just going to be a free trade for Falcon. They pick up a turret for the price of none. Ken goes in, Dawning Light connects! The synergy is out of this room, man! Naomi finally misses a hook, so he's human.
He is human. He's human. We had to make sure, right? Because the chances of that landing every single time and on those really huge priority targets of RSG Singapore, that's just out of this world. And once again, Falcon being able to get another trade on the board, and they just are able to steal RSG Singapore's turrets under their own nose.
And again, right, when we're talking about Falcon Esports, when we're talking about MSC, everyone's saying, oh yeah, Lights Franco, Vin's Franco. Naomi? No one has mentioned his Franco. Yes, it is his signature pick, but apart from the Burmese, no one really expects this. Even RSG-SG, they left it open for Falcon to pick, and now we're really seeing why it's such a big threat.
I definitely agree. And on top of it all, Miku just got his Ice Queen's wand. That's going to be a big factor when it comes to slowing the tempo. However, the scary version right now is that Silent, he got it Hask Claw, so it's not going to be an easy thing to actually take him out in this near fights. So there's going to be a lot of emphasis on trying to punish and slow down the tempo, but it's going to be difficult. But Naomi again with the hooks.
Oh man, Bray gets hooked. That's going to be the combo wombo coming in. They just chain it so well to make him stay in place there, pin him down. Falcon picks up the kill onto the jungler out of all the other members here, and it's just going to be a free Lord for the taking. 10 minutes in, 7,000 gold lead.
And what's difficult is, like, you can say, like, oh my god, that is so many resource wasted for just one person, but the fact that Justin can practically spam that Dawning Light just gives them a little bit of an edge in that current regard. And so Falcon now with an 8,000 gold lead, a Lord already marching there in that mid side. What can RSG-SG do? Because even if, let's say, they get a really good engage, 5v5, Miku goes in for that real-world manipulation, and that kind of slows down the tempo coming in from Falcon's aggression. The problem is you can see that Miku is scared. You can see the doubt in what's happening.
Well, let's see here. Falcon looking to end the game right here, close it off, as that's going to be the Bennett coming out, using the ultimate to just clear out the waves. Falcon don't really do anything here apart from just taking a few hits onto the turret and also making Baby Cake slow. Diablo doing well, clearing out the enhanced minions down below. Immobility comes in, Bray almost just gets hooked there. Dawning Light takes half of Baby Cake's HP. And again, Falcon, they're taking it slow. They're very patient.
Yep, this is going to be an RSG special. They want to try and stall as long as they can. They need to commit to this, but here comes Numenor coming in. But the hook from Naomi pulls Miku, cancels off the real-world manipulation, but at the same time, they're all caught in the crosshairs of Justin, and it completely blew them off, and that is going to be Diablo down. However, Bray salvaged the situation. They got Naomi and Ken, but he will lose his life in the hands of Yellow Flash.
The turn, man. The turn coming in from Falcon again. It's all in the back of Naomi's play. That could have been so bad for Falcon. It is currently still worth it for them because, oh no, actually they didn't take that turret. So I feel like RSG took the win in that fight. But again, that was such a good engage from the side of 505. Perfectly timed Numenor Blast. Let's take a look at the instant replay though. Presented to you by TikTok. This hook was everything.
Yeah, the hook right there, immediately canceling real munition was just one of the big factors just to slow them down. It was an opportunity for Bray to go crazy with RSG, but this is what I'm talking about. This is the Singapore special that I've known for. They really like turning it up, and they find opportunities like this. And if they get away a little bit more from this, they will eventually scale into a later stage of the game where they get enough economy to fight back. But the question still remains, can they match up on towards the damage dealt by Justin, who's currently 57,000 on his Savior, 12 minutes into the game with already level 12.
I'm not really sure what's happening, right? Because the way that RSG Singapore has drafted this, they are relying heavily onto the... What?
Oh my god, Naomi gets another hook there onto Brave. 505 with a desperate play on a Numenor Blast. Will try to just scramble for something. Naomi again gets Miku. The flicker comes out, but that's the turret. Again, this is such a big moment for Falcon. Getting that turret will ensure that now they have the map prio for another 2 minutes, or maybe just entire game here. The hook just there. Oh man, just out of range by a little bit. Dawning Light onto 3 members there. Diablo gonna get caught in the Mystic Field, taken very low, even with the consecration up.
Oh, that was so close, go 505. Fortunately for him, it was a Lolita. He had the shield to actually block the Iron Hook, but at the same time, this is exactly why Franco is still an S tier pick, despite the not much changes has been made into the patch. It's just so annoying to deal with.
Oh man, Naomi again, the Lord taken quickly now. It's gonna be Naomi looking for the hook onto Miku. Mikumi. Ken gets a kill. Oh man, Ken gets killed there. In the fight, the real world manipulation was actually getting that advantage. Now the Mystic Field coming in. The re-engage from the side of Falcon Esports as Naomi goes for suppression. Gets one, and that's 505 taken down again. Still worth it for Falcon. They pick up the enhanced Lord. Baby Cakes, this might be too greedy, man. He dashes outside, but he's gonna be pinned down. Baby Cakes, the Wesker trying to outplay Naomi, dealing the damage, and that's Silent to pick it off. Killing spree now for the side of Silent. Yellow Flash pushing in that mid lane. They're looking to end right here, right now.
Do you think they can? I mean, 3 members have already been taken down for the side of RSG. Only 2 members left with a man advantage. Falcon, they're looking for an end.
Oh, Diablo, he's trying his best. I think he's going to be over. Look at this. Falcon, they just got so much damage. Miku is just paying with his life, but the crystal will fall, and that is going to be game 1 by Falcon Esports against RSG-SG.
That was dominant.
I was just about to say, that was a dominant performance coming in from Falcon. I mean, from the early game up until the very end. But I gotta say, that huge game changer was definitely Naomi being able to get those hooks, those really important pickoffs, denying any sort of capacity that they could scale from the side of RSG-SG really left them like basically helpless because they were relying so heavily onto that Beatrix, and the amount of damage that she was purging was close to 0.
We mentioned Silent, Justin, Silent, Justin. Now Naomi comes into play. I'm just waiting for Ken to have his moment as well, man. At this point, this team is not just consistent out of like that 2 things. One-dimensional, not anymore. They've shown their true cards here in the lower brackets, and I can't wait to see more. RSG, though, they're going to have to reset. Let's go over to the analysts.
Yes, Miracle, the analyst segment here with me, Getting Q, as well as LaFell. You can follow us on our social medias. But we got to break down this game between RSG and Falcon Esports, and so far, Falcon are looking great.
You know what? It's a good time to be a Falcon fan. This is the time they have to cheer as loud as they can. But honestly, right, we want to analyze the game. But I think we're just going to be talking about Naomi. Like, again, the Franco hook. That Franco is almost, it's impossible.
It's crazy. He's doing it time and time again. And I don't know about how everybody is doing these days, especially letting this Franco through. I think in this current meta so far, it has been extremely difficult to actually go with these picks and bans because, again, so many talented players, so many impactful picks.
With this being said, I want to remind everyone watching at home, make sure you guys get your MSC guesses on the Esport Hub because, again, if you guys are Falcon fans, if you guys voted for Falcon win, you guys will get a lot of coins that you guys can redeem for a lot of MSC goodies. But yes, let's talk about the game again. Okay, here's the thing. Naomi played well. However, I do have to say, for the side of RSG-SG, I kind of feel like they could have positioned a little bit better to avoid the picks. But here's the thing. The reaction time for is too much. I can't snap that fast.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Naomi was catching the right targets at the right time. His reaction time through the roof, and more importantly, so I do think that RSG could have done a little bit better in certain situations here. But first of all, hopefully we get to see the item list in a little bit. Maybe we can see, the highlights. That's the one I want to see. Because again, one big blunder came through the Lord. And man, after that, wait, sorry, not Lord, Turtle fight. After that Turtle fight, things were just going downhill for RSG-SG.
For my side, I just want to look at where they prioritize what to hit. Because again, everything happened on mid just because of the kill pressure between both the Franco as well as the Xavier. Because again, having a lot of bursts is good, but having control, that's better. Because we can see how they really focus on the mid lane, making sure that everything that happens in mid is controlled. And that might be the win condition for the side of Falcon, where they see, as long as we make sure that Miku Mikumi cannot do anything, it's gonna be oppressive, because I cannot count any successful real-world manipulations.
Yeah, all of them either being cancelled early or forced out, or just Miku just getting hit by an iron hook.
Yeah, it's just a combination of both. Forced and then still get hooked.
I don't know. I think in these situations, it's hard to say, because earlier we were talking about the way you should be jiggling, or the way you should be like looking to position yourself, and more importantly, just having the fact that you have a Lolita to face check brushes for you, and even just the Guardian's Bulwark to actually block the iron hook to save yourself. But with that being said, let's have a look at the item list and really break this down. This is a short game compared to what we've seen yesterday, but let's take a look real quick.
Yes, in terms of the itemization, I like the fact that for the side of Falcon, every single time that the Franco hook hits, they really don't care about what they have. They just use all of it. Now, I want to focus on Yellow Flash on the Thamus, because in terms of Thamus, a lot of players really change up their first item. We've seen the Demon Hunter Sword. We've seen Molten S's going into the Cursed Helmet. But over here, Yellow Flash with the Corrosive Scythe, making sure that he really stacks up on those lows. And we saw how from the side of RSG-SG, they tried to force a Lord fight, even though Falcon already secured it for themselves. But look at how tanky he is. Just by having all of these defensive items, there's really nothing that RSG could do.
Yeah, I mean, Yellow Flash got ahead really early on, but let's not talk about Yellow Flash right now. He was tanky, he was on island, he wins all of his 1v1s, but Justin, he either secures kills or, more importantly, saves bad situations for the rest of the team. He's got 4 items 14 minutes into the game, fully built, and they're not cheap, they're expensive.
Yeah, right now let's look at the damage numbers, because I feel like that can really show a lot about what happened in the game as well. And look at the damage like we're talking about. Let's look at Justin, 85,000. All right, okay, Gideon, let's take a minute over here. 85,000, compare that to RSG, where the highest is 49,000 and the second highest is 35. If you combine that, that's like what? 85-ish.
Oh my
85-ish thousand. So
it's 84,000, and even then, it still doesn't compare. I mean, it's still 1K ahead of the 2 highest damage dealers from RSG put together. It's nuts.
And even look, Xavier, 7,000 total damage taken. He was just touched. No one could really dish out enough damage to this guy. No one could hit him. That's the amount of coverage. That's the amount of coverage that the Franco gives. And here's the thing. Franco is so scary. Even if he didn't hit the hooks, it's a lot of pressure. But hitting those hooks, respect.
Yeah, real respect there coming out from Falcon Esports. They made sure that they made every second count, even though the composition was worth it. Our MVP going over to Justin, coming in from Falcon. He is following up on these hooks time and time again. He's got 12 assists because he has that kind of pressure. And when things don't go well for Falcon, you know he will open up the gates to either lock and give that extra bit of movement speed for the rest of his team.
Here's the thing. It's a collaborative effort. I would say Falcon won off of their mid lane.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta say, mid diff, because in this situation, their mid lane has so much kill pressure, so much. And when we look at the highlights, that's why I really want to touch on it, because again, looking at how they controlled everything, that is really the key, because I've seen a lot of people debating on the mid lane matchups. You have to consider the roamers there as well. So let's look at the highlights to see what really happened throughout the game.
To kick things off, the early section of the game just didn't seem to be looking too good for RSG, but RSG did not let up. They pushed back. Diablo, every single time he's making plays across the map and he's pulling attention to himself. Look at bottom side. First tower's gone, but this blunder right here.
I think this just shows that you gotta ban out the Franco, because Baby Cakes, I feel like he's positioning bad because that's not an angle you want to come in as a gold laner. But look, Naomi doesn't even wait. He just knows. It's like he can see 5 seconds in the future. He knows where you're gonna be, and he's gonna land the Iron Hook. I think that is a big problem. Naomi is showing, if you give me a playmaking tank, a playmaking support, a playmaking roamer, then honestly, the rest of the side of Falcon, they just gotta be there just to give the damage. And that is why, if we look at the rotations, both EXP as well as the gold laner and the jungler, they rotate to the mid. They don't rotate to the side lanes.
I mean, based on the way that RSG was actually looking to draft, as soon as they saw the Franken, they're like, okay, that's just one pick-off that they don't, that again, they have to play around, but they can't do anything about. The second half of the draft, they're getting rid of Salinas, making sure that any kind of single target lockdown is taken away, and even taking a Lolita to try and protect themselves against it. So I think RSG has a lot of thinking to do, but this upcoming game is going to prove it. Let's throw it over back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much for the stellar analysis, Gideon and LaFell. Back here again onto the caster desk with Eterna, Mirko, and Icy Baby 1-2. Man, that was an insane game. Again, very dominant coming up from Falcon Esports up against RSG-SG, who kind of controlled the first 2 minutes of the game up until that 5th-minute turtle. That was the big blunder that Gideon mentioned there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It all came down to priority targeting, right? Like the Franco, especially coming from Naomi, it's just been so on point, making sure that Eve doesn't have a pretty good time. But at the same time, you know what's good? That is going to be our EGG Network's official media partner is coming in for MSC 2022. Our Southeast Asia's 24/7 esports channel under the Astro Malaysia group. You can also catch MSC 2022 at EGG Network channel 800 at your home. And you can also check them out on their social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, as well as Twitter. Do check them out because they do give you some amazing Mobile Legends experience.
You know what else gives you amazing MLBB experience? Man, we saw the Johnson yesterday, right? Well, you guys can pick up that Johnson skin. The Optimum Pride Johnson skin here. MLBB X Transformer skins are now available. Perform draws until July 7 for chances to win awesome rewards, including the Roger Grimlock skin, new battle emotes, new custom actions, and previous Transformer skins as well. So don't miss out. Go and check it out now because I got all the skins.
You did?
Of course, man.
I only got the Grimlock one though.
I want the Starscream
Come on, man. I got all of
one.
it. All of it. The
Even the
Grimlock one
Popple
is
and
really
Kupo
cool,
one
though.
is also really cute.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, too.
Yeah.
I only had the Grimlock one.
I think it just gives you a buff, you know? You feel you
does.
feel confident. You feel like a robot. You're
I
just
feel like
efficient.
you can just throw people off because it's one of the very few skins that has complete different animations compared to the rest of the skins.
I agree. You
It
know,
gives you a buff then.
the only hero we haven't seen here is the Granger, right? I want to
yeah.
see the Granger, man. Do you want to see the Granger?
I want
It's
to see the
Megatron, bro.
X-Borg, bro. I want to see
I'm an
my
X-Borg guy, too.
Bumblebee.
I forgot about
I'm an
export.
export guy, for sure.
Well, back again, though, here on to the second game. As Falcon Esports, they're going to try to bring up that momentum. Follow it through here in game number 2. Silent. When this man gets outperformed by Naomi, it's a feat, right? Like, this guy, he's been the one. He's been the center stage when it comes to the carrying in that late stage of the game. The comeback yesterday up against RSG-PH as well. Silent was the one dishing out that damage, positioning so well. And now, I want to ask, who's the weak link at this point?
I don't think it's more of a weak link. It's more like the drafts, right? When it comes to the patch notes, especially when Julian became a big part into the new patch, into the integration, it kind of forced out a lot of S-tier picks, and people prioritize on those S-tier picks instead of the usual fear factor what Franco brings to the table. So I feel like people need to realize that Franco is still a big threat. It completely isolates the fight. But now, without further ado, we're jumping straight into the drafts here for second game, with this time RSG-SG on this first pick and also banning off the Johnson from the get-go.
Yep, this time around, it does seem like RSG-SG are going to stay in that first pick position. So maybe coming into this next draft, they might want to prepare and realize that they might want to swap out that Esmeralda ban with maybe the Franco ban, or do they want to pick it up for themselves? So that's definitely still on the table for them, as I do have that first pick. But as you can see here, pretty much standard bans. The Akai hasn't banned away, so has the Wan, but now actually they switch things up with a Tamus ban instead of that Esmeralda.
And what's fun here, what's a fun fact, is that RSG-SG has actually stayed in that first pick. So they're still trying to maybe pull off the same strat, but maybe this time a little bit more wary of the Franco's positioning and their own. Johnson, Julian, and now the Tamus. So they didn't go for the Franco ban, they instead went for the Tamus. What do you think of this?
They could have first picked the Franco for themselves if they decide to go for it as of yet. It feels like they want to keep things open for themselves. But at the same time, I can respect the Tamus ban because the Uranus-Tamus matchup was not exactly favorable for RSG-SG, considering that Diablo was expecting him to mirror up. But the beauty about the current patch is that you can build a corrosion scythe into it, and he tentatively gives a lot of power spike after he gets it and just 1v1s anyone outside who's pretty much isolated from right. So it might be the case, but Seems to me, looks like we are going to be wrong on the table. The Franco wasn't a big threat from RSG-SG, and they completely ignored it and first picked Esmeralda instead.
Yeah, they weren't having that really like passive side lane pressure that was happening onto them in that previous game. So they have instantly locked in that Esmeralda that, as we know, is a very solid EXP laner, wins most of the matchups, unless, of course, if Falcon wants to take that really risky move of trying to win it and using that Dairoth. But for the part of it, I want to see if Falcon is going to go for a similar strategy, maybe pick up the Xavier once again with the Franco being paired up.
Yeah, and that was the question, right? Because from RSGPH, we usually see the Beatrix and the Franco. Falcon, we saw the Beatrix from Silent. We know how Naomi plays the Franco too, based on game number 1. But no, they opt to go for a Uranus here. Now, this is the question, all right? Usually, RSG-SG, this is what they like to play with. Get Diablo a strong laner up in the XP lane. With that, they buy so much attention up top to give Baby Cake space to farm. And now, seeing the Beatrix picked up from the side of Falcon, do they want to just go for another scaling type of marksman? Maybe a Clint? Or do they want to just pick up an aggressive one like Popo and Koopa, try to bully out this Beatrix in the lane?
I feel like they can keep things open a little bit more, considering that I feel like the Franco isn't too bad again, but Falcon was very, very smart to adapt in this situation. They know that if they go for the similar draft by picking up Xavier, RSG will figure out a way to counter it. So they want to keep it options as an element of surprise and see and react to what RSG-SG is going to be picked. Are they going to pick Franco, or are they going to take the Xavier away instead?
That's definitely the question, but it turns out what broke is still something that they want to keep choosing. So it is going to be the Eve pick coming through once again, as well as that Lolita. But the difference is now they do have better wombo combos set up here that if they want to go in for those team fights, it can be set up better, especially with the real world manipulation that can also cross over with the Falling Star Moon from that Esmeralda. But as a response, Falcon once again, they know where their power spikes came from, and it is going to be once again Naomi's Franco.
Yeah, again, I wanted to say before the Franco pick went through, it's either the Xavier or the Franco, right? The thing is, what's going in the mind of Falcon currently is what made them win that early phase of the game in the mid lane specifically. It's the Franco more than the Xavier. Yes, Xavier opened up a lot of these spaces, gets the CC with the Mystic Field, but I feel like, again, Franco, Naomi was just so on point. I think he can be comboed in with perhaps any mage here.
Yeah.
The only thing that I'm criticizing here from the side of Falcon, or I'm doubting, is what do you need to pick to be able to withstand the pressure that Eve has in that early stage? Xavier, yeah, you can just outpoke him sometimes, especially with the Franco pressure.
I feel like this is very smart adaptations coming from Falcon. Like, they understand that the Franco is good, but the Xavier, like you said as well, the Xavier isn't exactly the end of the road. You can pair it with any other mage, but I feel like RSG-SG, they realize that the only way Xavier pops off in early stage of the game is because of setups. Like, you can chain CC to setups to prolong the fight to get instant, easy, free kills. Franco and the Mystic Field does really, really well with that. But not many mage does that. Not many mage has those kind of setups that allow you to stun. And forcing a Eudora isn't exactly a good mage to do for this kind of execution. So it's something that they can deal with it. Lolita has had his positions where he was blocking a lot of these iron hooks, and that's what I feel like RSG-SG is still putting themselves in a spot that they want to challenge this again.
You know, when you were talking about that, I had to disagree. I think there are a lot of mages that can actually burst someone down and wombo combo with the Franco, of course, other than the Eudora. I was thinking more of someone like the Kagura, but they chose the Lilia. So, okay, so the thing is, the Lilia is great at initial wave clear. She has very good damage in that early game. The burst is definitely there. But that wombo combo burst isn't as instant as you would expect if they used, like, let's say, a yin-yang overturn. So Falcon Esports, they do have AoE damage though, so it gives them a little bit of more flexibility in their winning conditions when they're going in that game.
You know what I was thinking of?
What?
Falcon, right? Falcon. Bird power,
Farsa.
man. Farsa. There you go, man. Farsa is up for grabs. Still haven't been picked, but look, okay, so RSG, yeah, they do go for the marksman that just scales here. On the Irithel, I personally like this from RSG-SG. It's basically a more refined version of their front-to-back composition that they tried to pull off in the first game. Falcon, though, again, they have multiple win conditions here, especially now with a Dairoth in the jungle. Wait, is the Dairoth going to go in the jungle? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
For a second, I was like, Uranus jungle, flashbacks to Indo, but yeah. Eterna, based on this, which composition do you like better?
This is hard. I mean, in this
tougher.
particular case, I would like to say RSG-SG. My reasoning behind it is that in that previous game, Falcon was able to be really aggressive with the duo coming in from that Xavier as well, but I don't think Lilia has as much pressure. And like they mentioned in that analyst segment, that the winning lane was from that mid side and was able to dominate from the get-go. And without that type of pressure, I don't know if they can pull the same thing twice.
Well, hopefully with this adaptation coming from RSG-SG, with a little bit of difference here, they are going to be doubling down and they are bringing the triple tank composition against Falcon Esports, whereas they are going to be sticking for something that still works for them.
Will the momentum carry on for Falcon, or will RSG get that 1-1 to equalize the score? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Falcon takes on RSG.
Okay, and as you can see here, it's going to be an early hook that connects onto 505 here. So just from the get-go, it's only been 30 seconds that we moved into the Land of Dawn, and already Naomi once again showing his dominance.
Here we go again. I don't know how is this gonna go down, but hopefully RSG-SG, they have learned their lesson and adapted, because that opening hook just shows me otherwise right now.
Yeah, it's getting really scary now, right? When you try, or you already know how he plays, and then he just invades your jungle like this. Level 1, Bray gets taken really low. He's forced to pop that shield unity, and now without that Litho Wanderer, and now that he's forced out of his own jungle, 505 is going to be targeted. Ken does so much damage, forcing 505 to flicker. Miku trying to look for the trade, but the hooks again just pin him down for Ken to pick up the kill. It's another first blood for Falcon.
Oh, look at this pressure coming from Falcon. They're so confident. They know Naomi can mess up this Baxia play, and because of that, they switch up. Instead of focusing mid, they still do, but they add on the jungle. And look at this. The hooks coming in, just scaring them off, but now they have to back out, and Naomi, they need to make a run for it, and they actually will lose their life in this vicinity. Ken trying to make things work for the side of RSG-SG, but it's not going to work out. That is going to be him down as well.
2-for-0 trade here for the moment, as it is going to be RSG coming out on top for this particular area. But what I wanted to mention is how good this Franco pick is, right? Sure, when you think about the Franco, you think about, okay, really good pickoffs, but there's so many other things that you can do. Let's say bait those buffs away, really deny that initial farming pattern that, of course, RSG-SG wants to make. But now, those type of patterns have actually been starting to be read by the side of RSG-SG, and they're trying to maneuver around this.
Yeah, again, RSG really good at punishing these little mistakes. Falcon overextended just for a bit, and RSG were able to just pick up 2 kills for free. Now, RSG are first onto that turtle, but it seems like Falcon have recovered really well. They're going to go onto that turtle. 505, no shield. Bray looking for the shield unity play onto the flanks. Not getting it just yet, but the hook, just nearly dodged away from Bray. He's starting to get the gem. He's starting to get that pattern from Naomi when he throws the hooks.
Oh, that was a little bit too close to be called comfort there. But at the same time, both teams still trying to bait out massive, but especially coming from the real-world manipulation. And so far, it is going to be stalemates coming from both teams. But it looks like they are going to try a second attempt at forcing the issue. But look at this, 505, he's almost down towards his level 4. And once he's had his Numenon Blast, maybe that's going to be the way to go. However, down bottom.
Ooh, Baby Cakes actually maneuvers himself out really well, but you cannot escape it. Naomi just too on point. Even with the jukes, it doesn't matter. Yellow Flash now, looking for the opening once again as the Diablo's gonna get bursted down. That's the damage that you need from the Dairoth. He picks up a kill, 100-0 instantly, and again, free turtle for Falcon.
Falcon really showing their dominance in the sense that they are the ones setting that tempo. They are going in for those pickoffs. They're going in for those objectives. And RSG-SG, they have not been able to formulate a kind of side plan to stave off the pressure that, of course, Falcon keeps on giving towards them. So now, 3 minutes in, with the lead that Falcon has adapted, what can we see from the items?
This is a little bit interesting considering that Silent didn't opt to go for shoes. He actually opted for full damage all the way through. But considering that how well Falcon is actually doing in terms of a momentum shift, he doesn't really need a lot of support because there's just nobody ganking on towards his lane, and he's just opted to go for damage to just completely out DPS Baby Kicks.
Yeah, it's very similar to my playstyle, right? Just don't go for boots, don't go for mobility, no defense, just offense. That's why I usually lose games. Obviously, that's not what they're trying to do. They're just using that to maybe just snowball earlier here in the game. But Bray looking for a punishment on the Justin, who's stepping a little bit too aggressively here. But again, he just pops that sprint. Easy walkout for him as Ken just takes that Lethal Wanderer out. Both teams resetting here, not going too aggressively, but 505 is looking for the picks. Baby Cakes gets hooked, and they're just so good at this. They play it so well. 505 gets a Numenon Blast onto 2, but it's outside of the real world manipulation. They can't really go for anything else here. Falcon backs up, but that's all they wanted. The pick onto Baby Cakes. Ken now will re-engage. Bray going to get taken down, but the jungler was traded. Naomi looking for another cheeky hook onto 505. It's just a trade here.
This is so smart coming from Falcon. They realize that RSG is forced to fight the issues every single time, and they just allow Silent to get another kill just like that. As long as they overextend, they're gonna get freebies after freebies.
Basically, that was 3-for-1 trade for the side of Falcon. I mean, they lost a jungler, but they also was able to take down Baby Cakes, 505, and another member on the board. So Falcon is winning all these trades, and once again, it does seem like RSG, they're looking for some sort of trade-off. Unfortunately, with the dominance that the Uranus can have to equalize in that EXP lane, the way that Diablo needs to play is that they need to be able to cross-focus, and it's very difficult to achieve.
Now you see him, now you don't. 505 just disappears out of thin air there. But I do want to bring up this little thing. Falcon, they're so awkward in their positioning, right? They're always just awkward. You can't really just pin all of the 5 members down. They're always left, right, center, back, just everywhere, all across the map. They don't know where these people are positioning. Silent's always just invisible from the crowd.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He positioned himself so far back to make sure that as long as Naomi sets up the hook, he is going to connect with those snipe shots. And because of that, he's getting free kills after free kills. And look at the damage that he's done so far. 15,000 as compared to the mages coming in from the rest of the teams.
My God, Baby Cake's not having a fun time there. Look at it, where his position is. At the bottom of the leaderboards, below everyone else. He is sitting at a 0-2-0. And I'm curious, how far behind is he on the items? I mean, he is forced to rotate towards that top side, but once again.
Naomi gets a hook onto Bray. It's going to be traded though, as that's going to be Yellow Flash taken low, but the consecration with the sprint is enough to get him out of there. Falcon, once again, they're playing the strong side of the map. They're playing for that gold lane that has now shifted over to that top side. And RSG, instead of looking for trades, they're just trying to respond, trying to just face check, and they get punished every single time. Yellow Flash, he's unkillable at this point.
Agreed. And as of yet, look at how Falcon is playing. They have no reason to be aggressive. All they gotta do is just wait for them to make a mistake. And every single time RSG makes a play, they are gonna turtle up and get freebies after freebies. And that's the beauty of what Franco does to you, right? You wanna get aggressive? Not really that aggressive. All you gotta do is just land that one nice hook, and it's pretty much over from the side of RSG-SG.
You know, honestly, I'm really curious, right? How can RSG-SG win this? Do they win in a team fight situation?
They do, but if that happens, no. Miku finally using Purify, getting out of the hook, but it's going to be the re-engage coming in from the side of RSG. Naomi, he survives that? Just, I don't get it anymore, man. Falcon, they're positioning themselves so well, and they're calculating the damage coming through from the side of RSG to just not get punished by their over-aggressive movements at this point. Falcon picks up a free turret in the mid lane based on just, I mean, they traded with one flicker from Naomi.
I mean, what's difficult is even if you want to say, okay, the way to counter Falcon is to ban Naomi. That doesn't work. Because look at that. All of these people, they're making their individual plays.
Yeah, I definitely agree. In RSG, they're just scrambling. They don't exactly have a clear condition of what they want to do because as of yet, they're trying the defensive strategy, but this is a special that they do. They love to lean on this. When things don't go really well, play as safe as possible, but that's the downside. You're losing so much map control and resources across the map, and Falcon is just taking advantage of this situation and not making any overextension in all these plays.
Because currently, right, it's just not fair. Let's be honest here. It's just not fair because it doesn't matter who Naomi hooks at this point. You hook a tank, he's dead. You hook anyone from RSG, they're just dead, right? And this is why this combo is just so nasty. Franco, Beatrix with the Wesker. They're just gone. 505 now, look for play. Goes in for the stun onto Ken, but Diablo, even with that follow-through, is not going to be able to do it. Naomi cancels the Numenon Blast. Real-world manipulation pop there, baited out. Justin caught in the bad situation, but still gets out with the help of the sprint and the black shoes. Once again, we're seeing it from Falcon. They're so good at baiting abilities out, and RSG, they've lost all of their ultimates, all 5.
Yeah, this is huge, and it's not over yet, but as of yet, Diablo is back to actually punish Justin, who's used up his black shoe, but he's only a mage. As long as Silent is alive, things are not going to be looking good. However, looks like Falcon, they're going to trade off tier 2 up top for a little bit more economy gains.
Dude, that makes me feel a little bit better though, right? At least RSG-SG was able to at least pick one member from the side of Falcon down, because the dominance displayed right now from Falcon is just so unfortunate to see for the side of RSG-SG. And on your note about that Beatrix, I don't even want to talk.
Yeah.
I don't even want to talk because I'm trying to make a point and then suddenly Naomi goes in with a hook out of nowhere.
Yeah.
What
Come on,
can
man.
I say? Come
Hey,
on,
Tina's trying to speak, man.
Exactly.
Naomi, why are you so good at the game, man? I agree with you. You know, every time he throws a hook, even in his own purple buff, in his own jungle when there's no one there, I just gasp. I don't know what he's going to do, right? But right now, Falcon, they're just dominating. 7,000 gold lead. They did it in 10 minutes in the first game. Now it's 9 minutes in, and they have 8,000.
I have a fun fact, though.
Yeah, what is it?
We were talking about the Beatrix-Franco combo, right? My fun fact is that Beatrix-Franco pickup has been picked up 6 times with a 100% win rate.
Absolutely, but you know what else is going on here? RSG, again, they're just trying desperately to force a fight, and that's going to be Yellow Flash on the back, just dealing so much damage, buying so much time. Diablo gets hooked once again. He still is able to run away, but now Yellow Flash looking for damage onto that backside. Diablo running for his life. Bray loses his life. And again, Falcon, I don't know how they do it, man. They're caught in these awkward situations, but they play this so well. And that's another pickup. Diablo, he ran for his life. Now he's taken down. Falcon, they always chain it with objectives as well.
This is insane plays coming from Falcon. It's just so difficult to push into this. And RSG-SG, you can see their trigger discipline is just off the charts. They're not even paying attention. They're just throwing everything at all. And you see the mind games are being played, and it's getting into the heads of RSG-SG, and it's getting pretty obvious as well as Falcon, especially coming from Naomi, is just completely tilting them off the screen for Game 1 as well as Game 2 now.
1,000 gold lead per minute, man, basically, right? 11k gold for Falcon here in 11 minutes. Silent, he's just going for the Renner shot. He's just sieging it down here in the mid lane. RSG just simply have no response towards the aggression that Falcon is displaying here. They took down that passive from the side of the mid turret as well. This is going to be huge for Falcon as they look for the siege with the Lord here, just controlling the minion waves so that they can crash all 3 waves at the same time.
The one thing that stands out to me once again from the side of Falcon is like their synergy is muscle memory. I don't even know if they're communicating at this point. I don't know if it's just like telepathy. Like, oh my god.
Yeah,
like
just silent, yeah.
Silent.
I get it,
That's a joke, by the way. But real-world manipulation here from the side of RSG. No, not blast! Cancel! No, he gets it! He goes for the flicker onto Naomi, but the damage is not there. Baby Cakes gets taken down. A double kill here for Ken, and that's Ken looking for the triple. It is the base wide open for Falcon. They can go for the end here. The Lord is still up. RSG, they went for the desperate play. It did not pay off, and Falcon can now just punish through. Top side gonna get taken down as well. Can they end is the question.
Yeah, it seems like they are in prime position to do so. It's all up to Megumi and Diablo. We've seen this have a deja vu from Game 1. They go for the desperate plays, but gets obliterated, and Falcon clips a clean 2-0 against RSG-SG.
This is getting scary. This is getting real scary. Match a point. Tournament lives at stake. Falcon, it doesn't seem like a lower bracket match. Falcon, they're playing. They're letting loose, you know? They're so loose. There are no more jitters that we saw in the group stage, day number 1. We saw a little bit of that from Falcon. They were kind of hesitant. We saw it yesterday against RSGPH, but here in the lower brackets, wow. It's impressive, man.
They've really like ironed out those.
They're composed.
So super composed.
They're silent.
They're silent.
Yeah, they're quiet, silent killers. I get it, you know. At the same time, it's no surprise considering that there were just so many rumors through screams as well. Falcon was one of the top contenders. It's just really unfortunate that during the draw for day number 1, their first contenders is one of the top teams in the world as of yet. So it makes a lot of sense. But now, coming down low brackets, look at them. They look pretty good.
And on that note, by Terrence just now, they are one of the only teams to be able to secure a game against RSG Philippines so far. So that goes to show how strong they are, and this is pure dominance. I mean, 2-0 now in the lower brackets against Singapore.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing? We're just chilling here after another breezy game coming in from Falcon Esports. They do not back down, and this Franco pick has to go.
Here's the thing. It's not just about winning, but how you win is super impressive. Because here's the thing, right? Looking at Falcon, it does look like they completely understand how RSG plays. And I feel like that is part of the problem. Because if you know what your opponent is going to do, then it makes it all the much easier for you to really start initiating before they even get into position. And I feel like that is the big difference maker over here. Because saying they play with confidence is really watering it down.
Yeah, no, I think they also have a really good read on the way that the players actually move and how they think in terms of how they use their abilities. A lot of these fights, as Mirko said, and he was losing his mind over how many ultimates were being expended coming in from RSG, the overextensions that were used, and the overuse of resources was the most important part. And Falcon took full advantage of the situation by slowly applying pressure. And once the pressure cooker builds up, the lid just blew right off.
Honestly, throughout the game, we were supposed to analyze this game. But in my head, I was already preparing what they really need to adjust. Because again, as we said, Franco has to go. But before we talk about that, we got to look at the itemization to really see. Because here's the thing. I kind of want to say the items almost don't matter in this game.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel the same way. Look, 14 minutes was the previous game. This game finished in 12 minutes. Falcon are picking up momentum with a 4 to 17 point lead. These kills really matter. And I don't know, once you hit that 10K mark, I feel like Falcon could have extended their lead and pushed it even further. But hey, they finished off the game clean, strong, and if they keep this up, they've got the series in hand.
Right now, looking at this, I'm really just looking at draft. And when I'm looking at draft, for the side of RSG, for the next game, I really want them to make sure that whatever draft that they got, they can win mid. Because looking at the draft from Falcon, just by having the Franco already gives kill pressure. And the kill pressure is something that you can't ignore. And then adding on Lilia, having a very strong clearing speed, not only can she roam very, very fast, but again, just a lot of damage coming in. And it's very, very difficult for you to catch Justin on this Lilia. Either way, I'm just saying, they can't ignore this. They can't ignore the Franco, and they cannot ignore the mid lane matchup.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, Franco mid lane matchup, it's the center of this story, unironically. And I think even for like Ken, he has the easiest time. And Dyrall jungle is not easy to play. It's just you farm, you look for these big picks, you have to figure out awkward angles and slip through those cracks. And these cracks are just broken wide open by this mid lane duo.
Right now, let's look at the damage numbers coming in from both sides of the team. And looking at the numbers, right? Looking over here, the damage that is being pumped up by the Beatrix Silent is, again, is super obnoxious. So here's the thing. For the side of RSG, I look like if they were able to extend it a little bit more, Diablo on the Esmeralda, it looks like could make something happen because he already had the 3-item power spike. He could defend, he could, pull aggro a little bit. But here's the thing. Irtal needed way more time compared to Diablo on his Esmeralda, and with 26,000 damage, there's really nothing much that he can do to anyone for the side of Falcon.
I want to agree here, but there are times where RSG were just close. They were getting very close to actually turning the fight over. Falcon just have better coordination here when it comes down to that push and pull in the middle of those fights. When you look at that damage, Uranus is taking over 101,000, but it's tough.
Either way, right now we got to look at the MVP of the game. And MVP is going over to Silent on the Beatrix again with a 705 match KDA, 976 gold per minute. This guy keeps popping off no matter which marksman he uses.
Yeah, I think he's a little too good. It feels like he's a little too good on the Beatrix. I think that's like the comfort to go to. Even his air throw is looking good. I want to see if RSG is even taking a consideration, getting that mid lane priority, or maybe it's time for Baby Cakes to really step up and let's give him the matchup of a lifetime. Let's start axing out Silence heroes.
I don't know, man. I just have this feeling. That Silent, he has more up his sleeve. The fact that he just keeps picking up Beatrix just because it's open. Like, if you just keep giving it to him, he's going to take it. And here's the thing. Looking at the highlights, part of the things that I want to talk about is prioritization, as well as was RSG-SG misreading some of their, I would say some of the damage that they can really, really push out, because I feel like some of the initiations were a little bit miscalculated.
Yeah, I feel like there is a little, well, as you say, miscalculated. I see it as a way of just overusing a lot of resources, right? Yeah. Doubling upon doubling. Again, this composition that they're playing is very ultimate reliant, but we also have to talk about the way that it is utilized, right? It needs to get results. It needs to be able to land. And half the time, half of these situations, they're just looking for 2 out of 5 rating at best. but it comes down to how effective it was.
Yeah, why I bring it up is because I just wonder if they're really accustomed to the heroes that they're using, that they know the limits of the damage they can really put out at any moment of time. Because, as you said, the Uranus took a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah.
But here's the thing. Why was it pumped onto Uranus? Is there any other way to pump the damage onto someone else? And here's the thing. If you do want to put a lot of the damage on the Uranus, if it's enough to kill him, it's fine. But what if it isn't, right? So I feel like there's a little bit of a misjudge in terms of how much damage that they can actually push out there.
I think there is a degree of sacrifice, right? It's about how many resources you can invest on somebody and making sure if you are willing to die, again, there needs to be a kill in return. The gold swing cannot be too huge. It's really tough to say here, but RSG have a lot to think about if they want to come back in towards this game. And Falcon Esports on a match point. They could be moving on, or they could be sending another team down to the lower brackets. With that being said, we're going to be throwing down to a quick break before we get back into the action.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise this run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts their eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on.
Match point for Falcon Esports. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MSC 2022, day 2 of the playoffs here. With me, Mirko, joined by Eterna and Icy Baby 1-2. Now, Singaporean champions will try to find their rhythm back as they risk getting swept by the last hope of Myanmar.
Literally the last chance for RSG to rise out of the ashes in the 2-0 that was taken by Falcon in very dominant fashions for both games. So many things need to be repaired for the side of RSG if they have the hope to stay in the playoffs here at MSC.
I definitely agree, and I'm looking forward to see what kind of adaptations RSG-SG is going to be making as well. But so far, it looks good for Falcon Esports. 2 games in a row, 2 successful performances coming from Naomi on that Franco, which kind of dictate the tempo of their entire draft. Pick-up potential looks amazing on them, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not will they respect Bandit in the next phase.
That's the big question, right? Because now, if it wasn't clear in game number 1, it is definitely clear in game number 2. Franco is a problem for the side of RSG-SG. How do they bounce back here against Falcon Esports? Do they just ban it out? Do they pick it up for themselves? At this point, they will need kind of a miracle here. I'm not saying it's impossible, but against Falcon with all the momentum, it's going to be tough.
They've been looking so strong for the side of Falcon. I mean, the synergy is definitely there. You could see it so evidently in both of those 2 games. And every kink that we saw coming in from Falcon from the group stage has definitely already been ironed out.
I definitely agree, and now balls are in the court of Falcon Esports in terms of adaptation, because why? RSG can no longer afford to make any more mistakes, whereas Falcon, even if they lose a game, they still have more games to actually adapt to their playstyle. So as of yet, I feel like Falcon Esports is in prime position to get the clean 3-0, but it's not over yet for RSG-SG until it's over.
The Burmese are truly back, man. Like, there were a lot of questions for Falcon. There was a lot of doubts, especially after the SEA Games performance of Myanmar, right? Getting grouped in Group A, but here, Falcon, it seems like, man, it's different. It's a different vibe. You feel the Burmese ghouls vibes here on stage for Falcon, but back again to RSG-SG here. It's not impossible for them to pull a comeback. They can come back here against Falcon. It's not like Falcon just dominated them, made no mistakes in the games. They did make a few mistakes that RSG have managed to punish in that early game. The only thing that they fall flat on is how they translate that early game pressure over in the mid stage of the game. The turtle fights are always going to the side of Falcon.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It feels like RSG-SG, they have a composition that really wants to play into the mid to later stage of the game, but they always fall short on the early stage of the game. And somehow, Falcon Esports is just so much better when it comes to dictating the snowball effect into this early game. And RSG, they haven't been able to transition to that. They want to play a very similar playstyle, but if it doesn't go in their favor, things just doesn't work out for them as yet. And hopefully, now with game number 3 into the draft, there will be adaptations coming in.
Well, I expect a Franco ban here, or perhaps just a pickup for the side of RSG-SG, as it will still be the same 2 bans. Julian Johnson here for the side of RSG. Falcon, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. Still 1-1 all 3 games.
1-1 all 3 games, and we're going to see if it's going to be the Akai coming up following
If it ain't
that
broke, don't fix it.
ban. Exactly. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's the exact same road that they are choosing to choose. But the main difference here is what I completely agree with. I completely like. First game, it was the Esmeralda. Second game, it was the Tamus. But now they have started to respect the potential that Falcon can have. And so it is going to be the Franco ban coming through finally for game number 3. And you can see like the smirks coming on the faces of Falcon.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's something that you have to respect. It's just so annoying. And we've seen this exact same matchup with during the group stages for RRQ versus Smart Omega. There was absolutely nothing RRQ could have done, especially when Smart Omega picked up the Franco. And it just shows you how scary a pick-off comp like Franco will do to you. You take one, you get it initially, and just snowball 5v4 all the way through.
Now, with the Franco being banned, Mirko, I'm wondering whether or not Falcon is going to go for that same type of pick-off strat.
They could. So far, RRQ did bring it up yesterday, but instead they got the Kaja. First ever Kaja in MSC. They didn't exactly look well, but they still got the W. So, I don't know. Maybe they could go lean on it as well, but finally, RSG-SG, they pick up the link for themselves, which we did kind of bring it up earlier today.
There are 2 approaches to this, right? If you're RSG-SG, you can just go the safe route, try to get the efficient game, or go for something like this. Go for the link. Try to just throw a curveball at the opponents here. Falcon, they like to play the pick composition. RSG, they're thinking the same thing. Maybe we can do the pick ourselves. Maybe even split the map up so that Falcon can't really go for these crazy plays onto the mid lane, forcing a lot of these team fights. So Falcon, with the response here, link pickup for RSG, they technically can go for something like a Kufra here, but I still think it is going to be the Beatrix. But no, they're going for a different approach here. Kagura for Justin, and Karina for Ken.
Oh, this is interesting, right? I really like this link pick. Other than that, it is going to be a really big power pick for the side of Ken. It also gives them a plan B in case they do lose out on that early game aggression. The link does have the ability to mobilize around the map, look for trades, maybe in terms of turtles, turrets, and so forth.
Oh,
so
no.
RSG Singapore, they have responded as well with a Lilia as well as a Grok pick. Really good, 2 solid picks, really heavy in that early game as well. But you take down, you cut off 1 head, 2 grows in its place, and the Natalia is going to be the choice of pick here for the side of Falcon.
Oh no, I've seen this so many times. This is a special coming from RSG-SG, from EVOs as well. They do bring in Natalia from time to time again, but that's the thing, right? I like the draft's opening pick coming from RSG-SG. They want to win this early engagements. They want to win this early objectives and rotations. And Falcon has cut them off 2 games in a row. But guess what? Franco being banned, no problem. We've got the Natalia. Does the exact same thing, but instead of hooking you, I'm just going to annoy you non-stop.
Yeah, the silence, it's just everything in her kit is really annoying, especially if you're playing an assassin in the jungle, right? That's why they try to just compensate for that by getting a strong side XP laner in the Grok, and also trying to get that mid lane pressure with the Lilia. The thing is, I have a big question. Like, there's a doubt right now in my head for RSG-SG. Statistically, when they get the first pick, they've only been able to get 1 out of 3 of their first pick games. Wins, all right? Most of their wins have come from the second pick, from them being the second pick. But in this series, they've opted to go for the first pick 3 games in a row. So, I don't know, at this point, Falcon, they're just punishing them on the fact that they can pick more heroes on the second time around.
Agreed. I definitely agree as well. And I feel like adaptations needs to be made right here, right now. Considering that they've pretty much solidified their Grok, it's still not over yet. Grok, you can still play it on XP lane, but I feel like a lot of teams has adapted by playing. I think this was prior patch to this as well, where, you are going to be going for the invades. We had Franco, we had Tigreal, we had Jawhead, yada, yada, yada. Oftentimes, they do tend to go lean back towards the Enchanter style supports. We do see this a lot coming from Blacklist. We do see this a lot coming from Philippines as well. But RSG-SG, they can opt to go for it if they decide to go for it.
Man, with the Dairoth being banned away from the side of Falcon here, we are going to see if RSG-SG will be picking up on that and is going to ban that Esmeralda. So this is either a bait or a really good read-in from RSG Singapore, as Falcon here now has the first pick. They do still have the ability to pick up someone like the Uranus, who now is not going to be able to be countered, especially that the Dairoth has been taken away.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And as of yet, I feel like Angela is pretty good composition for RSG-SG if they want to go
Falcon
for
as well.
Angeling composition. But for Falcon, it's the same. The Karina Angela is pretty good, but you are going to lose a lot of frontal soaking damage in terms of tank composition. Seems like they are going to adapt by going for the Masha as of yet.
You know what's interesting? Falcon, they're kind of predicting, they're trying to read that the Grok isn't going to be played in that XP lane with the two last bans in their final, the final two bans here, Paquito and Dairoth, right? So they're trying to either force the Grok onto the XP or just they're trying to predict that this Grok is going to go to the roam position. Now, if that's the case, it's going to be tough for RSG to pick up an XP laner. They banned out a lot of these options themselves as the Tamas and Esmeralda. Masha was picked up by Falcon. They can go for the Uranus if they do want to opt this Grok over to the roamer position. But personally for me, I just like Grok in the XP. I think you just pick up a roamer. There you go. Selena coming through. Fight fire with fire. You go for early game aggression. RSG will try to do the same thing with the carry now picked up. Falcon, Beatrix. You're predicting Beatrix here.
Beatrix.
I agree. It just fits.
I feel like Beatrix isn't too bad. Popo and Koopa is also not that bad as well, especially when Selena tries to go for the Wamo combo. The traps always disrupt certain compositions. But yeah, Beatrix is definitely a better chance when it comes to one-shot potential. Ling wouldn't be able to stand a chance unless he gets the initial pick. But as of yet, I'm a little bit worried from this invade. This might be a rolling Masha coming from Falcon, but they are going to go for Bruno on for Silent.
Bruh. I was just talking about this backstage. We were talking about Bruno, right?
Yeah.
I want to do it so
With
bad, man.
Gideon?
I want to do it so bad.
First item power spikes, looking for the,
Bro.
engagements.
Bruno is a football player, correct?
Yep.
See, there you go, man. Bruno! First Bruno of MSC 2022. We haven't seen this hero for such a long time. And I actually discussed with the other casters, with you guys as well, backstage. This is a C tier or a B tier hero currently in the patch, right? Not very efficient, but if he gets the snowball, if he gets that early game pressure, oh man, one of the best marksmen to snowball into that mid game with the power that he has.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like they would stand a chance. As long as Natalia comes in from the first side of Falcon Esports is going to be able to open the map, it is going to be good. But without further ado, this is going to be the decider match, whether or not RSG-SG goes home or will they continue the full 5-game series. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Game 3 between RSG-SG and Falcon Esports.
Sorry, I was making noises earlier because I was thinking about it, right? Bruno seems to be a very vulnerable hero. And the fact is, RSG, they have two really high aggressive and as well as pick up potential coming in from that Ling as well as a Selena. I don't know how far this Bruno can scale because that is one of the requirements that we need for Bruno. We need Bruno to be able to snowball from that early game. But of course, we will see how it comes down to execution from both.
I think laning-wise, he's actually going to win in this matchup. Frey goes in for a very risky play, loses out in the Retribution battle, but he does not pop his own Retribution. Naomi jumping onto 505 with the help of Justin, trying to get that early pressure on, winning in this mid side. But again, Falcon not really going to be able to do that, as that's going to be Abyssal Arrow connecting. They might go for first blood, and there it is. RSG, they turn the tides here in Game 3.
Oh, this is good adaptations coming from Game 1 and Game number 2. They realize how annoying Nairobi can be. The Selena traps has been preset in advance to make sure to keep tabs on where Naomi is constantly going to be in as well. I think off-screen we had this discussion as well that RSG has the tendency to phase check and bushes that may cost them the fights, and this is actually helping them a little bit more instead by using those traps in comparison.
Man, yeah, I didn't realize that. So even if Natalia wants to go into a bush, there is a huge chance that RSG-SG might sniff that out. So that is a huge, and I mean huge adaptation coming in from RSG-SG. So we're going to see, right? Because now the problem is, even if they do have some potential with the Natalia, unfortunately, they have a lack of CC in their composition. So if RSG-SG, they want to go in aggressive, there is no way for the side of Falcon to be able to hinder that.
Yeah, and I feel like it's just a really good, plan for the side of RSG. In the first 2 games, they were never on the initiative. They were always the reactive team here. But finally, with this early game composition that they have gotten themselves, I think they can look for the early turtles and maybe perhaps pick up a few kills in the process. Now Falcon going in, wild charge in, and look at that! It's gonna be Ken Steele finding the turtle with the retribution, gets out as well. Oh no, RSG, they played that so well, but the retry was just not on point. Bray, again, not using it.
Yeah, that was so risky. The 50-50 coin flip in the hands of Falcon. And seems like it's not going to be over yet because Naomi, he finally finds the annoying trap setter. And that's going to be 505 taken down. And that is exactly what he wants to do towards RSG-SG again.
Man, the way that Falcon is playing is just so huge.
Oh, no,
Baby
again.
Cakes is the next victim here in Naomi's path.
At this point, right, it's getting really frustrating if you're RSG-SG. You're playing the right, you're moving in the map correctly. You're going to the turtle, you're fighting for it, you have that initial setup, but it's just so annoying. Look at this, Ken jumping in, Tempest of Blades for the side of Bray.
No, Bray
tries to go for more blades, but he gets taken down. Ken knows exactly where he was gonna go. Naomi playing in the bottom side, trying to zone Baby Cakes away. He jumps in with the smoke as well. Silence here to duel the damage. Baby Cakes forced to just stay under the turret. Abyssal arrow connecting, stunning him up, but Silence picks up the kill onto the turret. Baby Cakes, he's so close. He gets it in time. Oh, recall.
3 words.
What?
Synergy, synergy, synergy. There was a moment in that bottom side that RSG-SG could have punished that aggressive type of situation coming in from Falcon, but the way that they were able to adapt to that, the way that Silent actually went through the tower to be able to back that up, it was huge and denied that possibility away from RSG.
Well, that's the annoying part about playing a Natalia, right? Look at how he's positioned himself with the rapid shoots as well. He's constantly across the map, and even if they force a fight, you do not have spells enough to take him down, he will be able to buy so much time with those smoke screens.
Yeah, it's just getting really annoying if you're RSG-SG, right? You're already Baby Cakes, he's forced to play this weak side of the map because he's matched up against someone, a lane bully like Bruno. And the thing is, RSG, they keep on trying to play with that weak side. Falcon just punishes them every single time. These are the mistakes that we've been seeing in Game 1, Game 2, and currently Game number 3. RSG, they need to start looking for trades. They need to stall the game a little bit longer for the carry to hit those item power spikes, because if they keep on fighting like this, it's going to be bad. Falcon now on the movement for the turtle here as RSG look to go for the Abyssal Arrow, not connecting. Diablo bringing it forward, resetting it as Naomi goes for the flanks, jumps onto Miku. The silence is there. He picks up a kill with a smoke screen as well. He's able to buy so much time, dashes out, and again, it's Falcon getting the kills.
Oh, this is so smart of Naomi, but it's not over yet because RSG, they're scrambling. They need to make a run for it, but Ken goes in for the assassination. The arrow comes in, connects the dot. The Tempest Blitz will chain in his way. Naomi will eventually fall, and RSG finally finds a hope to come back. But eventually, Ken is just so far ahead on this Karina that he is just doing so much more.
I think we were talking about when is going to be the moment, but oh my god, here, Baby Cakes is caught in a weird situation.
Yeah, still 2 HP bars. Baby Cakes gets away, but yeah, what were you saying, Eterna?
Yeah, we were talking about like, okay, so we've seen Naomi shine, we've seen Silent shine, we've seen Justin shine. When is Ken going to shine? Game number 3, baby.
I thought you were gonna jinx it there. I thought it was gonna cast her
Nah,
curse,
come on.
right? Like, you were
it
like,
doesn't work if you're sitting in this seat.
Oh, so it's only the
It's
middle.
only that seat.
It's only the left seat. Yeah. Okay, but 505, he just got caught out there again. We expected 505 to put a lot of Abyssal Arrows, control the map with the vision, but Naomi just so on point with the movement. Again, awkward movement, but it works.
Yo, it's not over yet because as of now, they are going to be looking at other engagements. And Naomi, he's going to be focusing on Miku, me, and he realizes that the only person that can kill him is the mage. And if he takes him out of the equation, none of the physical class can do anything. But now, Baby Cake's gonna get caught up under the turret with Yellow Flash. And that's gonna be RSG losing members after members. And it's not even over because Falcon Esports, they continue to chase for more. Bray needs to back out of it. They lose their objectives, and just like that, they lose so much map control.
I'm sorry, but this is so difficult to watch. Game number 1 was dominant, game number 2 was dominant, but this is a slaughter. I mean, look at Naomi go once again. Can take another pick up off the board. What is RSG-SG supposed to do? This is the same question I asked backstage. How are you supposed to counter such a heavy, aggressive pick-off style like Falcon is trying to pull off?
I mean, at this point, you just want to try to stall Mian, but it's not working out. Falcon. I don't know, 6 minutes in, 7,000
Yo.
gold lead, 8,000 gold lead. So they're just breaking their own record.
Yo, look at this. 6 minutes into the game, Naomi's 23,000 damage as a roamer compared to your marksman, compared to your mages. This is just him playing a master class performance as a roamer here on stage over MSC 2022.
And he doesn't even need gold. Look at that, 4,000 gold. Justin somehow 4,400, a little bit lower, but you know, Naomi's been getting a lot of these kills. Again though, 7.6k in 7 minutes. It feels like RSG-SG, they're just in scrambles right now. With their composition, again, it was meant to kind of nullify that early game presence that Falcon has with that Natalia.
Oh no,
Bray now
Bray.
getting dove on,
Bray.
that's the silence, he's gone. Naomi, just so on point, the movements, but RSG, they're just in these positions that are so vulnerable for Falcon to punish.
Baby Cakes, deja vu again to game number 2. As you can see, he was on the bottom of the charts once again, so he's not having a great time in that gold position. And Falcon is doing all that they can to punish them. And look at this, they're just getting asphyxiated into their own base. The jungle goes and falls into the hands of Falcon as there is no remorse from Falcon whatsoever.
Oh, this is going to be a difficult one for RSG to actually make a comeback. Currently, they need to find a way to make space for Baby Cakes to scale into his game because he is going to be the ones that hit the hardest. And now, this is going to be the arrow coming in. The opportunity presents, but still too tanky to actually overcome.
Yeah, and oh my, Naomi almost just getting that solo kill. 505 in desperation goes in for the flame shot. He actually hits silent on that one. And did he hit that missile arrow? Now Justin jumps in with the Yin overturn, gets out with 1 HP, but Baby Cakes punishes him for it. Shutdown picked up. Baby Cakes looking for the double kills. Yellow Flash joins in the team fight, looking for Baby Cakes. He goes in, but he misses his ability. And Bray now looking to re-engage once again. Naomi onto the back lines. It's a 2v3, and somehow they're able to withstand it. It's a 3-for-3 trade. What looked like RSG's beautiful start to the play has now turned on his head. Naomi with the triple, Ken going in, and Miku has nowhere to go. He pops the black shoes, tries to deal the damage. It's Naomi!
One more
oh no, almost a maniac for Naomi. Unfortunately, Miku just survives with 1 HP there. But man, how is it equal?
Naomi is relentless.
Nah, he's a carry. He's not a roamer. Let's swap out the roles real quick.
Yeah, let's put silent on the back home, you know. It's just keep quiet at
just
home.
farming.
I'll just do everything I want.
I mean, to be fair, they do swap their roles a lot, right? Justin and Naomi.
Yeah, Justin and Naomi, not silent, right?
Yeah.
He's been pretty silent this series, which is surprising.
0-1 and 1, and you can't exactly blame him. He's just been doing objectives across the map. He's getting his necessary farm, but the one that's making this place is Naomi. 3 games in a row, both with Franco. Now again with Natalia. 9-1-4 on Roma, 9 minutes in the game. That's a kill per minute as of yet.
I love how it's like Silent is underperforming, but it's not RSG's fault, it's Falcon's fault. It's just like everyone else is popping off right now. 6,000 gold lead, so RSG were able to kind of just put that gold lead down, stabilize it a little bit, but at this point, map control is non-existent for RSG. What they needed was the traps to be put onto the enemy jungle, but in this position with no turrets left, apart from their base, it's just so hard to do that.
7,000 gold lead. I mean, we were talking about Bray using the sling, right? Look for plan B, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. But every time they go in for that initiative play onto the turret coming in from Falcon, it just seems like Falcon is always there to be able to read that out.
Wait a minute, Bray goes in aggressively there with the Abyssal Arrow. Bray still trying to look for something. Yellow Flash just takes half of his HP away. Baby Cakes gets bursted down. Both of the carries are low. Falcon picks up another turret for free. The Lord hasn't even, you know, he's still so far away, man. Look at him. At this, oh man.
I definitely agree. It's just so far away. And on top of it all, you can see the hesitations coming from RSG. They're just having this phobia that Naomi is everywhere going to come in, whereas Naomi is not even there. He's looking to actually punish Bray in case he goes for the crossbar plays. And you can see Falcon is just one step ahead. But now, with the Lord knocking in,
there you go. Yellow Flash once again just doesn't care the front line. He just goes into the back lines. He zones everyone the way. The Lord comes marching down the wall. Was able to disrupt it for a second as Yellow Flash runs away with 1 HP. They pick off 1 turret there. Abyssal Arrow connecting. But look at Ken. Again, they're positioning so on point. Even though sometimes it does look awkward, it works.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is just so very difficult to watch. RSG-SG, they need a really, really good pickoff. And currently, the biggest kill has got to be Naomi. If they take Naomi down as well as Silent, that's going to build out their economy. And as of yet, based on the items here, that's just so much more than Baby Cakes needs. He even forced for a defensive item for this play, and this is not helpful for her at all. But if he manages to stall this into play, everyone from Side Falcon is going to be shredded by this carry play.
We'll see what happens here right now, as it is going to be Falcon as well as RSG just doing the dance. It does seem like Falcon, they want to go for an invade, but I do agree with you. When it comes down to the late game, I do feel like this carry is going to be able to shred. They need to just find a really good momentum play, especially that Diablo is on the Grok. Look for a really good wild charge, and that could definitely be a momentum that can be created by RSG. Now, the problem is, Falcon, if you notice, they rotate in a way that they never clump up to one another. So they don't want to give that opportunity to the side of RSG.
Pay attention to the map right now. Pay attention to Naomi's position. He's always on the defensive side of Falcon, and the reason being this switch up is because now we're entering to the mid to late stage of the game where we kind of expect a little bit more from Brave for crossfire plays, and you can see that Falcon is one step ahead, always anticipating that this might actually happen. Even though Brave is not doing it, they're already prepared for it.
Yeah, it's just really tough if you're RSG, right? Your game plan, your win conditions all just shut down completely. They try to look for a desperate pickoff here. It might work out. That is going to be Yellow Flash caught in the bad situation. The sprint will prevail, though. And here it is. Falcon with the re-engage going in. Ken diving onto 3 people. He doesn't even care. The damage isn't enough to punish him. And again, RSG, they made a good play. They tried to find one. It just Yellow Flash is 2 ahead for this one.
10,000 gold lead for the side of Falcon here in the 13th minute. The dominance just keeps on scaling. As you can see here, Falcon already have their eyes on that next neutral objective, and it is going to be that enhanced Lord.
Oh, this is going to be very, very risky to actually contest this as well. But we did see the Demon Hunter pickup coming in from Baby Kicks, and before that, you can start to see signs of life of this carry starting to hit a little bit more. Yeah. But if RSG-SG manage to hold on for another 10 more minutes, this is where we start to see the potential comeback coming from RSG-SG, but still, the chances are still very, very slim.
Do you think that in the late game, RSG-SG has the better composition?
Well, I don't think better, but I think they have a better chance to
odds.
win. Better odds, definitely
than
right. Than now, yeah. This is 11,000 gold lead to the hands of Falcon. No map pressure whatsoever, so I agree. 10 more minutes, if they're able to actually withstand this one, it's going to be good for them. Now, Falcon looking for the siege. Bottom side just completely neglected here for the side of Falcon. They're just using that to buy some distraction. Here, in the top side, they're able to siege down the turret. Mid lane, the only base turret left standing, and they're looking for it. They're trying to just end the game as fast as possible. Diablo, very nice wall there to just disrupt the minion waves from hitting the turret. Is it? But no, the burst from Justin, he just wipes Diablo off the map just like that with one yin-yang overturn, and it seems like RSG, again, with that one member down, can they defend?
That was just so unfortunate coming from Diablo, considering that Justin, he just got his Divine Glaive 5 seconds before that fight actually break down, and the damage burst came in and just completely shredded him and caught him off guard. That is just so unlucky, but hopefully it's not over yet. It's still only a frontline tank. They still got Ray, they still got the carry, but now looks like the engagement comes in.
That's the damage coming in, but Yin Yang overturn zones all of them away. Justin managing to do that as Falcon now just go at it. 2 members down. RSG-SG, they're not going to be able to defend this one, and that's going to be Naomi jumping to the backside, but look at the pistol arrow perfectly onto Silent. Ken's running for the hills, the wall again from Diablo. Just the game changer here as Baby Cakes picks up a kill, and there you go. That's the defense we wanted from RSG.
RSG-SG still staying in the game here in minute number 15 with a really good defense. They are going to be trading Brave for that though, but it is still worth it on all accounts. The thing is, we can see here in the 15th minute that Falcon is getting a little bit angsty to try and end the game as fast as they can. And when they do that, those are going to be mistakes that can be capitalized by the side of RSG-SG. As now we're going to take a look at the replay here presented to you by TikTok in a few seconds.
Yeah, pay attention to Baby Cake's positioning, right? Everyone from the side of Falcon Esports, they were focusing on trying to dive him on, but as soon as he comes up online, look at how much damage he's dishing out, and slowly but surely, they were immediately shredded. But eventually, because of this misstays and this overaggression being made by them, they were able to capitalize on his economy, and now he's level 15. He's going to be able to do a little bit more compared to what 5 minutes ago of what's happening.
In addition to that, Miku has also opted to go for full damage with that Holy Crystal. So you can start to feel it really burst down the members coming in from Falcon if they want to go in, especially with the AoE burst potential that it has. But wait a minute, Bray here.
No, Bray again. Oh, he gets picked off, and we're seeing the same same mistake that RSG made against Orange Esports. When they get the slight edge, just one team fight on the base, they overextend and they give the opportunity back to their opponents to punish them in the side lanes. And that's exactly what happened. Ray, way too overextended, and that will cost them a lot. Two members there taken down, and it was the jungler. Three enhanced lord.
I really feel bad for RSG-SG just for sitting right here. As soon as I talk about baby kicks, after replay, immediately gets taken out. And it's like, oh,
so you're right, the caster curse.
I told you.
You hate to see it, man.
You hate to see it. Well, maybe you can say Falcon wins, and then we can actually test if the caster curse is real. You want to test it, buddy?
No, next game's Todak, man, no.
All right, well, 10,000 gold lead with the enhanced lord now marching down to mid lane. RSG-SG. At this point, do they just need to just force a desperate fight, try to go for the 5v5, or do they circle around the base?
Well, anything can happen at this stage of the game because as of now, with the Lord knocking in, there's not much of a choice to actually do. They have to full defend. They have to guard his barriers to actually block it off. So that's going to be the play to go. But it seems like Ray is going to try to set things up for Falcon.
Yeah, types of plays there are going to be popped defensively, but it is going to be Justin looking for the kill. Naomi going to get taken low. He actually gets out of the smoke screen. But Ray, in the back lines, he's still able to buy so much time as Silent goes in for the play. He dies in the end by Diablo, and a double kill will be picked up by Diablo, but it is all for naught. Falcon have just taken a sweep against the Singaporean champions. This is remarkable. Myanmar are back.
The Myanmar are back with a 3-0 dominance showing. The Apex Predators have ascended. Now the eyes are all on you.
Oh my goodness, what a dominant performance. We've talked about stats, and guess what? They're here to demonstrate that they are the best of the best. It's not over yet as they continue their journey through the lower brackets. However, it's sad to say goodbye to RSG-SG.
Good try. Good try.
It's crazy. The second day of playoffs and an MPL champion gets knocked out. What do you have to say? I'm going to be honest,
MSC,
man.
bro.
I didn't predict Falcon to be strong. I'm getting... Wow, man.
we want a dark horse story. We want an underdog story.
I love it,
and we get it. Yeah. We get it. Very convincing 3-0 right here, right now. It's just amazing performance, and I'm looking forward to see coming from them. But as of that, congratulations to Falcon Esports because their journey continues forward towards MSC 2022.
But of course, thank you as well for RSG, all Singaporean fans. Your team has done their best for sure. You can see them doing and being supportive to one another on stage here. But once again, it was going to be Falcon coming out on top.
Very, very well played from both sides. But again, Falcon Esports, they deserve the applause here as they walk back to the dressing room. What a performance. Again, just every performance keeps mind-blowing me. But Mara, take it away for the interview.
My goodness, that was such a statement game by Falcon Esports. They really wanted to prove themselves. Naomi, congratulations! And I'm gonna need the help of translator Zal. Oh my goodness, we were so amazed. Did you expect coming before today that you were going to sweep your opponent? Are you even sweating? Are you even sweating at all?
No. ဂုဏ်ယူပါတယ်တဲ့ဆိုတော့ဒီနေ့လာတဲ့ခါမှာလုံးဝမမျှော်လင့်ထားဘူးပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့လာတဲ့ခါမှာလည်းအပြတ်တက်နိုင်သွားဆိုတော့နောင်မီချွေးရောထွက်နေလားအခုချိန် No sweating at all.
No sweating at all, and they didn't expect to be having it a sweep.
ဆိုတော့အခုလိုအနိုင်ရမယ်လို့မျှော်လင့်ထားသေးလားအပြတ်တက်နိုင်မလား
Yes, they expected.
Oh, so confident. They came in here, yeah, we're gonna sweep our opponent. Now, we wanna know, because in the group stages, you were a little bit different, and now it seems like you were 100 times more prepared. What happened during the break? Did you guys have a talk? Because you guys changed.
ဆိုတော့အုပ်စုအဖွဲ့တို့မှာအုပ်စုအဖွဲ့နဲ့အခုဆိုလို့ရှိရင်အရင်ကွဲပြားသွားတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဆိုတော့ဒီနေ့လာတဲ့ခါမှာလည်းတော်တော်လေးကိုပြင်ဆင်ထားတဲ့ပုံရတယ်100%ထက်တောင်ပို့ပြီးတော့မှပြင်ဆင်လာတဲ့ပုံပေါက်တယ်ဆိုတော့ဒီကြားထဲမှာဘယ်လိုလေးပြင်ဆင်ကြလဲအဖွဲ့သားချင်းနဲ့စကားပြောတာတွေပါတယ်ရှိလားဒီမှာလည်းပြောလို့ရ
ကျွန်တော်အများကြီးတော့မပြင်ဆင်တာပါဘူးကျွန်တော် group stage က RSG page ပွဲပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့ mindset အဓိက mindset ကိုပြုပြင်တယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီစင်ပေါ်မှာရှိရဲ့ပျော်ပဲဆော့ရအဓိက mindset ပေါ့ဒီ mindset ကြီးဘာမှမဖြစ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကဘယ်တင်းလာအကုန်တီးလို့ရလို့ကိုယ်ယုံကြည်ရတဲ့ဒီ mindset ပဲပြုပြင်ဖို့ရှိပါ
We didn't prepare much but after we finished with RSG-PH. Yesterday, after we finished that match, we prepare our mindset because we believe that that's the most important thing to play the game. So we change our mindset, we prepare ourselves, and then that's how we play the game today.
Speaking of that, what was the lesson learned after your previous game, after your previous match? You came here because you seemed like, yes, it's a totally different mindset. What did you learn about your team that you had to change today?
ပြန်ပွဲပြန်ပြီးတဲ့နောက်ပိုင်းမှာဘယ်လိုတွေပြန်ပြီးပြင်ဆင်လဲပေါ့နော်ကိုကိုဘယ်လိုပြုပြင်လဲပြင်ဆင်လဲတစ်ဖွဲ့လုံးသားအနေနဲ့ဘယ်လိုတွေလုပ်ခဲ့လဲပေါ့နော်
အဲ့လည်းဒီဟာပဲအဲ့ဒီကျွန်တော်တို့ mindset ကိုကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီကပြုပြင်တယ်ဒီစင်ပေါ်မှာကျွန်တော်တို့တစ်ဖက်တင်းကိုကြောက်နေရတဲ့ဆိုင်တော်ပဲဆော့ရှင်အဲ့တော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ mindset ကြီးကိုဒီကပြုပြင်
So the mindset we change is instead of being scared of the other opponent, we relax and enjoy the game. So that's what we did today.
Wow. That is such a statement. Now, I have to say, your Franco was so amazing. You did a lot of genius plays that were on point, the hooks. A lot of people from Myanmar actually in the live audience. I'm not sure if you saw that, but they were really loud and cheering for you. What do you have to say to everybody who came all the way here to watch you guys play? What's your message to them?
So Franco ဆိုတာအရင်ကောင်းတယ်ပေါ့နော်ဒီနေ့လဲကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီပွဲမှာမြန်မာပြည်သက်တွေအများကြီးလာကြည့်ကြတယ်။ Naomi နဲ့လာကြည့်ကြတဲ့မြန်မာပြည်သက်တွေကိုလက်ဆောင်စကားပြောခြင်းလဲဘာစကားပါခြင်းလဲ
ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီလာပေးတဲ့လူအကုန်လုံးအများကြီးလည်းကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကိုကြီးရှုပြီးတော့အားပေးနေတဲ့လူအကုန်လုံးပြောချင်တာတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အများကြီးစောင့်ကြည့်ပေးပါအောင်ကျွန်တော်တို့လုပ်ပြကြရအများကြီးရှိပါသေးတယ်အဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့အားပေးပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့နောက်ထပ်ပွဲတွေကိုလူမျိုးအကောင်းဆုံးထပ်ဆော့မယ်ဆိုတော့ကြည့်ပေးကြပါဦး
So the message I want to give to our fans is thank you very much for coming today and then keep supporting us and keep watching us. There are a lot of strategy and tactics that we're going to show in the next game. So please come next game and support us.
Thank you so much. And the fact that you're saying that there's a lot of strategy. After what you showed today, you guys are so scary. Congratulations and good luck on the next round.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Did you see that sweep? That was such a statement series. And now to break things down for us, we're going to head on over to Gideon and LaFell.
Thanks, Mara. Welcome back, everybody, to The Post. LaFell,
Yeah.
I mean...
Here's the thing, right? First of all, that was not fair. Naomi is too good. But the other thing is, based on their interview, a lot of people still underestimate the mentality of actually enjoying your game, enjoying the play. Because when you are in the right mindset, you're super strong, man.
It's crazy. I mean, the fact is, Myanmar is the epitome of the playstyle of science plus violence. They're hyper-aggressive, but not simply just throwing out everywhere. There is purpose. There is ways to go. And with the composition that they have, Falcon had a very clear idea of how to go around and also a very clear idea of the capabilities in terms of hero pool from RSG.
Right now, actually, I want to look at the lineup a little bit more compared to the items because looking at from the side of RSG, they had a hard time even throughout all the stages of the game. But I want to talk about specifically on the lane matchup because Baby Kicks over here using Carry. Carry is very strong, but the thing about Carry is the very, very short range. And the thing is, based on Falcon's lineup, Bruno outranging the Carry by a lot. And Naomi on this Natalia can appear any part of the map, making it so that for the side of RSG, they can't even move forward to actually get any type of farm. Baby Cakes, even though earlier stages in the game, right now he sold it, but he did have the still leg play. So even with that extra 45 armor, cannot deal with Natalia from Naomi. Like, I feel like RSG, even if they can't play the lanes, it's not fair.
It really is. And I mean, even in the drafting phase, when RSG was targeting Naomi, hey, we're going to get rid of your Johnson. We're going to get rid of your Franco. It does open up a lot of different options for them. They picked up Selena, but as soon as they were looking for Selena and had shown the Ling, that's when Falcon Esports had the one-stop shop answer in Natalia. And Naomi, he made it work.
Let's look at Naomi's damage numbers because I wouldn't be surprised if he has the highest damage of his team. And yes, 64,000. And here's the thing, Gideon. It's not that the rest of the side of Falcon is not doing anything, but look at Naomi. He goes into the jungle of RSG-SG and they want to farm. they really do want to farm, but whenever they go in front, they immediately die. It's like Bray. Bray could not do anything in this game. 32,000 damage, the lowest damage in his team.
Yeah, and actually the second when it comes down to damage taken, that's how much damage he was absorbing from Naomi alone. But let's talk about this particular interaction that we saw from the Kagura and as well as the Natalia. What was this setup that kept catching RSG off?
During the highlight, everyone has to look at where the Seimei umbrella is positioned, because every single time RSG-SG is there positioned for a fight, we can see that Justin already preemptively put his Seimei umbrella, making it so it's a difficult situation. If you avoid the Seimei umbrella, you're actually getting closer to Naomi. So pick your poison. Do you want to get killed by the Natalia, or do you want to get killed by Justin? But right now, let's look at the MVP of the game. And I feel like there's no contest here. It's going over to Naomi on the Natalia.
Yep, absolutely, with no doubt about it. Look at that KDA. How can you deny a 14-1 and 6-man on a Natalia? He snowballed this game from beginning to end and never stopped.
Here's the thing, looking at the KDA, the most surprising thing for me is the one death, because we have a lot of Natalias performing very, very well. However, they will die like, what, 3 times, 4 times at least, but he died only once. He doesn't get punished.
I mean, Bray, he worked hard for that one kill, okay? He worked hard to get it into him, and mainly because of the amount of harassment that, again, Naomi was putting on top, but I think it's fair that he's not going to come out with a perfect KD, especially since Natalia doesn't have the highest base health.
Here's the, dude, it just becomes a situation where this is why the Natalia looks really good. When you're able to snowball, it's a composition where it really depends on your mechanical skill. If Naomi could not play that well, it will not look good at all.
That's true. Let's jump on into the highlights in case you missed out. This series is a banger from beginning to end for the Myanmar fans and especially for Falcon Esports.
Yeah, and again, looking at how everyone moved, Naomi basically controlled the entire map. For the side of RSG-SG, it becomes difficult because even our casters, they were saying like, they just gotta stall. But how can you stall? Because if you stall, what you want to farm more. You want to get all of your items, you want your 6-item power spike. But Naomi prevents that. We can see a little bit of shine here, RSG, making sure that they can get the kills, but Falcon is like, oh, right, we're not gonna do that one again.
Yeah, truth be told, it shows that Falcon still is human. They're not robots. They do overheat. And when they do overheat, they get punished for it, but they make up at the end of the day. With such an astounding lead by the 17th minute, the next Lord was all they need. The final nail in the coffin.
Looking at the game, I feel like every other team that will be facing up against Falcon, they have to be careful of the mid duo, both Justin as well as Naomi. Because as we talked about, I'm not so sure if people actually caught it in the highlights, where whenever there's a fight, especially when the Link tried to run away with the Tempest of Blade, once he rises up, the Seimei umbrella is already positioned at one of the sword. And Naomi is prepared for the other sword. So there's a 50-50% chance. You want to avoid Naomi, you're going to get Justin. You're avoiding Justin, you're going to get hit by Naomi. That kind of synergy, that kind of level of coordination is dangerous.
Yeah, and all they're saying is, we're just having fun. Our biggest enemies are ourselves. Don't be afraid of anybody else. It's the right mentality, but add some science and violence into that mix, and you have a team that's going places.
Either way, we still gotta say, RSG Singapore, they performed so well. However, that's it for their journey. But again, this is spirit of competition.
Yep.
The best move on, while the rest, they just have to watch from the side lanes. Now, I kind of want to touch on the game that's coming up next, because
oh boy,
that is a team that they revel in this mindset of enjoying themselves as well.
A little too much, some may argue, but once again, final thoughts to RSG-SG, our hearts and minds goes to you guys. But the competition must move on. For the top 1%, the best of the best will be decided on this day. Oh boy, I don't know what to think about this upcoming game, because again, this is home turf for Todak when they go up against RRQ. And even then, the odds are stacked against them. RRQ has knocked Todak down into the lower brackets before during M3. It could be a repeat of history, or they could change the tides.
For me,
hard to say.
Yeah, I like the tight spun, because Swordfish, pretty good. Now, the fact is, once we pass it over for the next game, the thing that I really want to see is just because the difference of style. RRQ so far throughout MSC, specifically MSC, they've been playing so patiently. they've tried to play minimizing the mistakes. And for the side of Toda, they really don't mind doing mistakes.
Yeah, no, that's the best part. Like, there's so much that has changed about RRQ in particular. They were playing hyper-aggressive at M3. Now, it's a completely different time. But just in case you don't know, it is time, baby! When we come back from this break, the most awaited match comes up. Todak versus RRQ Hoshi. We'll see you in a bit.
To talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bobby Force, they won't bring us
payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. The heart my world monster kill.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in crimson eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood, fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. My world is your
the sky.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Let it
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world. The sky.
lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world. The sky. My world meets your
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017. Regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down.
payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. The heart, my world, monster kill.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea. Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. The hot world monster kill.
Saya lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our value.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year, Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record-high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea. With MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, there are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor, the next king of the sea? Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in constant eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry. Bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary.
driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings. Nothing will stop my world is the sky. The heart my world to
lahir di Palembang dan besar di Manado. Tidak seramai seperti Jakarta, tetapi saya cinta kota Manado. Serasa di rumah itu yang membuatnya istimewa.
Ang probinsya ko ay Naik, Cavite. Maliit lang na baryo na bandang dagat. Sobrang ganda. Natutunan ko ang halaga ng buhay. Atin to.
Untuk saya berasa tenang apabila saya berdoa dan tetap fokus pada kepercayaan saya.
Hindi naging madali ang buhay ko. Sobrang daming paghihirap at sagabal. Kaya gusto kong nasa taas, sa ibabaw, at natutunan ko na laging tumungo pataas.
Itu adalah bagian dari budaya bangsa kita. Tidak pernah berhenti untuk bekerja keras tanpa melewati batas. Tetap selalu berpijak dan melangkah.
Kahit maging sino ako.
Tak kira bila.
Akan selalu kuingat.
At tatandaan ko ang pinanggalingan ko.
Budaya bangsa kita.
Our values.
Kepercayaan kita.
Our hope.
Gagawin ko ang lahat para ipagtanggol.
Apapun untuk membuat negaraku bangga.
Galing sa pinanggalingan ko ang lakas ko.
Motivasiku.
Dan selamat datang.
It is time for us to talk about the MSC, the origin, and what it has become. Let's roll back to the very beginning. The Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup, or MSC, was established in 2017, regarded as one of the first official MLBB major tournaments hosted by Moontone. The first MSC was held in Jakarta, Indonesia, featuring a total of 8 teams. IDNS of Thailand took home the first ever MSC trophy. The MSC 2018 was refreshed with a brand new format and the participation of 2 more countries, Myanmar and Vietnam. Now featuring 10 teams, the crown was once again snatched away from the home country, Indonesia. Aether Main ended up sweeping the countrymen Digital Devils Pro 3-0. In the following year, MSC 2019 has shifted its host country to the Philippines. There are a total of 12 teams from 9 countries in Southeast Asia. And it was Onyx Esports that defeated fellow Indonesian representatives Lure Esports to claim the championship. Nonetheless, MSC continued on in the following year. Though it was fully online, the tournament achieved a record high concurrent viewer count for MSC. MSC 2021 saw another all-Filipino grand final between Blacklist International and Execration. And it was Execration that ascended to be the new king of the sea, with MSC 2022 returning to a live tournament setting in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. There are a lot of wonderful stories waiting to be written. For instance, can Smart Omega, who inherited the MSC 2021 champion roster, defend their title this year? While Onyx Esports and IDNS could increase their MSC trophy tally to 2. Will the home country curse continue in MSC 2022? Can the Philippines representatives claim the MSC title for the 3rd time? Or will there be a new victor? The next king of the sea. Let the new legends unfold. See you at MSC 2022 for the supremacy!
Payback time. Feel my pain. I am driven by revenge. Nothing will stop my justice. Let us spread our wings.
monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright across the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies.
The battle for supremacy continues, ladies and gentlemen, here at a sold-out crowd at MyTech. I want to hear you! MyTech, scream! There you go, man. We are hyped for this matchup. Todak versus RRQ Hoshi, two giants in MLBB. With you here on the desk, it is me, Mirko, with Icy Baby 1-2 and Scrubby Cheeks. But before that, MSC 2022 is powered to you by Moonton, supported by our lovely sponsors, TikTok Live, our official content partner, Secret Lab, our official gaming chair, Esports Chart, Esports Analytical partner, and our official media partners, EGG Network and MeWatch. How are you guys feeling right before this matchup?
Whoo-wee, I'm feeling super excited as well. The crowd is insane and we've got so many people supporting the home ground favorites. Todak coming into this matchup against RRQ, and I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. What about you, Scrubby Cheeks? What do you think?
Yes, it is the home ground, but don't count RRQ Hoshi out. They do have supporters here as well, and they are, after all, the kings of kings. So definitely have people supporting them, and you know this match is one to watch. They're both going to put up a super strong fight.
Well, currently, right, we've seen the group stages. We've seen the first day of the playoffs. And again, RRQ and Todak, they have faced insane odds here in the tournament. Yes, they are two of the biggest MLBB regions here, Malaysia and Indonesia, but they have dropped a few games. Before that, though, we need to talk about MSC. The MSC event pass right now is active. Are you eyeing the exclusive rewards, including Farsa's new skin, MSC exclusive emotes and graffiti, and past MSC skin? The Jawhead Space Explorer is available in stores, so complete the daily task, collect MSC coins, and all the rewards will be yours to obtain for free in the MSC 2022 event.
Exactly, and I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down with those potential Farsa skin. We haven't exactly seen it here in the main stage yet, so I'm looking forward to see how it goes down. But before that, this is the match to watch. I want to see what we think about this match in our predictions, because it's going to be up on screen. It seems to me it is going to be a split vote between both me and Lafel, supporting on Toda, and you guys RRQ. Come on, man. We've got the home ground buff.
Whoa,
man.
whoa, okay, calm it down
Man,
here. I have to
really?
be the objective one here, all right? While you guys battle it out. Yeah, okay, go ahead
Battle
first.
it out, yeah, you know Todak. 4 times Grand Finalist, 2 times MPL champion, every single international Malaysian representative. Come on, man.
How many did you win?
Silence.
Today.
Today. You know, but honestly, again, we got to talk about this.
Yeah, Lafel's supporting,
teams. Lafel's supporting.
Yeah.
I'm supporting both of the teams, to be honest, but I'm leaning towards RRQ, right? RRQ Hoshi, I got to be careful. I'm in Malaysia, man. You know, I might get beat up, but no, RRQ. What's up?
You know what?
I think you should be in the middle here, Scrubby.
Yeah,
you know?
this is the wrong seat.
You gotta stop us,
and then I'll be like, hold it.
Split the waves.
Yeah, exactly.
But, man, honestly, getting back to the game though, RRQ and Todak, this is going to be a good one, right? A lot of passionate fans in the crowd, back at home as well watching, and I want you guys all to channel that passion, not to hate, but to love, because again, this all for the supremacy, ladies and gentlemen. Back again into the game. Let's talk about the drafts though, because it's been really interesting here from Todak and from RRQ. We saw a very splitty kind of pick-off composition from RRQ yesterday, whereas Todak, they've just been going for crazy team fights.
Yeah, and that's the thing about unpredictability. But in case you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, this is none other than going to be Todak, representing from Malaysia, going up against the Indonesian Titans, the only Indonesian team left in MSC, RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of pressure on them, but here we're gonna look at Todak making their way out onto the stage right now. The players here from the Malaysian team.
Todak, I think it's time for you to just talk about your team, man.
Yo, come on. Malaysian representative for every single international event. They are here for a reason. The crowd is going crazy for them, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not can we take down the Titans themselves, because right now they're ready to party.
Yeah, definitely. Just look at that. They are so happy to be up on this stage right now, and the fans, whoa, cheering so loudly for them.
You can really hear the hometown buff, right? And this is what I love. Malaysia supporting their team. Todak, they're coming here to win, but on the other side as well, RRQ Hoshi back again with Skylar. This is their 100% win rate lineup. They haven't lost a match since MPL ID Season 9, and they're coming up with confidence. They're coming up with pure strength.
Yeah, just making their way up on stage now. You see leading the pack.
RRQ Hoshi.
Still some support, even though, yeah, we are in Malaysia, but there's still a lot of support coming in for RRQ Hoshi. I actually met a Malaysian outside that was wearing an RRQ jersey. How do you feel about that?
Well, it's okay. You can support your favorite teams. It's all about you supporting them. But as of yet, up on screen, RRQ looking to back themselves an international MSC trophy. Can they do it as of now? Because currently, they are in the upper brackets, one step away, heading in towards the grand finals. The upper bracket finals is where you want to be, especially here when there's a double elimination format. Everything is on the line. It is going to be a best-of-5 series. It's all about unpredictability and unexpected, but the crowds are cheering Todak. It's crazy right here.
I mean, the game hasn't even started yet and the crowd is going wild. But here we see the coaches making their way here onto the stage as well. Coach Phil of RRQ and Coach Ajim of Todak.
Yeah, the beauty about these two coaches, especially when two big teams up on the stage, is that they have so big of a hero pool. And in terms of strategy, they are so unpredictable. And I'm looking forward to see what are we going to be expecting as well. Depending on their drafts, it can turn the tides for the team. As you can see, the crowds are just going absolutely crazy.
The crowd, the chat as well, everyone is just all with positive vibes though. That's what I like to see, right? Both of the supporters just supporting their team and hoping to see good performances from both. But let's take a look at the official team lineup, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to be playing here today? It is first the hometown boys, Todak with Chiku, Yums, Moon, Momo, and Formaze.
Oh, this is going to be the team to be watching out for. Our hometown favorites. They have demonstrated that they have so much flexibility in their composition. And now with Chiku going back into some marksman, which he's known for M1, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down. But now, the Indonesian Titans, RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, here we go. The lineup is Skylar, Vin, Clay, Albert, and R7. This is the power lineup you want to see. You know they're going to make a stand here.
Absolutely, but now it's time to take a look at the team head-to-head. We mentioned these players, but Skylar coming in, not Lemon. Let's talk about the team head-to-head here, because a lot of the games that RRQ has played in MSC has been with Lemon.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and that's so hard to actually predict when it comes to RRQ. It was the same to be said for Todak during the MPL MY series as well, when they do have a lot of substitution. But based on the stats up above, you can see the difference in terms of stats, right? The Langa strategy does favor on Todak a little bit more. That's why you see so much damage output coming in from Todak as compared to RRQ, which is more objective-based.
So let's look at the game here, right? What do they need to do to get this victory? Here are the keys. Control mid lane at all costs. Formaze must win his lane, banning or contesting the Franco, and well, I guess throw bodies at objectives to use it at the stall time. I love this last one here.
Exactly. You know, in a game of chess, sometimes you gotta sacrifice your knight to actually obtain a position to actually secure the victory. So that's gonna be the case for them. However, the keys to victory for RRQ is gonna be prioritizing playmaking heroes for win, creating space for the goal lane, respect or ban 1-1, and also improving mid to late game transitions.
Yeah, again, RRQ Hoshi, looking at them here in MSC 2022, they aren't undefeated, right? They have dropped games here in the group stage and also yesterday up against EVO's SG. So there are some weaknesses that Todak can definitely exploit here in this series. The most, the mistakes that they make the most here is that mid to late game transition. How do they deal with it now? Is it because of their rotating roster, or perhaps is it just something that lies beneath RRQ?
Well, being flexibility is going to be the key here, but in contrast, well, we are going to be jumping straight into the drafts of game number 1 potentially with RRQ as well as Todak, because they are going to be setting up their opening picks very, very shortly for first game. And considering that it is a best-of-5 series, it's all about adaptation. It's all about morale. It's all about taking the first game for the momentum.
Yeah, and when you speak of morale, you know, you can tell it's really different, the expression on the players' faces here when you have a live audience. in front of you. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, these are not sound effects. These are real people cheering for their teams. We are here in the picks and bans phase. The drafting RRQ gonna ban out the 1-1. Here you go, as well as the Barats, a target pick here onto Todak.
I like it a lot. You know, RRQ, they've been doing their homework. Yesterday, Todak were insane. They were impeccable up against Omega, one of the tournament favorites as well, the defending MSC champions. They were using the Barats to such a high level of skill, right?
I definitely agree. Todak, they love going for the Langa strategy. They catch you off guard while you're playing those default plays. They catch you mid-rotation, which is something that RRQ is very lacking of. We did see Omega, a smart Omega, kind of take advantage of this situation by playing those Franco plays. However, speaking of Franco, it's completely let off. And RRQ, they might pick up the Franco for a win right from the get-go.
Yeah, we're gonna see what Albert picks up first. I mean, what RRQ picks up first. But when you say RRQ has done, it is going to be Vin Franco here. Man, the hype. But you mentioned that RRQ did their homework, and Todak has done the same, even though Xavier hasn't quite performed this season.
This is a classic Todak special. You know, arguably, RRQ, they've got a pretty decent win rate. It's almost close to 100% for Franco. But you must understand, Todak, they let you get your comfort picks, and then they find a way to break down your mental strength. And that's the classic Todak. And now, this opening pick with Franco, how will they deal with it? I'm looking for potentially a Diggy composition, but as of yet, let's talk about Yves. Yves is something that Moon is really, really good at. I'm not sure whether they're going to go for it, but it looks like it is going to be the Yves as well as the Baxia coming in from Todak to set up the tempo.
Yeah, I really like the picture coming in for the side of Todak. They pick up a frontliner and also that Yves. We saw this earlier on, RSG-SG up against Falcon. When the Yves was picked up after a Franco, it didn't really do too well. But this time around with a solid frontliner, RSG tried to do the same thing, didn't really work out because they fell too far behind in the early game. This time though, Todak, they're looking to maybe perhaps slow the tempo down. They don't want to go and fight with RRQ's tempo, with their rhythm, and they're trying to make their own. RRQ on the flip side, with the Franco pick, it seems like they're just going to go with solid early game aggression. We all know how dangerous Albert is in the early game with the Assassin. Julian will be the pickup for Albert and a signature pick for R7. It's the Esmeralda coming through in the first phase.
The thing about this Julian pick right now, you're not exactly sure, right? I mean, yes, they might also pull it into the jungle if they really wanted to. They could also pull it in the mid lane as well, even though they haven't quite done that. So, which do you think it's going to be?
Well, it's definitely going to be a jungle play from RRQ. You don't exactly want to change the tempo a little bit more, but we did see Chiku playing this Popo and Kuba strategy in yesterday's game, but only difference compared to yesterday was that they don't exactly have the Barats in this case. So I feel like they need a different approach, but it looks really, really solid. But my biggest picture right now is that if we were to base it off the previous game, which is Falcon Esports, I feel like it's a little bit different when it comes to the position to protect Eve, right? Lolita wasn't exactly the greatest of choice. They might be targeting on those Yume's heroes a little bit more coming from RRQ.
Yeah, and the thing is, when we're talking about Todak here, they picked up a Popo and Koopa that really did well yesterday up against Omega in their final game. RRQ, though, they're trying to reserve that slot for the last two picks. We all know how good Skylar is on those marksmen in the gold lane. If you give him time to shine, he will definitely just take it here. But what I am curious to see is where this Julian's gonna go. You brought down this topic a little bit just now, but I feel like this Julian has a high chance of just going to the jungle now, considering that they might just want to go and opt for a mage in that mid lane, getting more better wave clear, I suppose, going up against a Yves as well. It's just kind of tough when you have that Julian up against a mage that is ranged.
And I think they recognize that, exactly what you said, Todak, because they've chosen to ban out the Lilia as well. So it's most likely going to be something else that Clay is going to have. They've already taken out the Xavier, already taken out the Lilia as well. So limits the options for him here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it, I feel like Todak, they don't really care about whatever Clay actually plays, considering that it's more like they're drafting based on what suits their matchup, right? A Yves matchup against a Sicilian, against Farsa, against a Xavier is pretty 50-50 thing, but I'm a little bit surprised with this Estes pickup coming from RRQ.
Todak, though, this is interesting because they picked up a Popol and they just straight up ignored the Beatrix. I like this from them. They know that Popol has more kill pressure, has a better wave clear as well when it comes to that early phase of the game compared to a Beatrix. When they're up against RRQ, obviously that Beatrix stays lingering in your mind. Skylar, such a good player on that hero, but with a counter pick already picked up, it's going to be really good for them, and they just secure another solid frontliner here. The front to back from Todak is looking scary. RRQ, they're going to have to dissect this draft once again, rethink their strategy, and do they really want to pick up that Beatrix? Is this a bait?
Well, it could be here, but you know, Skylar on a Beatrix it feels like another monster altogether. So I don't know about that. But with this Thamus pick, is this going to change anything? R7 and Formaze, they are both extremely strong EXP laners. Yes, Thamus is a lane bully. Whoa, but right now they pick up the Claude as well as the Lancelot. So it's not going to be the Beatrix.
Wow, looks like you guys got what you wished for. This is going to be a mid Julian instead of a jungle Julian coming from RRQ. Great versatility coming from RRQ. However, Todak, they still have the versatility. I really doubt it, but it is going to be the Rafaela coming in. Yes, that is going to be a little bit more mobility and sustains to deal through the burst of RRQ. This might be the Todak special we're looking for. Are they going to be able to crash through? I'm looking forward to see it happen as of yet.
Teamfight comp for Todak and for RRQ. A little bit mixed here, but again, I feel like both of these drafts have solid win conditions. They can adapt, they have multiple plans, and they can just play through every single lane. It really just depends on the execution, how each of the members perform in their lanes, in the jungle. What about you though, Scrubby? You're the objective one, you know, RRQ or Todak.
I think the scary thing is that both these drafts are exactly to their playstyles. If they want to flex that early game aggression, they can do that as well, but they also take care of the later part of the game and the mid. So this is really scary, and we've seen each of these players been able to flex on every of these heroes, but right now we are jumping into the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1, Mytex erupt as we jump in. RRQ and Todak, they're going to be looking for the first game. Both very momentum-based teams, as both of these junglers will choose to go for the normal pathing. Purple buff first.
Yeah, I feel like based on this composition coming from RRQ and Todak, they do have very, very clear intentions, right? From RRQ, it's going to be Vin trying to slow down the jungle pressure, whereas Todak, they just want to stall out and outlast Albert, hopefully not allowing the Lancelot to get super crazy, because if that happens, RRQ, they're going to get whatever they want. But it seems like the first Little Wonder is going to be in the hands of RRQ.
Yeah, RRQ now taking the aggression. They're not really ahead, but at least they've got priority in terms of the river here. But they're not letting out Todak. Formaze here in a bit of trouble, forced to just back a little bit.
Yeah, both teams, again, they don't really want to go too aggressive in the early stage. Both of them really respect each other here, especially considering that RRQ, they have this Julian in the mid lane, right? You're always going to lose out on prio in the first few levels. It all really just depends on how you use that kill pressure properly. Todak, actually surprising that Eve is not really doing good there in the lane, but Vin gets a hook. Chiku gets hooked back, but Momo and Yums, perfect timing to come back and rotate to protect their gold laner. Todak survived. They get the gold buff as well.
Yeah, that's the beauty of having Todak's composition, right? Even you get the hook, it's not necessarily something you can deal with, considering that you can kind of counter it with the Koopa surprise, you get the heals, etc. But even if the hook comes in, look at this, they're just too tanky to finish him off, and that's the idea coming from Todak. They just want to stall for time, but look at this, Todak, they are going to try and force the issue, but nope, they do force out a big flicker off win, so we are not going to see that flicker hook anytime soon yet.
Albert puts on some damage onto Formaze here just in time as the first turtle of the game is spawning, and this gives him the advantage to start leashing the objective in the mid lane, though they are trying to rotate down to take this. They're going to contest it.
This is what we said, right? RRQ, they know that mid lane prio is not a priority for them. They go straight for the turtle right here. Goes in for the retribution. Albert does not miss these opportunities. R7 jumping to the back lines. Real world manipulation. Cancel away. Bloody Hunt as well, but Albert, he's going to just run away as Clay gets picked up. R7 versus 4 versus 3 there. He picks up 1, and it is a fair trade. RRQ get the objective.
Yeah, you can see the objectives coming in from both sides, right? They have clear indications of what they need to do. Win did a fantastic job just canceling a real motivation, but Todak, they understand that as long as we're trading 50-50s, it's okay, because eventually there's no perfect games, and it's really, really rare to get 100% win rate in most of these team fights. As long as trading 50-50s, into his later stage of the game, Todak is going to be able to outmatch RRQ in terms of sustains.
I think right now, yes, they can trade 50-50, but as RRQ and Todak, they slowly scale up. Can they really escape that one Franco hook? Though right now, they've been able to just walk away for free from it, but gradually, as you get your item spikes, especially on Skylar, that burst damage is going to just hunt you down.
The kill pressure, that's the main thing here. As we take a look at the items.
Yeah, and as of now, you can see the itemizations coming from Chiku in particular. He's building a little bit more Blade of Despair to choose for the fight. However, looks like there's going to be Langar coming in.
There you go, Momo jumps in with the shield unity. Chiku picks up the kill, and again, MyTech just erupts. Every single time we see Todak initiating on these fights, getting the kills, MyTech erupts, and this is a big buff for them, right? Again, Todak really likes it when the crowd are behind them. Top side going to be engaged on Skylar. Very, very dangerous position. Still gets out with a battle mirror image, and it is just both teams resetting once again, waiting for neutral objective.
This is the classic Todak that we usually see. They tentatively like to hit you where you least expect it, but it's very smart of Skylar on how he's taking all these trades. As soon as they see Todak down to his mid, going for a couple kill potential, he immediately tries to even up the scores. And based on this economy, you can see RQ, they're still leading by 500 in contrast to Todak. But as of yet, Vin is going to preemptively expect a gank coming from Todak.
I don't know if this is so much a classic Todak than it is a new Todak. Honestly, it feels like they're a lot more disciplined this time, and here they're trying to steal the buff from Todak as well. RRQ making the aggression, making space for Albert to take this next turtle here. Who is it going to go to?
Albert looking for the turtle right here as Formace jumps in, the retribution comes in, and it's Albert who takes it away. They reset, Vin misses on the hook just by a little bit there. Yum still able to get out, and both teams, once again, they're just waiting for something to happen here. Formace, R7, just doing the natural thing as an XP laner, the mechanical battle. 1v1, Formace might be looking for a kill, but again, oh, Vin, he just goes in a flicker, he gets the pick up, Yums will fall. Random execution to the backside, Albert looking for more. Chiku cannot basic attack him. Albert just moving all across the place. That's gonna be the Thorn Rose as well. He jumps in onto Moon, Chiku falls, Momo as well. Clay gets a triple kill.
Oh, that's just so very unfortunate. Vin just got a very nice hook on towards Todak, but because of this, it is going to give them the momentum that they need to actually scale this game. Look at this, Albert is 0-0-3, and because of that, he's going to continue to be as nimble as possible, and now he makes an attempt up top.
Holy baptism, Albert still gets out.
Oh, this is the thing with RQ's draft. Yes, you think the hook is the end of it, but no, you have the CC from Clay as well. You have some from, you have the damage coming in from him and Skylar, and now Todak, they press on their advantage.
Yeah, Todak, this is it, Todak Langar. When RRQ gets a trade, Todak comes back straight at it. They want to just look for team fights, throw bodies at objectives, part of the keys to victory.
Exactly, but before that, let's take a look at the damage out so far coming from all the teams so far. Albert and Arsa is just doing so much damage in terms of contrast in all these team fights, and while this is actually happening, Todak, they are getting some sort of objectives, and so far all this hit and run coming from Todak is just not affecting RRQ Oshi, and they're just so objectified of taking all these trades, and it's just really smart. However, down bottom, Formace seems like he's in a lot of trouble, but fortunately for him, the rest of RRQ is going to be focusing on mid control instead.
This is not great. Formace being forced out of his lane now as the turtle is spawning on the top side. So Todak, they're at a numbers disadvantage right now if they want to contest this objective.
Oh, Skylar.
Skylar caught in that bad position, but luckily, defensive battle mirror image here. Todak looking for the turtle now again. Vin gets a hook onto Koopa. Not really the target you want here, but Todak, I don't know if they want to take this.
Well, they're definitely not going to contest this. It's going to go completely for free to Albert now. And RRQ, Hoshi, and Todak, they are about 2k gold apart in kills. They're dead even. It still could be anyone's game, but I do feel like RRQ, Hoshi has a bit more control here.
Yeah, with that control, this is what we mentioned in the keys to victory. Now we're starting to enter the mid stage of the game. How do they transition over to the late game with these talents?
Yeah, look at the emblems coming from RRQ Oshi. They got double average, especially about R7 and Skylar. They want to play to this ultra later stage of the game. It was very similar composition coming from Todak, considering that Todak's timings hit a little bit higher, faster compared to RRQ Oshi. So they're trying to compensate that difference in terms of trades, and because of that, they're evenly matched when it comes to taking all these fights, which is very interesting. But Todak looks like they want to try and force an issue against RRQ, but will they respond?
Well, they're trying to find something here, but RRQ is just not going to give them the opportunity unless they catch R7 here. Two members, Formace as well as Chiku, just trying to press on to zone R7 out of anywhere he's trying to go to on the map.
Well, R7, he will use the Falling Star Moon aggressively. There's no follow-up. Formate just dishes out so much damage. R7 a little bit feisty with it. He shows him, oh my god, Moon gets hooked by Vin all the way to Blaze and do it as well. And that's going to be Albert jumping to the back lines, looking for a kill onto Chiku. Formase pops that Vengeance defensively as Clay looks for more. The knockup comes in. That enhanced chain is huge. R7 looking for flanks. He might just be punished here. He will fall. And that's Formase picking up the killing spree. Again, we are equal on kills. RRQ still 2,000 gold ahead.
Beautiful side steps coming from Yums as well. He knows RS7 loves going for this kind of backline dashes, but unfortunately for Say, I'm sorry for Moon. He just got caught. He wasn't expecting, despite the track, but the hook was intended for Yums, but he just got caught in it, which is just very, very unfortunate.
I don't think Vin's hook can be, you know, you cannot not expect it. It's gonna come. Like, it's just a matter of when. But to RRQ, Hoshi a little bit greedy there in the last fight and sacrificed one person for it. Now Todak, what is it they need to do? I mean, RRQ Hoshi still has the lead, but the Lord is now up on the bottom side.
Yeah, and instantly RRQ, they're just straight onto this right now. Todak trying to respond. Let's see what they do.
Yeah,
well, Albert just gets it completely for free, and the hook lands onto Todak. Momo goes down. It's R7 that picks up the credit for it. And now RRQ, they're trying to press their advantage. Moon is down low, but they're disciplined. They're not going to push this yet.
That was so smart of RRQ Hoshi. As soon as they got the hook, they caught Todak kind of distracted. And while they're in the midst of the confusion, Skylar was just zoning them out with those closing duets. And there was absolutely nothing Todak could have done. They need to stall for a little bit more time before Momo and Formase is able to sustain to all three initial bursts. But it's just so very difficult considering that RRQ has a big lead into the 5K economy. With the average, it's just not making it very, very easy. But hopefully Formase now with the Blade Armor is going to come in right now.
Yeah, Todak, they already get... Oh, Skylar just somehow runs through with a slither of hell, but the hook comes in onto Todak as well. Yums is in trouble now, down low. Albert uses the Phantom Execution to get out of the fight, and they fully disengage.
Clean disengage there for RRQ, but honestly, I feel like that was worth it for Todak. They were able to just zone RRQ back when the Lord spawned in. They weren't able to get a single turret so far, and yeah, Todak just defend really well. One turret falls, but again, I feel like that was worth it. Lord should usually just get at least two turrets inner.
I definitely agree, and on top of it all, there was such a clean disengage from Skylar. A very, very clutch, a pixel-perfect moment. But before that, let's take a look at the items real quick before we proceed into the next fight. You can see the power spikes are starting to kick in from RRQ Hoshi, but Toda, they're getting a little bit more tanky, and they are going to force the issue.
Albert tries to get away defensively, but does not make it out alive. And now Todak Formase on the chase. Gonna get stunned out by R7, but the bloody hunt onto Moon manages to secure the kill, and now Skylar in some trouble. He does still have the blazing duet though, doesn't choose to use it. R7 with the falling star moon counter engages, enhanced chains with the knockup. Both teams, they're just on their toes here, wanting to engage but being so careful.
That was huge for Todak, man. Again, at this point it's kind of personal, right? They're trying to just take Albert down. Every single time they focus on Albert. Most of the times, Albert has been a little bit too flashy for them to pick off, but this time you can see Albert way too greedy on the positioning.
This is a very, very good comeback coming from Toda, getting a kill on Albert. But the problem remains, right? Albert is still a distraction. The bigger picture is going to be taking out Skylar. So far, he's 1-0-4, and he's just popping off. Look at the damage output right now. He's just overtook Albert in terms of damage potential, and this is something that Toda needs to really, really figure out on how to deal with it eventually. But slowly but surely, they need to scale a little bit more. But as of now, Moon is going to be the priority coming from RRQ Hoshi to actually punish him.
And when you talk about Skylar, it's only getting more difficult because he just picked up the Wind of Nature as well. So he's going to be able to mitigate some of this damage that Todak is putting out on them. Now the Lord is spawning in just under 10 seconds. They're both neck to neck here.
It feels like, yeah, RRQ, they have the gold lead now. Oh, look at that, another stellar hook from Vin. He gets it with a Phantom Execution by Albert defensively, picks it up, he goes back in with the puncture. Todak instantly disengaged. R7 manipulating the waves up top to clear it out and get pressure for RRQ as they put their focus onto the Enhanced Lord. 12 minutes in, R7 still cutting the waves in the mid lane, trying to just buy so much time for the side of RRQ. Todak cannot contest this. No pressure whatsoever onto the bottom and mid lane, and it is going to be a free Lord take for the Kings of Kings.
Yeah, this is just so frustrating, especially for Todak as well. Every single time they got the glimmer of hope, Vin is just so on point on his iron hooks. He gets the right target, he targets Moon all at the same time. And it's just very, very frustrating to play with. Hopefully it's not that much of a deal because 8K of a difference, it is still comebackable, but it's going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, 8K difference is probably like one item a piece almost for each of your members, so that's definitely a huge lead for RRQ Hoshi here. It's comfortable, and now they're going to look to press their advantage here with the Lord coming up on the inhibitors.
Oh, well, it's going to be the hook again. How does he get this? It's on to Yums. He's going to get taken down there. Real world manipulation pop just to defend. And that top side will be pushed in. Both turrets in the mid and that top side have been taken to a quarter of HP. Todak need to look for that Langar play to come back into this game.
This is actually pretty okay, considering that Todak, they've only used lose the roamer. It's okay. As long as Moon is alive, he's going to be able to do way much more compared to Yums as of yet. So, as of yet, for RRQ Hoshi, they are going to get a little bit more in terms of objectives. Will Todak find an opportunity? And it seems like it's going to be very, very difficult to do so.
Yeah, I think this is where Todak's draft is starting to hurt it, but 4Maze tries going for the engage here. Momo follows behind, but RRQ Hoshi already created distance. They're pressing on. Albert uses the Thorn Wars to mitigate some of the damage here, and they successfully just retreat full on. This is RRQ Hoshi. If they want to go, they go. They don't have to engage.
Disciplined. This is the refined RRQ. With Coach Phil at the helm, we can already tell, right? Very different from M3, where they just look for brawls, fights constantly. Now they are disciplined. They take their time. They don't go too aggressive. 10,000 gold lead right now. They don't want to lose it, especially considering Todak's track record against Indonesian teams. You know, the group stage. Onyx. Yeah, man.
Feels bad. I get
Feels
it.
bad.
Feels bad. Feels bad.
Okay,
But
to be fair, this is a little bit on the draft as well. You see, RQ Hoshi has a non-committal hook. As compared to Todak, they have to use the shield Unity to be able to engage as well. So I feel like this is a little bit tough for them to start something.
Yep, and as of yet, Todak, they just got the Malefic Roar up on Chiku. He's going to be able to do a little bit more damage, but it seems like Todak, they might need to shift their focus. Instead of focusing on Skylar, they might look to bully on Vin or maybe even R7 instead as a complementary to try and get some sort of economy lead. But before that, let's take a look at the items real quick, because as of yet, they're still growing a little bit more. We do see a little bit more sustains, but Momo is going to be caught out, but the damage coming from Skylar is a little bit scary to fight this.
Here comes the real manipulation, and now RQ Hoshi on the back foot trying to escape. Now Vin taking so much damage, but they're fine for now.
Skylar jumps in. R7 with the falling star moon on the two members. He's sprinting all across the board right now. Chiku just kites back. R7 taking low. Forced to back away as Clay goes in for the enhanced chain. Albert looking for the play once again. 4Maze isolated because of that, and he will lose his life 5 seconds before the enhanced Lord. Perfect timing for that team fight by both teams, but RRQ, they come up on top.
Yeah, that was just so unfortunate from Todak. They wanted to force the fight, but at the same time, they're just so worried on where R7 may or may not be. And every single time they're playing a little bit safe, you saw a play coming from 4Maze to set things up, but it was just so difficult considering how much damage and zoning that RRQ is doing to the table. And who could blame them? They're having 11k in terms of need. They just need the right kills, and RRQ, they're just not giving it to them at all.
How can Todak come back from this? I mean, yes, we have the, Langar strategy, and one of the keys to victory was also maybe to start throwing bodies to stall time. We have seen them do that before. Is this going to work in this case?
That's the Todak magic, I feel like. For me, whenever I see Todak behind, I'm actually more scared than seeing them ahead. Because they're just so good at playing from behind. They just look for this one team fight that swaps the game, just turns the game entirely on its head. And I feel like that's what they're trying to do here. They're setting up for it. They're look at how they are managing the waves. Chiku, not completely just clearing out the wave up top. They're waiting on it. They're trying to just bait RRQ into the base right now. As Vin misses out on the hook. Enhanced Lord now in the mid lane. 3 waves pushing in. Enhanced. There you go. Chain coming in as well as Albert just, he swings across the entire base. 4Maze pops defend just defensively. Chiku still on the defense. 3 base turrets have been taken down. Vin missing onto the hook. Yum still able to dodge away from the enhanced chain as Todak look for the re-engage here. It is still Todak with the defense.
This is exactly what I mean by throwing bodies. The 2-person that cannot be caught out is, oh no, he just got caught, and then the Castle Curse is real because with that play, RRQ closes up the game.
Wow, that hook! Who would have known? You thought everything was all right, and then a game-ending hook just comes in, sweeps up the victory for RRQ Hoshi.
When you forget about that Franco, boom, He just comes in. You thought he was going to reset. Me
Yeah.
too, honestly. I did not expect that play. Franco hook out of nowhere, gets the kill, and this is where it starts to get scary. Albert on the Lancelot. Not a strong hero in this meta. I don't think any other team has popped this hero before, has used this hero before in MSC. And guess what? All of them weren't on their real comfort picks. No Beatrix for Skylar.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And it was just a well-done performance coming from RRQ. And I'm not gonna lie, Vin was just so on point with his Franco. And time again, I feel like the Franco is just a big factor in this MSC tape meta. And RRQ is continuing to strike waves here at MeTech itself.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know that Vin is super strong on his Franco and he's going to be able to use it to his advantage, but they gave it the way of RRQ Hoshi, and I guess that's the price to pay.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I'm looking forward to see what the analyst has to say about game number 1 between both Gideon as well as Leo. Gonna be taking the analyst on how RRQ took game number 1.
I want to hear it. I want to hear it from them right now. As you can see, the happy faces, the relieved faces perhaps, starting off strong. Remember, Todak and RRQ, both of these teams, very momentum-based teams, right? So when they get that first win, it's a huge morale boost. But the analysts are here to take you further.
The King of Kings make a statement and open up this best of 5 with a W over the hometown heroes. Welcome to the Annual Stand. At your service, my name is Leo, joined here by LaFell, and we're about to break down this first game in the second match of today's broadcast. LaFell, Franco.
Before I say anything, I want to create a new holiday.
Okay, what is it?
The 15th of June, National Franco Day. Every Franco today has been amazing. I feel like Mobile Legends, we deserve one holiday just for us.
For Franco mains.
For Franco mains. But yeah, moving back into the game, we did talk a lot, especially about the heroes. We want to talk about Franco. I kind of want to talk about Moon as well because they first picked Eve. Eve is very good, right? However, looking at the lineup from the side of RRQ Hoshi, every single member from the side of RRQ could engage onto Moon. And we definitely see he did not have a good time.
Yep, to be fair, going back into the draft, that first pick Franco was answered back by Todak with an Eve and Baksha. We were shaking our heads, but eventually there were ways in a Todak drafted so that it wouldn't be so bad. But eventually, it really was just too much. That first pick Franco, giving it to Vin. This is a championship level Franco. And you're right, it's a holiday, we have to respect it.
We got to respect the Franco. We're going to look at the itemization to really see what really impacted the game. Because in this game, we can never see a huge deficit in terms of gold. And honestly, looking at the gold right now, I want, again, to focus on Moon. Because in the game, if it wasn't Humes, it was Moon that had the lowest gold. And again, it's not by his choice. For the side of RRQ Hoshi, they controlled mid so hard.
Yep, a lot of focus was put onto the river side, and the rotations by Vin and Clay were just immaculate. Looking at this Julian, he built semi-tanky, he built up that Oracle because there was a lot of dives. That CC, that ult that he has, well, the last skill, it's not technically an ult.
It's not,
the third skill that knocks people up, it adds a level of engagement that when even if Vin's hook misses, there's a backup, and then this just allows infinite re-engages for RRQ.
And the thing is, it's not just one angular engage, especially when we look at the highlights a little bit later after we see who's the MVP. We definitely have to see how do they pick their fights and which angle do they go to, because again, we see R7 engaging, Vin setting things up, but again, Clay, he's always flanking, making sure if 2 members from the side of RQ fails, he's there to back them up.
Yep, and again, there's so much damage on board. Clay's Julian, that's safe, that's magic damage, but as early as I'd say the 7-8 minute mark,
yeah,
Skylar coming back. Yesterday was Lemon who played. Skylar coming in strong with that Claude that picked up in the second phase of the draft. He was dealing great damage with that Blazing Duet. So already, even if that's the main strength of RRQ's lineup here. I gotta again emphasize it's the re-engage, the battle mirror image coming in Blazing Duet. Even if they miss, they can just keep pew-pewing.
They're so systematic. Looking at how they play, how they rotate, just like you said, the way that they control the river, making sure that, you know what, gold lane EXP, it's a 1v1. The rest, we're going to handle. Looking at the damage over here, look at damage from the side of RQ. You talked about Skylar, 53,000 damage, and we can never forget about Albert on the Lancelot, 52,000.
Yep.
Insane.
But overall, check it out. It's Formaze who dealt the most damage. At the halfway point of the game, he was deathless. He was doing great on the Tams, and that is saying a lot when you are facing off against the relentless R7, who's taking about 120K.
Well, here's the thing. Yesterday, the beautiful Mara Aquino, she managed to talk with R7.
Oh, yeah.
And even R7 is like, you know what? I want to fight against Formaze. Most damage taken, most damage dealt. I kind of feel like there's a relationship there. I feel like there's a reason why Formaze did the most damage and why R7 took the most damage. Just you know.
They're right here, center stage. So that is one key matchup here in this game here, the XP lane. But now we're going to go ahead and award our MVP. It's Franco Man himself.
I mean, come on. Okay, seriously, Monton, seriously, make today, 15 June, National Franco Day.
Yep, 6/15/22, the inaugural Franco Day. Check it out. He did so well, right? 13 assists and was just gold up the wazoo. He was lacking one more item. How often do you see a roamer get this much gold?
Here's the thing, man. I kind of feel like Vin, he could literally sell all of his items and he'll still be that crazy, right? Just because the way that he engages, you really don't see it coming. All of a sudden, flicker, hook, and then actually hitting the hook. Okay, no. Hitting the right target. Between 5 people, he still got Moon. He still got the Eve. What?
Yep. Speaking of which, let's check out these moments from game number 1. As early as minute 1, minute 2, Franco Man, Vin was finding these hooks, but there's one more. Right here. Right here.
Yeah, again, looking at this game, look at how the way the rotation for the side of RRQ, a lot of fights are taken at the riverside. And a triple kill over here, RRQ, they really like to fight in very, very tight spots, especially in the jungle. Look how easy it is for them to really rush down on the side of Toda and let the gold as well as the EXP lane do their own thing. Every single engage, it's around the mid, river, and jungle.
Yep, and just based on these highlights, oh, who'd he get? This time it was Moon. Oh, Vin, Franco Man, Vin. It's like, what, 4 out of 5 times he gets the softies. There's very few times he gets Momo, very few times he gets Formaze, and I think that was Formaze's first death. Yeah.
Yumes.
Oh, look at this. There's one major hook here that Vin showed us new tech. It was throwing out the hook and then flickering, and there you go. You're usually used to hook flicker, but now it's flicker hook. This man is dangerous.
You know what, Leo, you know, watching that, it brings me nightmares. I do not like to go up against a Franco. And
he's shivering. He's shivering.
I'm shivering. And it's not because I'm cold. I am cold. But it's not because of that Franco is too much. It's unfair.
All right, so keys for Todak to bounce back. I'm pretty sure the folks here, a majority of folks here at the stadium want Todak, the hometown heroes, to come back. Watch out for the Franco.
Watch out for the Franco. And the thing is, watch out to Formaze as well. Formaze is looking very strong.
Okay, Formaze versus R7. We're going to get back into that when we go into game 2. But first, we're going to throw it over to the lovely Mara Aquino. She's got someone special with her.
Thank you, Leo and LaFell. Now we have a special guest here, the legendary Donkey, former player of EVOS Legends. It's nice to have you here.
Yeah.
First of all, what we remember about Donkey, when they won M1 right here in Malaysia, they had a legendary celebration. You took off your shirt.
Yeah.
You remember that?
I remember.
The last time you competed here, you guys won as champions. Do you miss playing, watching them play with their fingers?
Yeah, jadi I miss playing here, but I think I already know, so I don't want to be pro player anymore.
Oh, and I know you own your own team right now, correct?
Yeah, I have.
Now, how dangerous is RRQ Hoshi right now, seeing the way they played?
RRQ right now is very good team. I think they will be champion.
He flew all the way here from Indonesia. He's so confident that RRQ will be champions that he actually took the time to come here. Now, you're friends with them, right? Who are you closest with from RRQ?
I'm close with all of
all of them.
RRQ, especially Albert, because Albert have girlfriend named Funi. Funi is my team player.
Oh, wow.
My esport player.
So you guys are very close.
Yeah.
Now, give us an inside scoop. Before they came to today's game, what did they share with you about their mindset and how confident they are or what their plan is?
Yeah. No, so I just share like, pantai. Gue yakin kalian menang. Semua nggak level sama kalian.
He's saying to the team RRQ that RRQ team will win, that all of the versus one will lose against RRQ. Oh, wow. Okay, if you have a message right now and any advice that you could give to RRQ Hoshi, what would that be?
Pesan buat RRQ. RRQ bakal bantai semuanya.
RRQ will like kill all of the team. Yeah. Wow. Whoa. Scary. Now there's a lot of Indonesians watching right now. There's a lot of RRQ Hoshi fans in here. What do you have to say to everybody?
Oh, fans RRQ. Viva RRQ!
One more time, Viva RRQ! Thank you so much. It's great to have you here. Thank you, Gabby. Now let's turn it back over to our casters.
Strong words, man. Strong words, and I like that, you know? The cockiness coming through, the confidence as well, just overflowing. How do you feel after that game number 1, man?
Yeah, it's not over yet. It's really not over yet. It's a best of 5 series. It's all about adaptations, and I believe they will learn their lessons as how I would say RSG-SG didn't, but in this case, you know, I hope they do ban off Franco from game number 2.
No blow,
Why are you throwing shade, man?
blow.
I think they will learn it. You know, it's all about adaptations, man. It's not over yet. It's not over yet.
But just looking at Todak, honestly, well, I've heard that, you know, they play really well under pressure as well. You know, they can adapt and come back from this. And it is, after all, a best of 5. So definitely not to count them out yet. And yesterday, we saw, you know, crazy games between them and Omega, Smart Omega as well. For them to take the game against them, that's also insane.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And
I've learned to understand this, right?
Yeah.
Never write Todak off. This team is scary when you start writing them off. When you start thinking, oh, they can't come back. Oh, we won the game. That's when they actually that's where they like to be.
Agree, I definitely agree. And that particular game as well, they were able to make a comeback from what, a 10k deficit with the Atlas Wombo combo play. So I'm looking forward to see how it all goes. But this time in the second phase draft for game number 2, this time Todak will be on the first pick side and they will respect the Franco, and they have learned their lesson.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have to ban out that Franco. And the reason why this is so devastating is because somehow Vin finds the hooks. Miracle, you were talking about this. There are 5 people, 6 if you count Cooper for Popo and Cooper. And
you're right.
you still get the hook onto the right one. It's either Moon or Chico, but it lands on either of them.
They even had an extra target, you're right. You know, they kind of already knew about the Franco. But again, look, respect coming in from Todak. I like this. Ling, Franco, and now Lancelot. Fun fact, by the way, it is actually National Franco Day today. All of the games that we've watched so far, pick and ban rate, 100% Franco.
Yeah.
100%, all across the board.
I definitely agree, but seeing how the bans are coming in from both Todak as well, I feel like there are just a lot of OP heroes going to be slid off. Arkai in particular, nope, as soon as I say it is going to be taken out, that means Xavier is up for grabs. Valentina, not so much. Karina still available as well. 1-1, however, also going to be taken out. So I feel like there is adaptations, but Julian, as of yet, has been looking pretty solid on RRQ.
The first pick could be a lot of things here, you know. For Todak, they can go for the Beatrix. Remember, a lot of these comebacks have actually been on the back of a Beatrix. We saw it from all the different teams, not just Todak, Falcon as well. Silent on the Beatrix, deadly. Chiku on the Beatrix, we saw it yesterday. He wasn't playing a marksman, he was playing an assassin on that Beatrix. He went on to the enemy jungle, and he got a kill against Ryzen.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, but it looks like the first pick here, they're gonna prioritize the Esmeralda instead. Well, yeah, Formace does play, you know, a pretty mean Esme.
Yeah, this is just respect pick, deny pick coming from Todak as well. He knows how R7 was so annoying in game 1 as well as Esmeralda. I feel like him denying away from the get-go is just gonna allow him to do a little bit more.
It's also like the competitive spirit, man. We mentioned this before. Yesterday, R7, in the interview, he said that he's looking forward to go up against Formace. After game number 1, Formace, he has a lot to prove here. He picks up the same hero. He says that I can do better. RRQ, what do they respond with? Usually, R7, when we see an Esmeralda, he really likes going for these heroes that can literally just counter him, like the Dyroth in the lane. Boom, there you go. The Dyroth and the Xavier picked up by RRQ. So R7, he's not backing up. You pick the Esme, I know exactly how to go up against that.
Yeah, this is the traditional one-to-one matchup as of yet, but at the same time, RRQ still has the option to flex it into some potential jungle. We didn't see too much of it yet, but it is still a potential factor there. So hopefully, Toda, they don't overthink this. They do stick to their comfort pick, but now, Yve seems not too bad as of now from Toda. And most of the times, a Yve against a Xavier looks pretty solid in favoring towards Yve, unless the Yve gets picked off time and time again. In this case, no Franco should be a little bit better compared to before.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't have that same kind of early pressure, you know, having to be mindful of the hooks as well. And Moon does play a lot of Yve. Fine, Xavier's taken away from him, but he does have that option as well. Looking at RQ's draft now, it's pretty scary because you have that early game domination, and then you have Xavier scaling up in the late game as well. So it's pretty well-rounded at this point.
I agree, and currently now, we're looking at Toda going for a very similar strat. They're trying to go front to back again. RRQ with the Dairoth, I think they're setting up for some dive, right? We've seen the Xavier actually work out a whole lot when it comes to playing with those dive compositions. Usually we see it front to back. When you pick Xavier, you just want to protect him. But in this tournament, offense is the best defense so far for Xavier.
Agreed, and on top of it all, I like Toda playing this Ruby as it's pretty much a budget version of Franco, but it also kind of stops momentum swings, which Dirov kind of need, especially when he wants to go in for the backlines to dive. In this case, it does provide a little bit of protection into the layering, but RRQ, their response is going to be the Grok still tentatively flexing into his roamer or an XP lane.
Ooh, I like this pick from RRQ here. Grok is going to deny so much space from the side of Todak. And yes, you have that Ruby, you have the I'm offended, but now with that wall right in front of you, what are you exactly going to CC?
And it's very vague, right? It's really just very vague. RRQ, this Grok can go to the XP lane, can go as a roamer. R7, he can play the Dairoth. Albert can play the Dairoth as well. We just don't know. Technically, this is just going to be really tough for Todak to draft against. What are they going to ban here in the second phase? RRQ, they opt for that Barats again, knowing the outplay potential, knowing that late game presence that it has. But Todak, they're just starting to just get rid of those junglers. They still think that Dairoth and Grok won't be in the jungle. I mean, Dairoth won't be in the jungle.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be the case. However, when it comes to the bans here, Momo does recently integrated into his jungle role. He's more of a tank style player as well as a marksman player, but for him, tanks are not out of his vocabulary, right? So it makes a lot of sense why RRQ will respect banning off all the tanky type of junglers rather than the traditional front-to-front assassin. So I feel like that's a lot of homework being done from our side RRQ, but I'm looking forward to the element of surprise. Are they going to switch up between Chiku and Momo for the jungle role? That's my biggest question.
Well, I'm not sure they would do that. Honestly, I think Chiku has been playing really well on the gold lane. He's been, well, maybe sometimes he overextends, but for the most part, he's aggressive in a good way, and he helps to pick off people even and make the plays for the team. And to top that off, I think Momo has also been playing a lot of tanky junglers as well, and hence the Barats as well as the Hylos ban. He has pulled that off, as well as the Baxia, the Julian. So far, he hasn't really gone quite the assassin route, so this makes sense. Todak, on the other hand, going to go for the Hellcurt ban here. I like this. You know, they have Xavier, they need to protect him.
With these three jungle bans, technically, right? The Akai, the Barats, and also the Hylos, it's kind of like RRQ. They're trying to say, hey, Chiku, we want to see you in the jungle, man. Bring up those assassins again. I want to see it. RRQ, as well Todak, you know, they're just trying to force that Dairoth into the jungle with the three jungle bans. But there you go, the signature pick that we were waiting for. Beatrix on the hands of Skylar.
I agree, and on top of it all, now in terms of matchup, it is like you said as well. Is Chico going to be playing on the jungle or not? Or will we bring a potential Irito matchup coming from Toda? It's going to be very, very difficult. So I feel like Toda, they might switch it up by having Chico play on the jungle again. We did see once upon a time a Lunox jungle, but I feel that that's not exactly a good pickup as of yet because they've got so much magical prowess from Toda. So I feel like they have to take a very, very serious condition. Chico, will you play jungle? Or do I let Momo do it? It seems like the draft is going to be them doubling down on Momo with the Baxia.
Still, with the Baxia in game number 1, didn't really work out with the Eve as well. They swap out the Roamer and they pick up a Claude. So you see this kind of personal again. You know, Chiku, he's like, all right, I see you on the Claude, Skylar. I played this back in the jungle. Let me show you how it's done in the gold lane as well. RRQ, such a solid pick again. Karina, we forgot about this. We just brain farted that. I feel like, right? Because Lancelot, Fanny, when you're talking about Albert, you just nothing flashy heroes. The Karina wasn't in my mind, went down, got picked.
Yep, I feel like this is a pretty decent matchup as well in RRQ. Considering how Game 1 went, they've got that big momentum. This time, with the Karina, they're looking to do so. And pretty sure Moon is going to be the sole objective for RRQ and taking down Todak's composition.
Yeah, for sure. The Karina adds, that hybrid build. You have the damage in the early game. You also can start to build a little more tanky. Here we are, the last look at both of these team compositions right now. Todak up against RRQ. Look at that Grok in the middle, it just looks
menacing.
so menacing. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that. And I don't know, predictions for this.
Well, for me, I gotta stick with RRQ. I'm pretty sure IC is going for Todak and the crowd as well. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 for this match. It's gonna be the battle. RRQ looking for that match point, trying to carry on the momentum. Todak trying to stop RRQ in their tracks, equalizing 1-1.
Exactly. Game number 2 is going to be a little bit different. Hopefully, without the Franco in his vicinity, Momo is going to be able to do a little bit more compared to before. Look at this. A little bit different approach. Yumes getting a very aggressive on this Ruby plays.
Whoa, Clay already taking more than half of his HP in terms of damage here and forced the back to recall to base. We knew this. They were going to shut down the Xavier in the early game, and they're playing exactly that.
Yeah, they're actually just zoning Albert as well. They noticed that for Todak, Momo hasn't really been that reliable when it comes to the retribution battle. So, you know what? If we just get that mid lane prio, he doesn't need to deal with that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it all, when it comes to making up space here, I feel like Yumes now playing on an offensive tank compared to the Enchanter style fits his role a little bit better compared to before. And as of yet, look at this interesting fact. Todak, they definitely switch up all their battle spells and it's triple sprints this time as contrast to RRQ Hoshi, who went for triple flickers instead.
That's true. I think RQ Hoshi with the Flicker is especially dangerous. Yes, you don't have the Franco Hope, but you still have a Flicker wild charge into that to set up a lot of engagements. Oh, and then maybe that's what they're trying to do right now. Right onto Vindo. It's going to be Todak that puts on the aggression here in the mid lane. And I was going to say I like the Ruby pick as well, Terrence, because you combo that with Moon's real world manipulation. You also have the Shield Unity. That's a lot more team fight potential that they have.
I definitely agree. And on top of go time, the moment Yumes hits those level 4, we are going to be expecting those I Am Offender hooks to set up for the play. This is I would say a budget version of Game 1's RRQ's draft, but it will work if they get into this timing. However, the first turtle is going to be on his way. As you can see, they are setting up for the plays up top.
Well, right now, Todak, they have the mid lane pressure, right? They're going to have this prio over it. Again, they're just trying to give Momo more resources. Albert, though, he's looking for retribution. He gets it somehow there. Momo mistimes his retribution. Albert caught in the midst of it all. He's baiting so many abilities. The wild charge from Vin turns the fight around. 4May's forced to run. Moon walled away from his team, but the sprint is still there to disengage. 2 for 0, and the turtle as well. It might be more. Shiku jumps in as well with the blazing duet. Gets one. Zones Clay back. Moon taken low, but it is a trade back, at least for Todak.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice engagement coming from RRQ to disengage, catching them while they miss up their combos. But at the same time, look at the position just now with Skylar. He anticipated Chiku to run down towards that bush, potentially set up a one-shot combo. And this is so scary of Skylar. He knows what Todak thinks in advance, and Chiku was able to play the safe side and come up on top. So a very risky play coming from Skylar, but still, it's something to be concerned of later on.
Yeah, and doing that while, Yumes was there on the bottom lane as well. So especially risky, but they managed to pull that off. Here we look at the items, anything that's standing out.
Well, when I look at this right now, the Beatrix getting really scary. It all just comes down to the gold lane when they get those power spikes, right? Because I feel like right now, Beatrix and Claude, very similar when it comes to their power spikes. But Vin, he's just going to go in with a wild charge. Instant just response from the team. Very, very good synergy here as they pick off Todak out of nowhere. Moon didn't even realize that happened.
Yeah, that's just so unfortunate coming from Moon. This is exactly what RRQ's game plan has been going on, especially for game number 1. Make sure Moon doesn't have a good game. And if Moon doesn't have a good game, there's nothing much Todak can do, because in terms of overall early damage composition, Moon is going to be the call winning factor. However, Yumes might be in a little bit of trouble, but seems like he is going to be A-okay as of yet. But Todak, they want to go for this as well.
RRQ trying to find Momo in the bushes. Are they going to do it? But the hook from Yooms here gets Vin in the mid lane. They're going to be able to shut him down. The real world manipulation comes out. Will it be able to do enough damage? More stuns comes out. 4Maze dies in the back. 1 versus 3, but Momo gets taken out in the front line. It's 2 traded out for 1. RRQ Hoshi.
Again, I think they need to calm down a little bit here. Toda, initial engage, perfect, but they stay over way too long. Yums, initial impact on the ultimate, that's it. The damage comes through and boom. 4Maze, yes, he did an amazing play. He went onto the ball, 3 people, but Moon forced to pop that sprint. Albert trying to get the kill, but again, back to the point, Toda overextending in that team fight, getting too comfortable.
I definitely agree, and on top of it all, RRQ, they are getting a little bit too much to handle. Not even 5 minutes in the game, already a 2.6k lead in terms of economy, and a gold plating in the hands of R7. R7 is just having a fantastic time. 4Maze was struggling to actually take him down early on as well.
I mean, that's the natural matchup, right? It's an Esmeralda going up against a Deroth, and in the hands of these players as well, you know they're gonna abuse it. So it's been a tough one for 4Maze as well as Moon, but right now on the bottom side, also a tough one for Chiku as he immediately falls down to the hands of our RQ. 3 members just ganking. They're looking for Yooms. Are they gonna dive this one? Vin leading the charge. It's gonna be Albert making the first move here as he secures Momo. Too late to the party.
Oh, what a performance coming from Vin, catching the Claude off guard. Chiku just not able to do too much about that situation. But as this progresses, RRQ, they're just dissecting every front. And Toda now on the top side. Oh no, 4Maze lost his matchup against R7.
That XP lane matchup is just... I mean, I have to say it, right? It's in the favor of R7 here. Dairoth counters Esmeralda. To top that off, he has 2 additional kills here. 4Maze, he stayed a little bit too long. He didn't calculate damage enough in. Looking for another pick onto Moon. Dawning Light connecting there, but no follow-up. Wild charge! Just stops Chiku in his tracks as Albert gets pulled back with the Mystic Field! And Skylar goes in for the Renner shot, almost taking Moon down. Once again, 4,000 gold lead for RRQ. They're just styling. 4Maze goes in for the falling star. Moon gets 3, but the wall just puts Yooms in a very awkward position there. He's still able to dash away. Albert just going to punish them in that purple buff, takes it away without using the retribution. Perfectly timed for the turtle spawn as well.
Oh, that was a big clutch coming from Vin as well. Chiku, he had the perfect blazing duet, but that's the downside about blazing duet. It can be cancelled by knockups, and in this case, the Grog's wall charge is pretty much the only one that can cancel him, and that's been used perfectly time and time again. And now, RRQ with the flicker plays, just outmaneuvering Todak.
Momo trying to find something onto R7 there, but doesn't get it. Instead finds Vin in the mid lane here. So they just trade out some damage, managing to also take down this mid tier 1 turret. RRQ Hoshi just getting so much space here on the map.
So much, honestly, like at this point, right, 7 minutes in, 6,000 gold lead, when we're taking a look at RRQ's composition, this is also where they get their power spike. This is the mid-game power spike that we were talking about. In the keys to victory, gotta mention it again. Mid to late game transition. That's where RRQ find themselves a little bit in trouble, right? But so far, they've just been so disciplined. They haven't really gone and played through words, Todok's tempo. But here you go, R7 once again is the target of Todok's mission here up top. Blazing Duet pop, 4Maze looking for the kill as R7 has nowhere to go. He tries to go for the trade, but it's Yooms who gets the shutdown. I don't think that was allocated properly.
Yeah, at the same time as well, bottom tier 2 is going to be taken out from side RRQ. They desperately needed the kills coming from Toda, but at the same time, it's so very difficult. But it does help Chiku a little bit to scale into the game. However, I want to talk about a little bit of itemization here as well, because Albert, he's got 4-0-1. He just got his blade armor, and it's so difficult to kill him, considering that you need those Haas Claw to out-sustain those reflex coming in on Albert later on. So there is just a lot of more milestones that Toda need to achieve before they can take a proper fight. And in this case, Toda, they're just barely hanging on.
I feel like currently, Toda are playing way too safe. Way too safe, right? We all know this. When Toda plays safe, that's their downfall. They need to just go, throw bodies at objectives, go for the risky plays. That's where they're at their best. But right now, it feels like RRQ's initiative has just made them passive.
Well, it could be the nurse. I mean, after all, this is a big stage, right? and you're going up against the King of Kings, RRQ Hoshi, to boot. There's definitely something there, but Chiku takes a huge chunk of his damage. Just one shot from Skylar. This is going to be so dangerous.
That was one shot? That was one Renner shot. I mean, he is 2 levels ahead, but that was insane.
Yeah, that was insane. And of course, now RRQ with the positions, they are going to get the Lord Pitta. But Momo, he's going to get caught out, and that is going to be him making a run for it. RRQ, however, still going to be playing it disciplined for now.
Yeah, they're playing it safe, like you said, Mirko, and now RRQ looks like they will just be able to get this sword completely for free. Todak, they're not responding so far. I don't know, is there any way? Yes, they are behind. I mean, it's 6K gold lead right now, and it's looking pretty tough here.
It's just tough, right? Because we're not just looking at a gold lead that's huge. We're looking at an XP lead so massive here. Momo can't really contest these objectives because, again, when they're equal in levels, it's already tough for him. Now, Albert, 3 levels ahead, it's going to be even tougher with that damage to top it off. And he just, okay, he got that orange buff. I was about to say, if Albert takes that, it's just really even going to be more tough here. As RRQ, they're just looking to siege down the base. Mid lane pushed in, bottom side as well. R7 doing his thing, going at that top side 1v1 against 4 Maze. And it's time for RRQ to look for the siege again. Toda, it's time for them to go full Langar mode.
Exactly. Another Blade Armor purchase from Win and R7 with the Radiant Armor. This is not going to be looking good as well. Chiku sidestepping his way through. But the biggest picture right now is that Skylar, he just got his Malefic Roar. He's going to hit like a truck. He misses the shot, but Yums, he's barely hanging on.
Yeah, Yums has to go. Oh, he actually jumps over the wall, but Skylar manages to catch him there. For Maze going deep in the members of RRO Hoshi, but does not manage to get any damage or engages off here. So they fully disengage RQ Hoshi, focusing their eyes on the objective on bottom side.
I think it was worth it. It was a good push. Firstly, they got the kill against Yums. They also popped all the 3 base turret passives, right? So it's going to be really good. Player's goal as well, looking good for RRQ. Again, Todak, I feel like they're just playing it way too passive for them to actually come back in the game. They need to just go at it, full Langar mode, because if they just keep at it like this, we've seen it in game number 1, RRQ. They're not going to be baited for those fights in the base.
I definitely agree. They are trying to their best to actually push out, but at the same time, we did see a little bit of cross-map plays coming from 4 Maze as well as Chiku, but every single time they do it, R7 is across the map, just stopping into the track. And as of now, Toda, they just need some sort of space to actually get some sort of farm, and currently, RRQ, they're just so good at choking them.
I agree, and the thing is, you mentioned R7 split pushing. Not just that, RQ Hoshi also has great teamfight potential. We've seen Vin hitting all those multi-men wild charges. It is so hard to fight back against that, and Yums, he tries his best but doesn't manage to get that. Look at this, RQ Hoshi just choking Todak out of their farm.
They're allocating all the buffs really well as well. I just take a look at it. R7 picking up their orange buff, Skylar picking up the enemy orange buff, Albert just sitting there with the purple buff. We all know Karina now builds tank. Not really worth it for him to go for that orange buff. Todak getting the support here from the crowd, and that's what you love to hear. Even now, 3-10, they're still getting that support. They need it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's not over yet. While RQ is just choking on all this boss, you can see the positioning of Toda to try and open up the map to allow Chiku for their place. But Yums, oh no, he gets caught out. That's going to be his downfall, and Moon needs to make a run for it.
Yeah, now I mean, they do disengage, but oh, Chiku, wrong side of the map, pops the Blazing Duet, tries to get Skylar in the backline, but manages to escape. He does not get a single kill out of that. And RQ Hoshi, they have the numbers advantage here to be able to take this Lord for free. Momo hiding in the bushes, but I don't think he can get this one.
It's all about setup, right? When we're looking at this, it's all about setup. RRQ, the fact that they're not punished for going so deep in the enemy jungle is because Todak, they don't have the waves properly managed. That's a free Lord for the side of RRQ, a 10,000 goldie that just keeps on building, all on the back of setup. They clear out the waves in the top side, they force Esmeralda to go up top, and there's just nothing that Todak can do without that Esmeralda.
I definitely agree, and on top of it all, hold that thought for now. Albert, he gets caught out. This is the opportunity for Todak, but Albert, he's just so tanky. Can they get the kill? Yums and Momo is trying for the kill. However, Vin is going to be there in the vicinity, but they have to back up. It's just a little bit too far off because the Lord is pushing down mid.
Yeah, but now RQ Hoshi, they take the chance. They're pushing together with this Lord here. Will this be the final stand? Albert is half HP, but I don't think that should be a huge problem here. R7 goes in onto 4 Maze. Look at Todak, they take so much damage, and right now the mid inhibitor is just going to go absolutely down for free.
Yeah, free turret there picked up by RRQ. They're looking for more turrets on the board. With Skylar, not really that tough to do. They can just keep on going, and Toda actually bringing the Lord down below actually kind of assists RRQ in taking his turret down. Skylar picks it up with Renner. Dawning Light on the 3 there. Moon and Yums forced to back up. Chiku just farming, as that's going to be the Mystic Field going at it onto Momo. Shield Unity to get out of there. Real world manipulation. No, that's not going to work. RRQ instantly back up from it, and that's a huge resource. Skylar looking for the play! Skylar threading the needle, going for the Wesker Fin, goes for the wild charge, and this is where RRQ collapse. They look for the plays and they get it. Now it's just RRQ looking for the base. R7 going for the damage onto 4Maze. The Abyssum Strike connects. Skylar is massive. 4Maze trying to buy some time as he gets bursted down. The Wesker does too much. RRQ! Skylar with the triple as they take match point.
What a game coming from RRQ. Dominating performance. What an absolute monster, Skylar. Woo!
No words.
Yeah, no words. It's so tough. You walk up, you either take a Skylar Renner shot to the face, or you take maybe Xavier's Dawning Light, and that's like half your HP gone. Like, it is so difficult for Todak to come back from this. RRQ is such a convincing victory.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and that is just so tough coming from Todak as well, considering that RRQ just had so much range in terms of outranging, and like you said as well, Moon has been their objective. If you can outrange Moon, that's pretty much the key to victory coming from RRQ, and they just did so well against Todak.
I mean, I said it, man. It's a signature pick, but I wasn't all right, just as for context, right? Zin said this in his live stream. He said that Skylar, he's a different beast when it comes to scrims, but on stage, that's when he kind of lacks in that performance back in M3. So you can see that Skylar, he has progressed immensely here from M3 to Season 9 and now MSC. But don't get too comfortable if you're an RRQ fan. Todak, they can still come back. This is what they did to Na'Vi back in M3.
Yeah, and RRQ Hoshi, I was gonna say they look like such a different team today. Like yesterday we saw, yes, Lemon was in the lineup, and just with putting Skylar back in, this looks like RRQ Hoshi V2 or something. But right now, we're gonna throw it to analysts to break down what exactly happened.
Honestly, Leo, you made me so that I can't speak as well. That game made us speechless. But I feel like one of the things that we have to talk about is their rotation. Welcome to the analyst stand. You're here with me, LaFell, as well as Leo. And in that game, our casters talk about it, right? How RRQ, they really choked out the farm from Toda. And the thing is, it's not just like one time that they do this, right? They've done this multiple times, and it's so unique for RRQ. The way that they play is they made sure that the enemy does not fight back. So the way that they get the farm, it's beautiful.
I hear ya, and y'all folks hear me as well. I was actually speechless because in the wake of game number 1, again, we have declared today officially Franco Day. We also have to start respecting Clay's savior, right? From one championship winning hero, a signature in the hands of Vin, the savior shows up now. I mean, at the desk, I hear Mirko, Scrubby Cheeks, Mr. Baby talking about how Skylar is a different beast now. And all I could say is, yo, that magical pew pew from Clay is just exquisite.
Excuse me, Mr. Baby is his dad. So just call him 1-2.
Mr. 1-2, there it is.
Just 1-2. Anyways, right now let's look at the itemization over here. And about the items, I kind of want to look at R7 on this Dairoff because again, for me, we got to talk about this. How, for the side of Toda, they first picked the Esmeralda. It is a very solid pick. However, it's not with his weaknesses. And the thing is, R7 over here, prioritizing actually getting well, he didn't go full on, but make sure he get enough penetration to make it so that for me, no matter where you go, no matter what lane you appear at, I'm going to shred you so fast. So R7 over here, just make it so that, yeah, your first pick was basically null.
Yep, let's go into the specifics of the draft because in the spread, it's Clay and R7 who were actually first picked here, the Savior and the Dairoff, and the rest of the draft just went RRQ's way. Despite Todak trying to build on what they learned from game number 1, the draft for RRQ just made sure that there's good coverage. Todak is lacking vision. Everything that they saw on the map, everything that Moon may have walked into, was just hard fought, and it's just the lanes, man. The one-to-one, the man-to-man defense when it comes to Todak, they had it hard. If I may say, this is a much more difficult game than they played game 1.
Yeah, right now if you look at the damage, right, it really reflects because what RRQ Hoshi really does is basically make it so that Todak cannot go in front. Now the thing is, it really is detrimental to Todak's style. They want to langar, they want to go in front, they want to fight back, so they do want to dish out the damage. But look at the difference. Look at the mid lane difference. 30,000 for Moon, 57,000 for Clay. That just really shows that how RRQ plays. If you look at the map as a whole, it looks simple. They just move around, get a few kills here and there. But look at how they deny the farm. That's something unique to them.
Yep, just the same as how Todak was evolving, RRQ was doing the same thing much, much faster. And at the forefront, our MVP for game number 2, it's gonna be Albert on that Karina. Deny him the Ling, deny him the Lancelot, deny him the Fanny. He's gonna end up with the Karina with a deathless performance, 704.
He can get kills. He can't get killed. How can he not be the MVP? 731 gold per minute. And look at that damage taken. 77,000. He did not die. I gotta say, Albert, he could just recall in front of Todak, man.
Love the pickup on the blade armor. Looking at Todak, they were hedging on Chiku so much. They were waiting for Chiku. The whole game, they set up so that Chiku can farm. If you will, check out the heat map and look closely as to where Todak was focused on. They were trying to make Chiku money. They were helping Chiku get into this, but that Karina, with the blade armor early on, even Chiku would think like, oh no, it's not worth for me, not worth for me, I'm gonna die. Let's check out the highlights.
I gotta mention as well, it's not just that. Chiku did try to dish out damage, but Vin on this Grok, when Vin is there, he's gonna use his wild charge to actually cancel out the blazing duet.
Yep.
So here's the thing, there's a lot of things that for the side of Todak, they really gotta micromanage. You gotta make sure that they're not engaged by Vin. They try to evade Clay's damage, and here, this is what I'm talking about. He wants to dish out the damage, but Vin is there like, no, Chiku, jump up and down, but stop shooting me.
And of course, Vin having that Earth Enforce, it's physical damage defense. It's so difficult to beat Chiku in this game, despite, you know, hanging on 13-minute mark. On the other side, it was Skylar. Skylar also deathless on the Beatrix.
Either way, looking at this, Todak, I feel like the draft is good, but it could have definitely been better because we gotta mention how Moon is targeted. And as you said, the reason why Moon is targeted is because for those that don't know, mid lane is honestly the most dangerous lane because whenever you're moving along the map, the mid lane is basically where you're always gonna go to. So if there's no vision, you're gonna get ganked. And when you yourself die in mid, you can't help out your team.
LaFell, you know what? We keep talking about mid, we keep talking about direct lines, we keep talking about finding the perfect target. I'm starting to think geometry because looking at what I drew, I wish I could show you folks, specifically with the Dawning Light, RRQ are just drawing straight lines. They're drawing straight lines throughout the game, and Todak is just having a difficulty dealing with this. Let's throw it over to the lovely Mara Aquino and hear from the stage.
Oh, we have a lot of celebrities here in the live audience. Here with me are one of the most popular TikTok creators, Yanni and Rick. It's nice to have you here. They tell me that they're very, very close with Todak. So give me an inside scoop. What do you think is happening to them right now? Yanni.
Okay, right now I think Todak is very nervous. The first of all, they are very nervous because this is the first day of playoff. And right now, I think they need to focus, discipline, and having more fun actually. Because they are very stressed from the previous game.
So you could see their faces and you can tell they're very stressed out. So you just need to have fun. That's what you're saying. Rick, you know them best. You hang out with them outside the game as well. Usually, when they're stressed out, what do they normally do? Do they eat? Or what do they do backstage normally? You know them. Tell us.
Okay, bagi saya rasa Todak patut makan ni. Anda berbeza bila anda lapar.
Right now, Todak needs to eat. Once they eat, they'll do better.
Usually, okay, tell us. What is their favorite thing to eat and who's usually eating that?
Biasanya mereka makan nasi, tapi sepatutnya hari mereka makan RRQ.
Usually they eat rice, but today they will be eating RRQ.
Whoa! They're gonna chew it up. Now, if you can tell us and analyze the game, what do you think they need to do for game number 3 to be able to flip it around and make a comeback?
Okay, for me, from Todak side, I think they need to revise their draft. I mean, their Moon need to fix their, not need to fix, I mean like, he needs to pick any his powerful heroes. Chiku need to show more of himself actually. Because we know Todak, we know the powerful player is Chiku and Moon. They need to carry their team.
Chico and Moon, how about for you? Do you agree, or what do you see right now that you normally see them play? What do you think needs to happen, their old self that needs to come out?
Okay, specialnya tim Todak ni bukannya satu player ataupun dua player saja yang memainkan peranan, tapi kelima-lima player memainkan peranan. Todak kelebihan dia adalah chemistry mereka.
From Toda, it shouldn't be one or two players, but all 5 players. They'll show how strong their chemistry is in the next game.
So now you can see on the next game. Now, where can we find you on TikTok? Because we know you make a lot of content with Todak, and invite all the viewers to keep supporting your team.
Okay, kalau nak follow TikTok saya @sultanrik. Ada kawan saya namanya Zul Gaming juga, dia suruh saya puji dia, Zul handsome.
How about for you, Yanni?
Okay, you can find me on TikTok @Yoni Zahri. That's all.
Thank you, Yanni. Thank you so much, Rick Chris. Thank you for translating. We're not done yet. We're reaching game number 3 when we get back. Now for more RRQ Hoshi action and Todak, stay tuned for more of MSC 2022.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise this run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright in crimson eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies.
It all comes down to how Todak adapts. Ladies and gentlemen, RRQ Hoshi currently at match point. Welcome to game number 3. Back at it again in the caster desk with Mirko, Icy Baby 1-2, and Scrubby Cheeks. What do you have to say after that game, man?
Well, it's not over yet. It's a full best of 5 series. You know, I feel like Todak still got it in them as well. We did catch a glimpse on the camera as well. As soon as like Todak walked off, Chico, they were still smiling. They understand that they made mistake. They know they were outclassed a little bit, but it feels like it all comes down to adapting. They've understood that, hey, RRQ, they can't play the Franco, but they can play something else as well. Now it's all about finding out what's wrong with RRQ's composition and then come up on top with it.
Well, you know, you can see a lot of those highlights of game number 1, game number 2. You can find those mistakes on TikTok right now, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, though, you guys can check out the TikTok Live Carnival. It is underway. You guys can earn MLBB MSC points and win some MLBB rare skins. You guys can also participate via the in-game event to win massive rewards. Everyone at home, go and do it right now.
Yeah, I mean, if
Bro,
you're
put down
watching
your
the
phone.
games, you might as well do it,
Yeah,
right?
look at him. He's doing it. He's cheeky. Stop doing, bro. It's for the fans.
It's my rewards too. I'm a fan too. Yeah.
That's true. He is right.
Technically,
Though.
I am a fan.
He
Are
does
you a
have
fan?
a point.
We're
Yeah,
all
I mean,
fans of
we're all
MLBB.
fans.
If not, how would we know
Yeah,
anything
we
about
wouldn't
this?
be sitting here.
Yeah, especially now. This is the time for you to be a Todak fan, right? Because again, against all the odds, that's where actually Todak gets their strength. Todak Langgar, man. They just go throw bodies at the objectives. We heard from some of the fans. What are they supposed to do? Fix the draft and play as a 5-man team. It feels like they're too fixated onto these 2 members just carrying it through.
Yeah, and eat. You heard during the break
Exactly.
that,
Eat.
you know, Todak.
Exactly.
Yeah, Todak members, they need to eat. So
Yeah.
hopefully during this break, they got that booster, come back, mentally reset, and be able to adjust their draft. How do you think this is going to pan out?
Yeah, I feel like anything can happen. It's all about of playing their comfort style. But as of now, I can feel the energy. The crowds are just cheering for
The
Todak.
atmosphere.
It's not over yet. Give them some morale support, and I'm looking forward to see a fantastic game 3. I'm hoping that this is going to be the game to watch because it seems like today, so far, earlier today, we had a very, very convincing 3-0, and I don't want history to repeat itself. I want to go in all the way to game number 5, at least.
If history repeats itself, it's a 3-1. So technically, you know,
that's true,
right? But
That
if you
is
guys
true.
would like to go and check MLBB, you guys can go ahead and check it out on our official media partner EGG Network, Southeast Asia's 24/7 esports channel under the Astro Malaysia Group. You can catch MSC 2022 at EGG Network Channel 800 at your home. Do check them out on their social media platforms as well: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter.
Exactly, and of course, now speaking of the game so far, I feel like adaptations has been made backstage. It feels like they need to find a way to actually tilt the scales in their favor. In this case, I feel like Albert needs to be stopped. Skylar in particular as well. These two are the biggest cores coming in from the side of RRQ, whereas from Todak's side, they need to find a way to protect Moon to allow him to do his role as a mage.
Here's the thing, right? Yeah, I think Todak recognized that. Like, they had the Ruby. Ruby is a good hero that can help you peel because you have so much CC, but that wasn't enough. And the thing is, if you look at RRQ Hoshi, they just have so many heroes that they can potentially use. You ban out the Franco, they go into a Grok. The hero pool is just so huge, and you not just for one player, you need to think about for Skylar, for Vin, there's just so many, you don't have enough bans.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like Eve is something that I think RRQ has super adapted as well ever since their integration, especially for Indo style. They pretty much played it a lot of Eve ever since it came out, and Malaysia was a little bit slow to adapt. So I feel like they have a better understanding of the hero compared to the rest. So I feel like maybe it's time to put him to play something else and let him do his own thing. In this case, Kagura is something that Moon is really, really good at as well. Selena, once upon a time, was very, very annoying to deal with. So maybe there is going to be adaptations and hopefully it is going to work out.
Yeah, actually, maybe now that you mentioned it, you have a point. I think also the draft with Todak, previously Moon, there was very little mobility on the heroes that he picked. He picked up the, I believe it was Xavier. No, Xavier was bad. He picked up the Yves.
Yeah, Yves.
It was the Yves, and there was Xavier also. So it was so hard for him to just navigate around the fight.
I agree. You know, when we're talking about Todak as well here, we are going to be talking about the draft of game number 3. The fans said it themselves. They want to see some differences coming in from the side of Todak in terms of those drafts. They picked up Yeep 2 games in a row up against RRQ, and both times it has failed. They didn't even get that. Well, technically in game number 2, there's already some improvement, right? They got that early game pressure. They were able to contest these turtles, and even the Litho Wanderer. Do more of that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But as of yet, they need to open up some power picks. Franco needs to be banned off from the side of Todak once again. But at the same time, if they open up the options, in this case, open up the Akai a little bit, it gives RRQ a little bit more options to work with. Okay, what do? Do I pick the Akai as a priority on first pick or the Franco? So it is a possibility that they may open it up, but does Todak want to take the risk to deal with either an Akai or a Franco in this sense?
You know what I think? I think it's a skin gap. You know, like when you have the Popo and Koopa, you gotta use those Transformer skins, man.
And we actually saw Shiku on the skins
Exactly.
yesterday, and they won!
See?
You got it,
Pattern,
Franco.
man. It's the pattern.
You got it.
The Transformers buff. You should try it. Do you have it?
Skin buff.
Skin buff.
Skin buff. So maybe there's a tier to it. You know, Transformers is that top tier buff, and then it goes down the list.
Yep, I definitely agree. But speaking of which here, based on the drafts as of yet, RRQ, they are going to prioritize on the Akai. It means the Franco is going to be up for grabs. And this is something that you play a lot. But will Todak pick it again? Seems like they are going to pick the Beatrix and the Franco. So they did take the safe approach and open up for the team. And that is going to be the way to go for Todak.
High risk, high reward. That's Todak. That's their image right there. Franco pick, phenomenal. I love it. They're starting to take more risks here. They don't want to play it safe, especially now. They've got nothing to lose. One game and they're out. Match point for RRQ. Meanwhile, RRQ, it seems like they're playing it relatively safe. Usually, we see that Franco as a first pick for them, but now they go for the Yves and an Atlas as well.
So they gave the Franco because they had something else up their sleeve. And this is super scary. You have the heavy spin on the Akai, you have the real world manipulation, you also have the fatal links. Those are huge teamfight ultimates.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it all, with this wombo combo setup coming from RRQ is just so frustrating to deal with. I feel like Diggy is very nice to actually suit Todak's draft, but at the same time, they already doubled down on the Franco. So this is something that I think RRQ already anticipated, so it's going to be a little bit scary. But if Todak plays their pick-off potential a little bit better, it is going to work out in their favor.
We'll see what really happens though, because again, yes, Franco, 100%, just going to that roamer position. But after the recent, I guess, buffs towards Diggy, the stacking potential actually makes him a pretty good mage in the mid lane, right? Really good kill pressure, there's a lot of poke, and you already have that big utility ultimate to help you out. Up against this kind of composition, I think it's worth it. It's really worth it. And we'll have to see if RRQ actually go for that ban, reading it out, or perhaps they might just let it loose. Todak, again, when you don't expect them to play these kind of things, they pick it up, they take the game.
I think that's also what, a lot of people wanted to see coming out from Todak. The unpredictable plays, the things that you don't see coming. So far though, they're going to take out the Sicilian on the side of RRQ, as well as the Deroth, which did cause a lot of trouble for Formaze in that EXP lane.
Yep, and at the same time as well, Todak, they can opt to have a little bit more options, especially for Moon. Lilia seems to be a pretty decent option to deal with the Eve. Kadita Johnson is something that Falcon Esports does bring a lot. I don't think Todak would do it, but they can take the opportunity to do it, especially with Kadita as of yet, which is a great way to disengage from all these fights. Despite the heavy spin, despite the fatal link, it makes a lot of sense. But as of yet, I feel like Todak's composition is in a situation where you need to play more Purifies rather than the traditional sprint or flickers.
And also, point to note, Miracle, they didn't ban the Diggy out, so it still potentially could be a mid pick if they wanted to. Lilia is also open. What do you think are the potential options here?
At this point, yeah, Lilia can work, but it's more like saving yourself, right? You bring the Purify, you have that black shoes, you get out, but your teammates, not so much. Especially if Yums just accidentally hooks that Atlas. They go for the safer pick first, though, because if they do want to go for Diggy, I think that's the right route, right? Save it for the last pick. Just make it a hero that comes out of nowhere. Julian first, definitely more prio. We know that RRQ can pick it. It still can go to the XP lane technically, so there you go.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised. I just completely ignored the Julian throughout the entire draft, and even though it was let off as S-tier pickup, it actually made it towards the second phase of ban. So this is something that Moon is going to be able to play really, really well. But when it comes to execution, it's going to be a little bit different. But what I do like is the amount of chain CCs that you can follow up with the Franco hook is going to help isolate fights very, very cleanly.
That's true. I mean, you couple that with Falling Star Moon as well as the enhanced chains, but I don't think Moon is going to bring this into the mid lane. On the other hand, or RRQ going for the Irithel as well as Benedetta. We saw Irithel, but it was in the hands of Lemon. This time it's in the hands of Skylar.
Now, I've got a very, very interesting question.
Yeah, I think we have the same question.
Is this a Benedetta jungle or is it an Arkai jungle? Because I think it should be a Benedetta jungle.
I mean, knowing Albert, he likes these flashy heroes. We've seen him on the Lancelot. I think it's most probably going to the jungle, but it could go to the XP as well. We all know R7. He likes those flashy heroes. Joe Benedetta here fits his playstyle as well. He likes to go in, cut the waves, and just buy a lot of time with that mobility that she has. Todak, last pick. This is where it can come through. They don't go for the Diggy in the mid lane.
Wow.
It's actually Julian in mid, Helkert in the jungle. So, again, a risky draft for Todak. I like it.
I love it. I love it. Like, they take advantage of the Darkness 4 and go for pickoffs. And if you get the pickoff, there's no way RQ is going to be able to respond in time. And, well, it's all about rock, paper, scissors now. Who gets the first engagement and who's going to come on top? And this is going to be Game 3, Todak's adaptation, and I'm looking forward to see how it goes.
This is the unpredictability that we wanted to see come out of Todak Malaysia. Here we look, ladies and gentlemen, last look at these two drafts between RRQ Hoshi and Todak. The two lineups, team compositions, the crazy picks here by these two teams, and we are going right into the Land of Dawn.
Well, here you go. Todak, my tech, let's go. It's time for game number 3. Make it or break it. It's time for Todak to show the world that they are still in this. RRQ need one more to wrap it up. Both of these teams, again, classic normal starts to their jungle patterns, both starting in the purple buff.
Well, bringing up to the question of whether or not is this in jungle Arkai, yes, it is going to be the jungle Arkai, whereas Benedetta's matchup is going to be with the Esmeralda, but Yums now playing a little bit aggressive down mid. Seems like they are going to be prioritizing on Moon's comfort as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary though. Like, Momo is on the Helkert this time. So, yes, ooh, in the meantime, Yums lands a hook onto Albert. I mean, nothing so special as of yet No damage gonna come out. They're still just brawling out for the river space.
Yeah, again, we've seen a lot of these glimpses, right, from Todak, these shimmering lights for them, where they are actually able to cover up for Momo's retribution by just zoning RRQ members away. They did it in the second game just now for the Little Wanderer. They did it here again. They need to just stay consistent with that. Try to do that more, as that's topside R7 winning out in the trade against an Esmeralda.
Yeah, he was able to rotate down mid to actually pull back up Toda, knowing that they do have the tendency to actually go in for the crash. But the bigger question now is that, is Toda taking advantage on Moon's level 3? He's got his triple wombo combo. He's looking for those setups, and if they get it, RRQ Hoshi is going to fall a lot very, very quickly. However, he's all by himself.
They recognize that and they're going on to him instead, burning the flicker for Moon. So even though Todak, they have the potential to set up these kills, it's going to be RRQ instead that pulls the trigger first.
And it's all about the timing, right? When we're talking about RRQ, again, flashback to game 2 and game number 1. Setup has been key for all their plays. For Maze, though, again, they lose out on the mid lane, but they push in that top side, getting that pressure into that turtle side. But again, they need to force this mid lane push, because if not, it's going to be really tough for Todak to convert on this turtle. Remember, that retribution battle, Momo hasn't won a single one so far.
Yeah, this is very, very risky coming from Toda. You can see that Toda is hesitant to challenge the turtle, considering that Yubes is so far away from that 4, and they need to fight right now.
Yeah, they're trying to, and the hook lands onto Albert, but that just lets him unleash the heavy spin onto Todak here, and it's gonna be Albert that pulls off the Retribution War this time. RRQ, they try to press onto Todak in the mid lane here. Are they gonna get the kill? The knockup comes up onto Moon, and the flicker in by Vin as well as the Fatal Links, but the counter engage from Muse pulls Albert into the tower, and Todak, they lose Moon in that fight.
That's what you hate to see, man. If you're a Todak fan, right, you expect the hooks, but it's kind of assisting Albert in a way. Unlucky, honestly, there. Albert picks up the first blood. They also pick up that turtle. Again, so on point on that retribution, the timing as well as to when to actually initiate.
Yeah, that was just so unfortunate, right? The hook actually, like you said as well, helped Albert. And on top of it all, he had the turtle buff, which gave him the additional shield to soak that one tick from the tower. And because of that, they were able to come up on top. But still, it's not an end of the road yet. It's only 1 kills, but economy-wise, they're still 50-50 from both sides.
It comes down to XP though, right? It really does come down to XP, because remember, game number 2 as well. RRQ, they had a 5,000 gold lead, but the XP was just a big difference there. 3 levels ahead, 4 levels ahead sometimes, even Albert, compared to Momo in game number 2. RRQ, they build on that gold lead, but they can surely just take that XP lead. Yums getting caught out here. Hurricane Dance, heavy spin there, onto Yums, trying to bait him out, trying to use that, as that's going to be the chain coming in. Yums has nowhere to go. Another kill for the Panda Man, Albert.
Yeah, that was huge coming from RRQ Hoshi. They chased them all down, but it was so very difficult to do this, to actually set up for a fight. But nope, hold that thought for now.
Chiku gets the Fatal Links put onto him and immediately just gets taken out of this fight. Todak, they're having a really hard time now in this early game despite the Hellcurt pick.
I just get thrown off, you know? Sometimes I think of it, and I'm just like, Hurricane Dance. I miss it, man.
It does still look like a hurricane.
It does. It really does, right? But heavy spin, he's a heavy boy, so it works out here. RRQ, though, with that pickoff onto that mid lane, they're now trying to convert on to the second neutral objective. This is where usually they get their power spike. The XP lead just goes massive.
I definitely agree, but at the same time, Toda, looks like they are going to try and jeopardize this, but is this going to be a play? It seems like no, it's not going to happen. 3 games in a row, Momo has pretty much not challenged Albert in the Retribution War.
I'm getting scared right now, honestly, for Todak.
Ooh, what?
Oh, the 2-man Fatal Links lands onto Chico as well as Momo, and they are obliterated from this fight. And right now, they press onto Todak. The enhanced chains comes out to knock up Alba, but it's not enough as they get a double kill onto Moons, and Moon forced to use the flicker as well. They almost get an entire team wipe.
That was such a throw off by Vin. He moves back, flickers back into the team. 2 members Fatal Links. What was that?
I think if I were in Todak's shoes, I would not have expected that as well. Because if you think about it, if Win flickers forward and tries to go for Fatal Link, he should technically be silenced by the passive cover Momo, but it just didn't happen.
It was just
so
perfect
unfortunate.
timing. Yeah, it was perfect timing, and he calculated it, right? He knows that if he just goes in, Momo's gonna be prepared for that. But if he walks back, flickers back to the team, he'll get it. And he calculated that perfectly. The timing as well. Todak gets the trade though, so they're already adapting. We're seeing this now from Todak. In the previous games, they just go straight on against these opponents, but now they're waiting for Chiku to scale.
This is psychological warfare at this point. You know, the way that you said Vin was playing back and forth, but at the same time, Todak's not losing out. They know that now they have to play macro. They go up top and take the turret, and now it looks like they're setting up for something in the mid lane.
Oh. No, it's going to be RRQ looking for something with Todak as well. Both teams just staring each other down here. It's personal, man. You can see them. They know where their opponents are. He goes in, yeah. Vin looking for the engage. Yums and Chiku in the bush. No one caught just yet, but the hook connects, and Vin just instantly deleted. But look at the re-engage. Albert comes in with a real-world manipulation to back him up. He picks off one. That's Skylar just circling around the opponents. He picks up a double kill, a 4-for-1. They used all their resources for Vin.
You blink and you miss it. 4 people just disappear. You thought Todak had it there. They got Vin, but that was the wrong target. And now 4May's in some trouble getting chased down as well. Damage comes through onto R7, but it's not enough. They do take the mid-tier 2 turret along with it. Todak, they're losing in kills, losing in gold, and losing in objectives.
Oh, this is such a hard game for Todak once again. They need to find a way for 4Mays to make some space to actually get something across. Momo currently on the Helker has been on point with the Darkness Fall, but it doesn't really matter. But it seems like the hook comes in. R7.
Yeah, he gets hooked, and the bloody hunt over the wall? How does that even happen?
Oh, that was unlucky, man. That was just so unlucky. 4Mays as well. He gets bursted down. How does that happen, man? I mean, at this point, it's just really frustrating for Todak, right? They're making the right calls, but they're just missing these little plays based off milliseconds. And here, even in the mid lane, R7 buying so much time. Finn looking for the re-engage. Momo trying to dish out the damage. He jumps onto Skylar. Perfect targeting. He's looking for R7. The hook does not connect. Finn with the fatal links brings Moon back as Albert picks up the kill. It is another 2-for-1 for the side of RRQ. Chiku, oh, he almost burst him down. He does so. Real world manipulation though takes it back. Clay trading in the kill. Roamer for gold lane. 4Mays looking for more. Falling Star Moon does not do anything as Albert just walks out of that Iron Hook.
It's so tough to be Todak. I mean, you think you get some of the kills, but RRQ always finds a way to answer back.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But when it comes to this kind of reactions, they're just so experienced and playing a draft that works against other people. They know what's the weakness of their own drafts, and they're just using it on Todak. And you can see they're very a lot of Yums hook time and time again. And because of that, they're able to just get away with all this aggression coming from RRQ. And as of yet, based on items here, you can see that slowly but surely, Skylar is slowly hitting that mark where he's just critting non-stop.
On the side, yeah, and for Momo, I mean, right now he has sword, just picked up the Malefic Roll, but right now 4Mays in some trouble on the bottom side. Albert chasing him down, but looks like he will be able to get out scot-free for now. They're setting up for the objective here on the bottom side.
Yeah, that's going to be Yums looking for the hook. Doesn't connect onto it. Albert now looking for a re-engage. Chiku just clears out that mid lane. Both teams disengage. Perfect timing once again from both teams to fight right as the Lord spawns. But none of the teams have the advantage just yet for the up-and-coming Lord. I mean, it spawned already.
Agreed, but as of now, Momo, they're looking for the setups. As of yet, they need to get a kill onto a Skylar. Slow down his aggression, get a couple of economy from that is going to be the way to go. But Chiku, as of yet, he's only level 10 as compared to Skylar, who's level 12. However, R7 is in a position he can actually go for the 1v1. However, the fight is about to break down.
Finn tries to go in Albert with the hook as well, but nothing lands so far. Todak, they're learning from their mistakes and trying to get something up top though. Little brawl there going on between Chiku as well as R7. And now Todak, they're playing the macro game. They try to get something, a consolation prize at least for letting this dog go.
Yeah, 4Mays though, he's looking for the play. Falling Starman onto 3 members. He locks them down as Momo goes in for the damage. Skylar still kiting really well, positioning himself to deal damage to Momo, and 4Mays just has to be forced to run back into RRQ's turret. They lose that inner turret, but honestly, I feel like it is still worth it for RRQ.
Yeah, and RRQ, as of yet, taking advantage of this middle control of the tier 1, and that's why middle turrets are just so very important, right? If a fight breaks down, if you want to try and extend and try and buy time, you need some sort of mid control. With that turret in place, if the turret wasn't there, 4Maze could have bought a little bit more space for Todak to re-engage, but it's just very, very unfortunate. It just shows you how RRQ prioritize on their mid control a lot, rather than the usual brawl style of a gameplay. And this is a very, very different RRQ Hoshi here in MSC. It's all about objectives so far, and it's just paying off coming from RRQ Hoshi.
And I think looking at R7, that's exactly what he's trying to do with this Benedetta pick as well. You know, doing the split push, getting the objectives. Right now, RRQ, they are also pushing their lead, syncing up the waves here between the three, pushing with the Lord. Do you think this is going to be enough? I mean, they are so aggressive right now at this point.
They have a lot of range, a lot of siege potential as well here. I don't think Todak can really defend his. Chiku was forced to recall a little bit too late, and they're going to have to pay for that. Base turret bottom side taken down. Now with that, they can actually just set up for the next turtle. They don't need to look for any more fights. They can go for picks here. 4Maze seems to be in a tough situation there, but he still gets out. Knowing that he has Purify, RQ don't really want to overcommit.
Yeah, he does have the sustains now. He can actually make some more space. But the biggest question right now is that Todak, they're finding cross-map plays to actually jump, pump on towards Moon as well as Chiku for some sort of engagements. But it's so difficult to play those cross-map plays as long as the middle turret on RQ is alive. And because of that, they're just tunneled and choked all the way towards the base.
Yeah, and I feel like it's just, I don't know, right now, I feel like it's a really good play, but kind of too late, right? They're going for this as RRQ already have all the gold they need for taking out the turrets. The siege from Skylar just so huge at this point. Todak, whenever they go for the cross map, they lose more. Yeah, sure, they get a little bit of gold in their pockets. I understand they need those item power spikes, but I just feel like it's not worth it currently. But Todak, they just need to look for the fight. Here it is.
The hook comes on to Albert here, and they start the fight. RQ Hoshi trying to put out the damage, but they realize it is just Yums and 4Maze, and they are not the right targets. This is the mark of a disciplined team.
Yeah, the bigger picture coming from Todak to actually come back into this game is to make sure they take down both Clay as well as Sky. That's the two most important ones they got to get a hook on. And Yum so far hasn't been able to find those opportunities just because of how much zoning the Albert as well as Vin is just doing and just forcing them back. And it's understandable considering that the Fatal Links can be a detrimental force from the side of RRQ Hoshi.
Right now, Todak, what do they need to do? I'm trying to think about it, right? Because if they go for an all-out team fight, it's going to be really scary. Yum's going to be the target there. Vin tries to look for the engage. Moon gets caught. He still is able to run away, but the heavy spin locks him in place. A huge pick-off once again for RRQ. They're looking for more. It is going to be 4Maze here, but Momo jumps in on towards Clay. He dashes out. Oh my goodness. Todak with the initiation, but RRQ with a winning fight.
When you said, what does Todak need to do? They wanted to get a pick off there by hiding in the bushes. Momo tried to pull it off, but it just fell flat completely onto him. And now RRQ Hoshi, they have the Lord in their hands, and they're going to start sieging down. Or do they need it? Because they're knocking up Yums here in the bottom side, starting to already get the mid-inhibitor turret.
Well, we do see a little bit of hope as of yet, because as of now, with the hook coming in, that's the hope that I'm talking about. You can miss 1,000 hooks. You need one that matters. And because of this, it will buy them 35 seconds on the sidelines to get a little bit more of crossbar plays. And as of yet, Chiku is level 14.
Yeah, kind of weird there from Albert. Like, he was way overextending there, right? His teammates were all the way in the backside. I guess he thought he was tanky enough to maybe withstand it and buy a little bit more time, but Vin gets hooked as well.
Yeah, takes some damage here, but I think he's going to be a-okay. After all, no follow-up and not enough coming from the side of Todak as well. It's really tough looking for Todak, really tough for Todak right now. I mean, at this point in the game, they try to engage. Momo hasn't gotten the snowball that he wanted. It's 0, 3, and 2.
Yeah. And as of now, basically Momo's positioning in the role of his team as of now is just covering vision. And I feel like the biggest core winning factor is going to be Chiku and 4Maze. 4Maze needs to reach the level 14 mark where he's just so tanky to a point that RRQ Hoshi has no way to kill him off. And you can see the damage dealt coming in from the side of RRQ Hoshi. Skylar is 46,000 alongside with Clay.
You know, Chico's been really silent this game. I'm just waiting for him to pop off, right? Because at this point, he's been cross-mapping really well. He's been farming a lot of these minions, and I'm just genuinely interested to see what items he's gone for. Because Falcon, silent, he went for 2 BODs up against RSG-PH, right? Player's gold, but Finn gets hooked.
Yeah, it takes a lot of damage, but he reverse and counter engages with the Fatal Links as well, and instead it's gonna be Momo that's blown up in that fight. This is what RRQ keeps doing time and again. They have the hook, but they don't have an answer to the Fatal Links, and right now, Formace goes in, gets knocked up, the damage comes through onto Yubes, he will fall as well. RRQ Hoshi, they're running through the draft, they're told that right now, and Formace tries to go in for a last ditch here, gets stunned out by the heavy spin and just pin to the wall with nowhere to go.
And you can see the discipline here coming in from RRQ. They won the team fight, but Yves, Clay still chose to recall. They did not want to just overcommit there, but they're looking for more. Finn flickers forward with the Fatal Lace. Chiku gets caught. RRQ sweeps the Todak. Todak, the Malaysian champions, have been knocked down to the lower brackets.
What a game from RRQ. A very convincing staff coming in from Indonesia. The only team left, and they have done their country proud. 3-0 against the hometown favorites, Todak.
This is insane. You can see the fans here cheering. RRQ Hoshi taking this in, well, Todak's hometown, Malaysia. And it's so tough for them. But that being said, Todak does still have a second chance.
22-4. That scoreline. We expected this to be close considering their performances have been phenomenal throughout the groups, throughout the playoff stage as well.
Yeah, there is a lot of discontinuation coming from Todak, but based on the drafts, we talked about discipline. RRQ is just so on point in picking up all these pig fights, and it just allows them to not overextend. And Todak, they love punishing over-aggression, but it seems like they can't find any sort of opportunity coming from RRQ at all, and that's just insane game discipline coming from RRQ.
What do you think it is, Scrubby, that makes RRQ so strong, especially with the current lineup that you see right here?
I was very confused. I mean, Todak's draft looked very good, but unfortunately they couldn't seem to execute it, and now Mara, we're gonna throw right over to her to go behind the scenes.
RRQ Hoshi woke up on the right side of the bed today, and they made sure to sweep their opponent. And now, Clay! Okay, I remember our TikTok video. Hi, how are you doing?
Good.
Good. Okay, I want to know, game one, we're going to wait for a translator. Because I remember from last time when we had the TikTok live, it went trending. Do you remember that?
Yeah, remember.
Yeah, it was trending. Okay, now we're gonna look for our translator. But how did you feel about that win? Good.
Good, feeling
Good. Now, we have Gabby here. Hi, Gabby, thank you so much. Now, we wanted to know, game one, it was all you. Game two, of course, it's RRQ Hoshi. Game three, you guys were very, very dominant. What did you eat today? Why were you guys so dominant for today? You were so strong. What did you guys do today to ensure that you guys, this is your mood for today, that you guys destroyed the opponent?
Nasi lemak.
They eat nasi lemak, so they can win.
Oh, okay.
Product, yeah.
So tomorrow, it's going to be your break, okay? Yeah. What are you guys going to be doing for tomorrow? How are you going to celebrate?
Gak akan ngerayain gimana-gimana sih, orang belum final juga kan.
They will not celebrate too much because it's not yet final.
Wow.
Main biasa aja.
Okay, just play normally.
Oh, okay. So we won't tell the crowd that you're gonna party tonight, okay? Now, who do you think is the toughest opponent for you so far? Because there's a lot of expectation being the only Indonesian representative left here at MSC 2022. So out of everybody left, who's the toughest opponent for RRQ Hoshi?
Kalau tim yang paling susah sebenarnya semuanya susah ya. Cuma kayaknya PH juga susah.
All of the teams are equal, but they think RRQ think like the most hard one is from Philippines.
Oh, which by the way, you're waiting for the winner of RSG Philippines and Orange Esports. So what would you do different this time around if you were to face, let's say, RSG? Oh, hello there. If you were to face them, what do you think will be the key? What does RRQ Hoshi need to do?
Palingan kalau ketemu RSG PH kita paling nyiapin strategi yang belum kita keluarin aja sih.
Okay, if they meet RSGPH, they will make sure they go out at the stage and show all the secrets weapon.
Ah, we're gonna wait for that. You seem very shy. I'm just gonna give you a challenge, okay? You're gonna stare at my eyes for 5 seconds, okay? You're gonna stare at my eyes just for 5 seconds. And then you're gonna tell me how you're feeling right now. Go ahead, Clay. But you stare at my eyes. You stare at my eyes.
5 detik kamu lagi ngerasa apa sekarang?
Feeling scared.
Look at my eyes. Then tell me how you're feeling right now.
Takut.
He's feeling scared.
You did well. I know you're very shy in interviews. Thank you so much. Final message to everybody watching and all the Indonesian fans.
Terima kasih semua yang udah dukung kita, terutama yang di Indonesia. Terima kasih banyak, apalagi yang udah dukung kita sampai stage Malaysia tadi. Pokoknya tetap dukung kita terus sampai kita juara. Amin.
Thank you so much for the Indonesia fans, especially the fans that are coming here from Indonesia. Please support us always.
Thank you so much. You did so amazing today. We'll see you in the next round, and you did a very good job today with the interview. Now, let's break things down for us. Let's go to our analyst.
The Grand Finals MVP from MPL Indonesia Season 9, Clay, showing that even the Kings of Kings feel takut, which is, by the way, the same for Tagalog and Bahasa Indonesia. Welcome to the Analyst Stand at your service. My name is Leo, joined here by Lafel, and we'll be talking about the final game in that best of 5 we witnessed, wherein RRQ Hoshi took down Todak. I say that with a lot of respect. I'm sorry,
No,
Lafel, it's a difficult series.
You know what? I'll take small victories. He won because of nasi lemak.
He ate nasi lemak, he did say.
You guys ate nasi lemak. It was
did.
good, right?
It was amazing. Thank you, by the way.
It was amazing. But anyways, in this game, honestly, right, looking at how it plays, I would say at 6 minutes, it was basically over because at 6 minutes, RQ, they really popped off. Skylar's damage skyrocketed.
Yep, 6 minutes. I think we both gasped as we were watching on the screen. We went just, wherein RRQ Hoshi pushed mid, straight up. They took another side lane and just went for a beeline towards all the other major objectives. But there was some room. There was some room, and we said Todak could do this because Todak could push straight in through one lane, and it was all in the hands of Chiku. Chiku was holding on to the final just hope for Todak because looking at his build, he actually finished all his items despite the 16-minute game, 22-4.
But here's the thing. I want to look at the items of Skylar as well as Vin, where Vin over here, he makes sure that he has the Dreadnought armor as well as the Steel Lake Plate to make sure that he has a lot of armor to sustain damage against Chiku. But Skylar, the moment he managed to get his Berserker Fury, that was the moment where we see a big burst of damage. Vin, all you gotta do, Fatal Link, get anyone, absolutely anyone. It doesn't matter who. With Skylar on his Irithel, with the passive having that double hit on the basic attack, it's over.
Yep, gotta say, the lineup on RRQ Hoshi is very, very simple. It's 2 tanks, Albert and Vin, and then it's 2 main damage dealers, Clay and Skylar, who, by the way, Clay played 3 unique heroes in this best of 5, and there's R7. At some point, I was watching the games like, what's R7 doing? He was just there to make sure that that lane stayed pushed and that he could be in any single bush. It's the sword intent on this Benedetta that just gives Todak the chills. Like, oh no, where's R7? Where's R7? There's a lot of damage. Let's see how much exactly damage R7 and the rest of RRQ put on the table. A total of 60K from Skylar. And yeah, almost the least amount from R7. He really didn't punch much. He was dealing damage to minions.
But with that being said, I'm so sorry for pointing this out, but we gotta look at the Hellcat from Momo. 12,000 damage, even lower.
It's facts.
Even lower than Vin on the Atlas. The Atlas did more damage than the jungler from Toda, and that does show how in this game it was very difficult for you to come back, because for you to actually come back, you need to deal enough damage to get some kills, to get turrets, to get objectives, to get structures. But I don't know, man. If your damage is less than a tank, it's not gonna do well.
Yeah, it's not just the damage, actually. This just translates, I believe there's another stat for this, gold to damage ratio. There was very little farm on the side of Todak. Let's award our MVP for game number 3. And of course, it's none other than ya boy. Nope, it's Vin. Every single Fatal Links. I believe there was just but one failed Fatal Links, wherein he thought he got Moon. Or no, he thought he got 4 Maze. He thought he got 4 Maze. He purified away, but every other one was just. You can't see it, but I'm going,
Here's the thing, right? Every single time I see Toda going up against RRQ, it's Vin, man. Vin is the counter to Toda. Vin is the exact opposite of the Langar strategies. Like, any team that wants to have a variation of this Langar, you know what? Never do that against Vin. Vin is, as a person, is a counter.
How are you going to Langar over someone who is invincible?
You know,
I'm here till Sunday.
You know, I'm not even going to say anything after that, just because there's no way of topping that one. That was.
It works. The way that he plays, as you will see here in the highlights, just puts a wall between what Todak wants to do and their game plan. Check it out. Not just that, by the way, Vin just works so well with Albert. Albert just puts him right into place where the Fatal Links will be fatal.
The thing is, we've seen a lot of Akais throughout MSC, and I kind of feel like Albert is the best. I'm not going to say one of them. I feel like he's the best over here. And look at the damage coming out from Skylar. Skylar just keeps walking on. He's like, yeah, I don't care if you guys can dish the damage back to me. I will always out-damage you. Now, I also want to say, for the side of Toda, their reaction to anything that RQ does is a little bit slow this game. They're very delayed.
Slower than usual, because Todak is characteristic to take their time and then swing back. I believe that was mentioned in the caster's desk. But yeah, no, this time around, there were hooks by Yums, and of course, it could be better coordinated, wherein Moon and Momo would come in, and then just too late. Oh, this was...
Yeah, that is the moment where Toda tried. But if you can't deal enough damage to get the kill, you'll die yourself. And the thing is, that's not fair. I did not see the HP drop. It's just gone. It's invisible.
That seems to be the story of this current metagame, wherein the fact that Hash Claws is slowly becoming a trademark pickup for a lot of marksmen and basic attackers. It seems like the current meta is, if I hit you and you cannot hit me back fast enough, it's a no-go, it's a non-starter.
And because of that, Weapon Master as an emblem is gaining popularity as well. Like, having the Blade of Despair, Haas Claw, that has a lot of physical attributes onto it, it just makes Weapon Master all the better.
Yep, Weapon Master for most marksmen, and then for Irta specifically, you have Electro Flash, which allows for her to get in closer, fill up that energy bar, and do the same thing, hit you more, so even if you hurt her, she gets that life back. Again, Hash Claws, very key.
Either way, looking at the game, RRQ Hoshi still maintains. King of the Kings, they look super strong. And Toda, I gotta say, man, I feel like a lot of people will have questions, number one, on the draft. And the thing is, Momo on the Hellcat did not perform well, so I'm pretty sure people will ask, is it time for Chiku to go back in the jungler role and Momo to go back in the gold?
Yeah, no, that is one question and possibly a solution presented. But one thing I am wondering, and everyone here at MeTech is wondering as well, and you guys watching at home, is this how Todak wants to go? Because yes, they still have lower bracket. Yes, they learned a few things from here, but are they comfortable in the lower bracket? This is my question.
I would say they don't have a choice, because in order for them to be the Toda that Malaysians love, they can't give up. Either way, doesn't matter what position you're in, upper bracket, lower bracket, facing against a strong opponent, against an opponent you've never met before, you just got to have the feeling of not giving up. You got to be prepared, and the next time that they go up against anyone, they got to show that Malaysia is their hometown and they got to bring back the victory.
I think there is one thing Todak is very good at, and that is surprising us.
Oh, yeah.
So tomorrow, or no, the next time that they play, about a couple days from now, they might surprise us one more time, and one of those surprises might be to put Chiku back into the jungle. There's one more thing that we should be talking about because RRQ is moving up into the upper bracket final, one step away from getting into the grand finals. They're looking great, honestly. It's scary to think that with the playoffs, they played with Lemon, and now they brought Skylar in, a clean sweep against a very, very strong team in Todak. I'm afraid of what RRQ might look like in the next stages, because again, as a Filipino, there's still two teams here.
Here's the thing. Even Clay said every team here is strong. True. And I feel like that, I don't know. I feel any team that really goes up right now, it becomes a situation of almost rock, paper, scissors, where I feel like certain teams are really strong against other teams. Like RRQ against Toda, historically, Toda has never done so well. So I'm personally looking forward for RSG Philippines to go up against RRQ. I'm interested in that match personally.
Well, it's likely to happen because we are going to look at the bracket real quick. There is RSG PH looking to take down their opponents in RNG Sports. All right. I just remembered. Hometown Heroes. Okay, gotta watch my words.
Dude, it's all right. It's all right. But again, RSG Philippines so far, in every game that they win, it's not just about winning, but how they win. They look super good. Orange Esports is definitely going to be an uphill battle, and Toda will be going up against Falcon. And after today's performance, whew, I gotta say, Falcon looks super scary.
Yep, and tomorrow as well, in addition to the Filipino-Malaysian conflict, it's going to be another Filipino matchup. It's back-to-back, Omega versus EVOS. Exactly what time that is, here we go, let's check it out. Tomorrow's games, Omega, the defending champions, going up against EVOS Singapore, a two-time MPL Singapore champion, opening up in an elimination match. And then coming up next, RSG-PH versus Orange Esports. It's going to be loud here at MeTech.
Oh, I am looking forward to it. If the crowd is the same as today, I gotta say, tomorrow's game is gonna be very, very explosive because the teams that are playing, oh, dude, they play very fast.
We're talking about the Kings of C going up against the Kings of Singapore, and then RSG-PH, a tournament favorite, going up against, well, the local favorite.
Dude, like, Malaysia, man, like whenever I look at a team, I'm like, I really think they can do it, but at the same time, ooh, dude, my heart, I can't take this too much, man. Malaysia, man.
I am not gonna say anymore, but for now, real quick, I need to remind you guys that there is still the Transformers collaboration happening. You can get your draws. There is still the event happening, so recharge those diamonds. In your first 10, you are guaranteed a skin. I believe for now, the new ones come in. It's Roger's Grimlock. It's Popol and Koopa's Soundwave and Ravage. I got that one. And of course, Starscream's Aldous. That's the one I'm missing. That's what I'm missing.
You know, the thing is, every single time Eterna is on the desk, she keeps on promoting that skin specifically. You know, I kind of feel like Muntan has to give her something a little bit special. She's been promoting the star screen a little bit too much.
How about me? Give me something, because I'm about to draw off all of them. But as for now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for joining us. On behalf of everyone making this possible, folks behind the scenes, everyone broadcasting from their local broadcast, the Philippines, Indonesia, Singapore, here in lovely Malaysia, and everywhere else you're watching MSC 2022. Thank you all so much. It's been an honor to be at your service. On behalf of LaFell, everyone at the desk, the lovely Mara Aquino, we are coming at you live from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and you're watching MSC 2022. We'll see you tomorrow.
Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it puts the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright, it puts the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy, make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright because the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes, our spirit never dies. rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts their eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it fills the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters. Rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Raise it strong, hit it hard, giving the best shot. Going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are monsters rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no apologies. Fight on to the last drop of blood. Fight on to the last beat of heart. Life is a battle, win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright it puts the eyes. Our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Races run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going in for the kill, let them bite the dust. Let it all out, our superpower head with the crown. Sorry, not sorry, bow before us, they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are Life is a battle win every game with the magic flowing in our veins. Let it all out, our superpower head with a crown. Sorry, not sorry, but before us they won't bring us down. We are legendary. We are supremacy. We shine so bright because the eyes, our spirit never dies. We are supremacy. Make no Slay the enemies, bury the monsters, rise from the ashes, keep getting stronger. Race is run, hit it hard, giving the best shot, going